Holy fucking recovery. You get antied?
Alright, payload's pushed up. Payload's pushed up. We're not pulling the payload. We gotta kill it. Go right to the back. Nice. One.
Frick!
Nice.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, you are legendary in your healing. I got greedy.
Ryan dead.
Man. Oh, I can't be here. I can't be here. Who the fuck do I go after, man? Let's go! Let's go!
I can't believe they just let that happen. I'm going top and shoulder.
Come on, bro. Fuck, what a... Good shit.
Let me just run it right through the bottom.
35 and 5. I think I should play Junker Queen more, because I definitely am not familiar with her.
Alright, go to bottom, go to bottom. Let's go, let's go.
Three, two, one.
Who are we diving right now? We gotta focus somebody.
I was trying to get... Damn, bro.
Jump, bro, jump.
Callouts got me so bad.
Can we kill the Kiriko up top? Joker, alright, silver one, silver one.
Oh my god, the random trap in the middle.
Damn, bro. GG.
Score 3-3. Switching sides.
Not really a vibe.
Defenses. Select
Full vibes. Fine. Try Genji. Oh, Torbjorn actually should have fit the bill. That would have been so good.
Yeah, what's it?
GG.
You guys ruined my leg.
Play of the game. Ready for battle.
How's this guy fucking getting 6 deaths?
Stay in sight. It'll keep you safe. أهلا. Watch your flanks. They might try something.
It's crazy we're winning this.
I'm on fire. Like exhilarating, got you.
My mom wants to know if you've kept up with the sword.
I swore never to wield a blade again.
I'll tell her you're thinking about picking it back up.
Victory is within our grasp.
Ooh, no! That's tragic. This is tragic. This is so tragic.
Go get the job with Cover Letter Now's top 3 cover letter tips. Bring your cover letter to life by highlighting why you're applying, the position you're applying to, what motivated you to apply. Grab their attention by describing why you're a great cultural fit, adding a bulleted list of your accomplishments. To close your letter strongly, you should state in one sentence why you're the right person for the job. Thank the employer for reading. Include your contact info. Clear the hurdles in your job search with a gold medal cover letter. Go to coverletternow.com right now.
Ever wonder why so many people say they want to learn guitar, but very few actually learn to play? It's simple. Too many people try to learn with YouTube videos, and guess what? It doesn't work. YouTube seems like the perfect place to go to learn guitar. There are millions of free guitar videos, so what's the problem? Most YouTube guitar lessons are terrible. They don't teach you the right way to play, so even after a ton of practicing, the song you're learning won't sound right. Beginners pick up on bad techniques that are hard to correct later on, making everything harder to play than it should be. There's no lesson plan, so you spend all your time searching for videos and getting frustrated. If you're looking for an easy way to learn guitar that works, check out guitartricks.com. Guitartricks teaches with step-by-step fun video lessons which are all connected, so you always know where to go next. Lessons are in 4K and use multiple camera angles so you can see exactly what's going on. Unlike YouTube, you can slow down and loop sections of video to practice different parts, and professionally notated guitar tabs are right next to the video. With over 11,000 lessons, Guitartricks teaches almost every popular song you can think of, from Ed Sheeran to the Beatles. We've been teaching guitar for over 20 years, and over 3 million people have become better guitar players with our method. 9 out of 10 Guitartricks users say they learn faster with our lessons than with YouTube lessons. Guitartricks.com is the easiest way to learn guitar. So try us out with a free 14-day trial and get a free bonus gift as a thank you.
all of a sudden someone doesn't have that resource, but Merit is up at that EMP and there are no ultimates to counter this. So the Gladiators have got to be careful as they approach because Merit's going to be waiting around that corner to drop it.
And he's going to use it right on early, and he's going to get slept as soon as that comes through, as they're going to, but they're going to lose some other players for it, as now you feel like you've just lost supports kind of over and over again here. At least, you know, trying hard to keep Babel alive, not able to do so. Probably can't fight this here. If you're the Gladiators, you're going to have to wait. And this is a large percentage now flipping over to the Florida Mayhem.
This is just ridiculous Ana gameplay from both sides. They're having such high impact sleep so far, and it's making it impossible for these main tanks to do anything. But 83% for the Florida Mayhem. They have the nano. They're going to go early with it onto someone. He's on the back line. He is able to dodge the sleep, take down Babel, takes down Chorong. Now he's on Kai. That's 3 for someone, and that should be the first round, but there has been a flip from the Gladiators.
Yeah, they give up the point, but, you know, still, it's going to be difficult, right? As someone takes out 3 players. Look how far Dante is split from the rest of the team. Looks like someone's going to move his way back to the point, let 2 or 3 players go back and deal with Dante. Now we're in OT. Gladiators got to make something happen. Dante now gets back with the rest of the team, gets benefits. Soundbear's well. Barrier in the walls here for the Gladiators. Shot from Kai. They take out someone. The Gladiators still alive.
That was so important for the Gladiators. Someone took out the entire team, but because they just had that extra time from flipping the point, they were able to come back. And that was an expensive fight for the Gladiators to win, but they're still in it. Now they have the boost of their own. They keep going up with the tempo. Put it onto Dante. He's going to have that primal. This should be last fight, and they're actually bunching up on the left side. If Dante catches a whiff of this, he's going to go early and punish them for this sort of defensive style coming down the left side. They're all going to be caught in a narrow corridor.
Yeah, he just needs to be careful. It's almost like I feel like they're trying to bait a little bit. They have the sound barrier here to use as well. Sound barrier comes out as soon as that pulse bomb comes through, and they jump right on top of Babel, as that's been a few times they've been able to execute that. Asleep on a Dante up top, as the support's still playing well here for the Florida Mayhem, as Florida wiping through the rest of the Gladiators here, which should be the final fight of the round. Astro get on contest, has to recall to get out. Funny Astro gonna try and move on to the point. Try and contest as Gladiators will keep this one going. That's gonna actually be a nano on the Kevster, as maybe they can try and make something out of it. Another sleep.
Oh, that is just absolutely such an important sleep because Kevster had the recall. He was just about to go crazy, but with Kevster going down, they will not have the damage to be able to get anything done, and Florida Mayhem will take this first round. And if this is what the rest of the series is going to be like, you guys better buckle up because this is going to be a long one. I do want to go back to that fight, though, before where Gladiators, they had the nano, they had the primal, just playing so slowly. They didn't use the primal or the nano before they lost their own backline. So they're going to need to be more proactive if they're going to take down the Florida Mayhem. Such an aggressive team.
I feel like they almost just couldn't react, the Gladiators. We can take a look here at someone's POV is, yeah, I mean, what do you do there, right? The bubble is inside of the doorway. You can't kind of, it's just removing everything that you can do as Ana. It's just that the dive came so much faster from Florida than I think that the Gladiators were prepared for. So take a look compositionally. It's going to be Cassidy from both teams. Doesn't really surprise me that much. I feel like if you were to design a map or area where Cassidy had the most effective space, it would be on this one. As well, both of the Cassidys just out of the equation like instantly.
Yeah, both Winstons, you know, getting onto the backline, getting a lot of pressure. Dante gets another one, gets the Ana. They trade back as well. Now Kevster takes down Chorong, but that should be an advantage here for the Los Angeles Gladiators, and first point going to them. So Gladiators maybe upping the tempo a little bit here. So far in the Pro-Am, no one has been able to match the Florida Mayhem and their aggression, but the Gladiators are coming out quite strong early in these rounds.
And it's not like I think you need, if you're the Gladiators, to keep your supports alive throughout the entire fight, just a little bit longer than like losing one of them instantly, right? I feel like if you're able to do that, you know, you're coming out on top in a lot of these fights in different areas. As Kevster working around the outside here with a pulse bomb.
He's so dangerous. Somebody up. Kevster is him most of the time. He has been the reason for this Gladiator success, and this is exactly why. Takes down that backline pretty much single-handedly, zones them away with the pulse bomb. He's going to add merit for good measure. Never mind, Babel stole that one, but that is such a good dive from the Gladiators, and Kevster, This is what we know and expect from him. He's an MVP caliber Tracer player, and with Kai and Dante firing at all cylinders with him, this dive is just so dangerous, and they need to find a way to keep RuPaul alive. They can't just rely on these miracle sleeps from him and the Florida Mayhem.
You know, Kevster has entered an area of Overwatch player that I don't think we've seen too many, where he does such ridiculous things all the time that it just seems like,
it's
oh, well, that's just
every
Kevster,
day,
right? Like everybody in the league could do that, but
yeah,
it is so far from the truth. Is sleep there, just narrowly misses here. Is nice rotations here now from the Gladiators, right? Just instead of kind of playing stationary with these supports, moving around, maybe a little bit riskier at times, but you're avoiding someone. Now the nano on to Dante. He pushes on in. Right now, Scott, you're at 80% here for the Gladiators. This fight goes your way. You stall a few of these players out at the end. It may look good. No Primal goes off.
No Primal? Why didn't he Primal? He needed that extra help. They were in the advantage, but Dante doesn't get that one off. And now Florida Mayhem, they drop their own nano boost. Someone's in the back line. Funny Astro responds with the sound barrier that's keeping them alive. They're just waiting on Dante to get back, but Babble's under so much pressure, but Funny Astro keeping him alive, as he always does.
Yeah, he gets it with a biotic grenade there, so they have to rotate out and just kind of wait this out a little bit. As sound barrier comes down here from Florida Mayhem, the effects of it will start to wear off. Oh, that is so unfortunate as he gets knocked right above the well, hit with a sleep dart. The Florida Mayhem will flip the point, but Gladiators do get 99, Scott. I will say, and I'd love you. How difficult is this point to flip back, though, in your opinion?
It is quite difficult because there's so many avenues in which you can be flanked, and you can see Florida Mayhem setting up in that way. They're just everywhere on these high grounds, and it's going to be expensive for the Gladiators to step up. You need Kevster to hit a good pulse bomb off. Dante gets slept and met with the high noon. He knows what time it is now, and that should be a hard reset from the Gladiators. Just accept that ultimate, accept that loss, and then come back. But Kevster gets staggered by Merit as well with a clean headshot.
Yeah, when the opposing team pushes up to like this area of the map, that's really when the flanking and whatnot becomes oppressive. Because you see like Dante trying to get up on the high ground. There's staircases to the left, the right, you know, the high ground bridge here. I mean, so many different spots for the Gladiators you have to look and try and put pressure on to really make a play. As this, maybe there's one player on the point. This is kind of what you have to do, right? Drag players back by putting pressure on the point, and then kind of collapse. Biotic grenade comes through, doesn't connect on everybody. This is going to be a nano. Looks like on a Merit here, so jump straight across. It looks like one's on the Kai too, but it is Merit and someone cleaning it up.
That was an expensive fight, though. Someone did have to use the Primal, so they don't have much left in the tank while the Gladiators starting to get up into ultimates. Babel also did use their own nano boost, so they don't have that engage tool for Dante, so he's going to need to play carefully. But Kevster still has this pulse bomb. He hasn't been able to use it. They can't apply just any sort of pressure because of how much damage is coming out. The Kevster pulse bomb does go down, but onto someone and doesn't find a pick, as Florida Mayhem is just exerting their will onto the Gladiators as they just struggling to stay alive.
Yes, I think you were maybe trying to play there for the Gladiator sound barrier, and they're going to end up using it because 95% they gotta go as Dante gets the effects, gets Primal, jumps over the top. He'll get the contest going.
Yeah, he gets the contest going, but you can see him knocking them around, but he does get RuPaul. I don't know how he managed to get that kill, so now it's just in damage control. Someone is going to need to touch. It is Dante, but he's so low right now. But Kevster's alive, and when Kevster's alive, anything is possible.
But it's not looking good as that's going to be Kai with a dead eye. Doesn't connect with anything as everybody else just is falling here for the Gladiators. It's going to be Kevster on the point. He does take out someone from the death, but see, it's going to be nobody there to contest as it is the Florida Mayhem keeping the strong play going, taking map number 1.
It just felt some small things going by the wayside for the Gladiators. They were pushing them in every single team fight, but the ultimates in general just sort of weren't really getting as much value, and the sheer understanding of how to have an aggressive setup from the Florida Mayhem, they went from 0 to 100% without the Gladiators having any chance to contest the point.
I think there are lots of positives, though, you can take out of this if you're the LA Gladiators, right? Like, this has been one of the hottest teams in the Florida Mayhem throughout the entire tournament on the other side of things. And in terms of playstyle, right, you kind of played their playstyle and was toe-to-toe with them on both points, right? Both points go 99 to 99. You clean up a few things, and you can make this a really long series. But, man, the support play for me, Scott, from Florida, just unbelievable.
RuPaul, in general, last year he didn't see much play with the Florida Mayhem, but every time he came in, he was absolutely incredible, and he has shown that again for this Florida Mayhem squad. Him and Chorong in the backline is just indestructible in the way that they play, and we haven't even seen Chorong pull out that brig, which was so difficult for the Toronto Defiant to deal with.
Which is crazy because, you know, looking at the Florida Mayhem roster coming into the season, I wouldn't have said out of, you know, the different players they have that the support line would be the strength of this team, but
yeah,
they seem to have leveled up in the offseason. We're going to take a quick break. Map number 2 of our finals right after this.
बनाओ हर सुबह और बस हैप्पी सुबह।
And checkmating the rest of the Florida Mayhem, looking clean there in map number 1. It goes their way, just like a lot of things throughout this tournament here in the Pro-Am have gone their way. But Gladiators put up a great fight, Scott.
Yeah, Gladiators showing that they're not going to go down easily and really giving Florida Mayhem one of the toughest fights they've had so far in this tournament. But there's just so many great players on this Florida Mayhem squad. They've just been this sort of dark horse, underrated team that's really coming into fruition. And if you're the Gladiators, you're struggling to work out how to deal with this team because they're actually incredibly flexible. They're not only Winston one-trick teams.
Yes, we can take a look at some of the stats here from our first map, comparing the Winstons, Dante and Someone, as Someone, I think, did a great job of accessing that back line. We kind of talked about it time and time again, how the Florida Mayhem, their support team, indestructible, where on the other side, Florida is able to get to that Gladiators back line. But really a strong performance from both teams. I think you look at those eliminations and final blows, and on one side, and you're like, hey, like that obviously... not punished by being in the back line that long, you're going to keep the deaths low in those stats. But Dante able to put out pretty similar forms of damage tells me if they kind of coordinate that dive a little bit better, you might see those stats completely flip towards the other side.
I also think there's a very important difference between their playstyle of Dante is more use my body as a shield and gives Kevster and Kai space, while Someone is more the person who is executing those final blows and he gets a lot of those resources. But we are going to see some changes coming in for the Gladiators as we move into Hollywood, as I believe we saw Lastro coming into the lineup, which means that they're going to go towards this double flex support style. Lastro plays the Ana, while Babel can play the Kiriko. We've seen that in the past. They can play Ana Zenyatta. It's been a good look for the Gladiators. The thing that they're going to run into against this Florida Mayhem squad is Florida doesn't need to make subs to change up their lineup, so they have no idea what they're going into in this map.
How important is that? I mean, as a support player yourself, people may not even remember you were a flex support player at a time. Well, they remember you were a support, right? But they were just like, oh look, Custa, he's flying around playing Mercy, he's like on the walls, Lucio. But they don't remember like you were playing Zen and stuff. Like, what is it like when you have to make these types of adjustments? Like, how hard does it make it on teams when you have to make changes as a support line to keep all these flexibility options?
It can be difficult because you change synergies every time you're changing your support player. When you have this set idea, it's not that difficult, but you'd almost always prefer to be in a situation where you don't have to sub a player out to play a certain composition. And that's one thing that Chorong, as an acquisition for this Florida Mayhem squad, is super valuable. He can play the Ana if they want to play that double flex support. He has that ability to just sort of play everything. He was such a good rookie for Toronto, and now he's doing it even better on the Florida Mayhem, as we're going to see both teams walking out on the Ana Brig, though, on this first point.
Yes, Brig kind of on the table for both teams. The Cassidy here as well as no wide Brig yet, as the patch is not in. As looks like take a bit of a dive here from the Gladiators.
Oh, big
that's a
nade.
big biotic grenade. Oh man, that did not look like it was going to be great for the Gladiators. Then from Bevel changed that.
Yeah, there was an interesting fight there by the Florida Mayhem, deciding to take the fight in the small corridor against the Gladiators. You don't really see many teams fight for it that heavily, but believing they had the advantage, but then Babel just shutting that down, and that's a record-breaking first point, as we're going to see a replay of this nade from Babel.
Let's take a look at like the angle. Oh, just go straight on through. Yes, I mean that is a fight-winning play right there. So that's going to be the Gladiators taking point A basically instantly, and now they kind of work here through the streets phase, which I think is probably the hardest spot to get through.
But that fight win has a cascading effect, especially when you win that convincingly. Babel has the nano boost already, while we only see RuPaul at 60%. So there is a window here where the Gladiators can go before with an advantage over the Mayhem. They're opting to push the cart right now, though.
Like, do you just use it on like Dante so he can get high ground and try and force them off of that back high ground? Like, this is such an odd part of the map, I feel like, to try and get big value out of it.
Especially against the Brig, and that's why they're probably opting against it if you are the Gladiators, because if you try and make that jump, these Overwatch League Brig players will just hit you with that whip shot. Right now, they're just trying to control space. The cart is slowly moving forward, so you are at an advantage, but this is the risk when you do that. When you're just dilly-dallying around, them on the high ground, Merit is going to find a pick eventually. As we see, Dante does get nano, but gets slept. One player down, questionable decision to go for that one.
Yeah, like why go so late with it, right? If that's kind of the strat in the play, and you're gonna try and use this nano to gain some type of high ground control, why wait till you have a player or two dead, right? It's probably something you could have used a little bit earlier. I think just looking at ultimates, you're probably thinking, okay, you want to use it closer to when Dante's got Primal, right? And then you can kind of exist on that high ground for an extremely long time. But yeah, that is one I bet the Gladiators wish they had back.
Now it gets increasingly difficult as they're trying to dislodge this, Florida Mayhem squad from the high ground. Dante's going to have to use his Primal, doing a great job of being disruptive. Electric Cowboy, though, off the high ground.
No way! Oh my, what a play there. As American knocked every which way. Doesn't matter, uses the Deadeye, and he'll pick up a kill. That was, that is a, use of Deadeye. Don't see many Deadeyes here, in the Overwatch League that come up huge. Looks like maybe a pause here for Chorong, but man, Merrick getting knocked all over the place. And he was up on the rooftop for a little bit, sliding on down, and he gets that kill there. But it looks like Florida at least got doing a great job holding that high ground.
Yeah, that was a big call an ambulance, but not for me kind of moment by Merit. He just ends up getting nanoed and dropping from the high ground. And I kind of want to speak to this situation. Now that you're the Gladiators, you've used your nano boost, you've used your Primal. This is where Florida Mayhem are really in that element. When they have the defensive advantage, they can choose the tempo of when to go. We just saw how it works on Ilios. They just sort of choke you out and give you no opportunity to even take a balanced fight. As we do come out of this unpause, how are the Gladiators going to navigate around it? Because they also use their rally there. The only thing they have is a high noon. And unless Kai can get nanoed and end up on the roofs as well, that's going to be difficult to use.
Well, so you have a sig advantage on high ground, right, with your Cassidy, but you also have it in terms of, like, they can come up here, right? You can use this rally way more effectively. It's going to be difficult for Dante if he was used on the other side in this type of situation for them to get big value out of it. But also the biotic grenades from the high ground are so much easier to get big value from. As this will be a Primal here from someone. I mean, look at how he separates these players from each other. I mean, yeah, that is fantastic. As no, hey, this was 5 minutes plus on the clock, right? We're down at 2:30 here, and the Gladiators have been able to make no progress from this point.
And just so efficient as well. That was only their Primal used, that Winston ultimate, to win that team fight. And Gladiators didn't really even have a fighting chance. They still have that rally in case ultimates do start to come out. Gladiators are trying to opt to push the card, but as soon as they step up, this happens again. Checkmate gets a great stick against Babel, and that's going to prompt a retreat from the Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, it's the stick, right? But it's Dante taking a ton of damage and getting hit with a biotic grenade. Yeah. There's no opportunity to return there, right? Where, Babel, like, how is he landing a big biotic grenade on the Florida Mayhem? Like, he's not going to, like, he doesn't have lineups, right? He's not going to stand and spawn and start lining it up, trying to drop it on the sky. Like, it's really difficult to, like, hit this. So you have a big advantage with this high ground here. It's another biotic grenade there. It hits Dante and Kevster. I believe Kevster recall, so it kind of falls off right away. But they're running out of time.
They do get the nano off. They got to opt to, they nano the Cassidy so he doesn't die to that pulse bomb. Dante gets slept again. Oh, please stop doing this to Dante. Leave Dante alone. He goes down while slept to a high noon, and that's another team fight win for the Florida Mayhem. And they're just making it look easy and making it seem like the Gladiators have no options of how to approach this fight. They're trying to force their will onto this high ground with the Winston with either a nano boost or a primal rage, but every time they get up there, RuPaul hits him with a sleep.
So what does a path to victory from, like, this type of perspective and this type of point in the map look like for the Gladiators? Like, how are you going about trying to break this?
I think they need to start applying pressure in different directions. Right now, they're just going from the low ground up to the high ground, trying to apply this pressure. And you can see Dante, this happens every single time he goes there. He tries to jump up, he takes a ton of damage, and then he eventually falls. Chorong does pop the rally to give them that sustainability, but that's a net win if you're the Florida Mayhem. Once you have that advantage, you just go aggressive once again. We do see Lastro trying to pop the rally to keep themselves alive, but another wasted ultimate, it feels like, for the Gladiators.
Yeah, but this is what's difficult about using the rally here for the Gladiators, because you're playing from that low ground, right? And you're probably playing around the cart. The only real great uses of that rally is if you probably already lost the player and Florida's getting aggressive and taking the fight to the loaded ground, or you're forcing a fight on the cart. You're not able to force fights on the cart because you can't break this high ground setup, right? So you're never really in a great position of using that rally as someone with a primal rage, and here he comes as It's going to be Kai looking for a Widow shot. Just a grapple off the top. It looks like one person's going to get there to contest this payload here for the Gladiators, but you're going to lose Dante again, but it's going to be Kevster answering back. A kill on the Choron. Primal still going here for someone as he's going to lose, take out Kai, but I mean, look at that. Merit up on that high ground. And this is a really difficult spot. Tracer on one side, Winston on the other.
Oh,
whoa!
What? I don't understand what happened. Kevster had an invisibility cloak. He just disappeared and then comes back in with a pulse bomb. The nano onto Lastro just keeps him alive long enough to sustain. And now in overtime, spawns are so long. Gladiators hit. They still have Kai on this Widowmaker, which is going to be such a threat. But the nano boost onto someone is going to be able to contest the cart.
Yeah, he's going to come right out of the door, get that effects of the nano boost. Actually, it looks like the nano's going to go on a Merit here, so they don't actually use it onto someone. As Merit gets the benefits of this nano and
Kevster's not typing C9 anymore in chat. Yeah, there you go. Someone's got to dish it back, and that's a heartbreak.
The universal language of the Overwatch League. C9.
Gladiators had their backs against the wall. They just had no options that entire time. They finally get a glimmer of hope, and they just don't stay on the cart. And it's so difficult when you're in those types of situations because what happens is everyone's trying to close out the fight. You're trying to be useful, but when overtime has been going on for so long, the wick just drops down so quickly, Matt, and just getting off the cart. It isn't the second point.
Yeah, okay. Positive, thought there, right? I'd also love to just see that, like, from the top-down perspective. Yeah, so, Dante here is someone comes out. I wonder if that nano is actually meant for someone, and Merit is just kind of like in the way, right? As walks away, Kevster here, Kevster darts away.
Lasher just gets too far. Oh, he gets pushed. He's trying to make that leap. He's trying to get around someone, and he just sort of hits his character model and gets pushed off to the side.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hard one for the Gladiators. And the thing about this now is if you're the Gladiators, you need to bounce back, right? Because that was a hard half of Hollywood, and you can't let that affect you for the rest of this series. So I want to see a solid Gladiators hold here, because if it starts snowballing away from them, you go down 2-0, it can be hard to bring yourself back into a series like this.
And honestly, it's almost worse that it, like, if it's a sick boop or a whip shot or something that knocks you back, like, all right, like, that was a really nice play. But essentially, it's just the timing of someone jumping around the corner, trying to just put pressure on Lastro, right? That just knocks Dante off course. Regardless, so now we'll see a little bit different approach here. It's the Gladiators to play a little bit further back on defense, as remember Florida was so aggressive, and this is looking tough though, Scott. Someone and Checkmate just doing a great job forcing them inside the cafe.
Just the Gladiators not really putting up much resistance from the Florida Mayhem walking in, and they just took so much damage, and Dante ends up being that first casualty, and from there the whole tower just fumbles, and the defense is also just not very strong for the first point for the Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, if you play defense like that, you have to have so much faith in your support line in Kai that they're going to be able to put down significant amounts of damage and then even kill players there, because if they're playing that defensive, right, Dante and Kevster have to be pressuring, but they're also trying to look for, like, checkmate in someone coming out of the cafe low after not being able to get kills, and then just kind of counter diving onto them and finishing them off. But you're not getting any of those. I mean, that is looking slow. So let's see how they try and break this high ground. Gladiators had a very difficult time. Needed like a heroic play from Kevster to do so.
How does that happen?
And Merit just with a few headshots takes out Kai on the high ground. This may open it up.
Yeah, it's opened up for sure. They're going to nano Dante, hoping he can get into the backline and trade this back, but they've pretty much conceded this high ground, and with a great stick onto Lastro. Dante can't find any value with that nano boost, and the Gladiators are crumbling right now, Matt. They're really struggling. They're in desperation mode. Merit's just hitting great shots. Checkmate's getting great sticks. They don't have the punish onto someone, and Chorong and RuPaul can't die right now. Gladiators have no solutions to these problems.
And now that high ground is completely flipped, right? As you see everybody on high ground here for the Florida Mayhem, just trying to line up a Deadeye here, maybe. Even if it's a zoning Deadeye, it might be good enough to complete the map. going to be a rally that comes through
good
here
play.
from Lastro. They needed that to keep everybody up.
Yeah, fortunately, they do get hit by a biotic grenade, but the rally is running for Lastro, so it should keep them alive, and this should spell a sort of a sustain here from the Gladiators. We're going to see Choron going onto the high ground as their whole backline is actually still up here. They need to dislodge these people as Kai is able to take RuPaul, and now finally, the Gladiators should be able to slow the game down and take the defensive advantage that the Florida Mayhem used so well against them.
Yeah, so now Florida Mayhem has to break this setup yet again. So I don't think Deadeye is really impactful from this low ground, right? And I think it's definitely way more powerful here in the hands of Kai up in that high ground. How do they get better value? Remember when we were watching the Gladiators, right? They didn't really get great value out of the Nano and the Primal up in the high ground. Florida Mayhem have that. Great tools to be able to break this. Let's see how they combo it.
They need to play aggressive in the same way that Mayhem did. Of as soon as any aggression comes out, they need to match it. So we see an aggressive nade coming out from Babel, not really respecting someone. They just don't have enough pressure in the same way that the Florida Mayhem did. Someone got up there without a nano boost, had enough time to pop the Primal. Dante is responding with the Primal as his own. Those couple of kills could spell a lot, as much as he will eventually go down, the Gladiators should come back with a numbers advantage, but Florida Mayhem dictating the tempo right now. But with all of their ultimates used to win that fight, only checkmate with a pulse bomb, and you can see him lurk
just whole high ground
in the back right, yeah. This needs to be a big pulse bomb for checkmate for the Florida Mayhem.
And if you're Florida, you lost players, you get that high ground, and it's stick on the Lastro. That is huge. You do have a nano here for the Gladiators. It's just how do you use this to keep players alive? As they have to use it on Dante. He was so low and then took that magnetic grenade and wasn't going to live. So they use it just for the health. He gets slept again. He gets taken out. It's just Kai with a Deadeye. Not even sure he's going to be able to get great value out of it. In the corner, gets pushed back here. Has to use it to just get a reload, as it looks like someone is slept. So maybe you get your tank back in the mix, you get out as Kevster trying to stay on a contest. He gets knocked off for a brief period. It's going to be rally for both teams.
Yeah, they have enough sustainability with that rally, but they've used so many of their cooldowns. Someone does get traded for Dante, but with Babel going down, they're going to lose so much of their healing, and they're just slowly bleeding out to all the damage as Lastro, the raid boss at the very end, does fall, and Florida Mayhem take a 2-0 advantage in this Grand Final series.
Just absolutely dominant. We talked a little bit about how good of a run Florida has been on. 6-0 throughout the Pro-Am. Dropped one map to the San Francisco Shock, and they look like they want to run through this finals without dropping anything as well.
And you can see why they're almost undefeated in this entire Prime.
Yeah.
Just the way that they cycle their ultimates. Someone made it look so easy jumping onto this high ground against some of the best players on the world. He just played his health so smart, and that gave Merit the opportunity to get nanoed and do a high noon, just like you saw here. So lots of answers need to come for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Matt, answer me this. At this point, if you're the Gladiators, do you try and change compositions? Fight them in a different way. Don't take that Winston mirror.
I don't know if you can. I mean, what are you going to do? Try like Ramatra Rush, right? We saw them do that a little bit earlier in the tournament. You have map selection, right? So maybe you can kind of force that in your way. But, I mean, if you're not going to be able to kill the support line, right, it's going to be difficult playing any comp. I feel like Checkmate also really starting to pop off in the Tracer role. So maybe we do see them try and go towards something a little bit different. The Gladiators have a lot of options because they get to pick our map number 3, and we'll have that right after this break.
द सिटीजन्स फाउंडेशन मयारी तालीम के ज़रिए ऐसे लाखों बच्चों का मुस्तकबिल रोशन बना रहा है। इस सफ़र में TCF का साथ दें और बदलें लाखों जिंदगियां।
Welcome back to the Pro-Am Finals. You saw there that sign, that awesome trophy going to the winner of this tournament. And right now, Florida Mayhem looks like they want to find a spot for that in their facilities. They're up 2-0 and they have looked unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely in control of this series right now. And I want to shout out this player again. RuPaul has just been so dominant on this Ana, and it's really been the core component that has shut down everything that the Gladiators have tried to throw at them. Every time Dante goes aggressive, he is slept. 50% sleep dart accuracy, but it feels like 100% of the time onto Dante. Only dies 4 times in this match. Oh wait, on Hollywood, sorry, at the bottom. In Hollywood so far, he is just taking over this game. And this backline is just so impressive to me because it feels like they just have so much firepower, but also never die. And usually you only have one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of support lines that have a lot of firepower, but you know, they're zooming. They're trying to get in there, you know, do it as fast as possible. We got Funny Astro coming back in here for the Gladiators, but I think the more interesting thing, Scott, is the map selection here for the Gladiators. So the Gladiators are going to take us to Shambali Monastery. Ooh. So this is the first time we are seeing this map here in this tournament. Don't know how much teams have been like scrimming it right with map selection and whatnot, and even just kind of how the group stages work. What's your general thoughts on this map? What should people look to expect to see?
Yeah, pros are a little weird, and I can say that because I was one of, whenever a new map comes out, everyone's like, nah, I don't like that map, I don't want to try it. And it usually takes a while for teams to start scrimming, work out strategies, and get accustomed to it. So we haven't really seen pro players play at this level. So then we're just going to have to go to my good old ranked experience. For me, I think you're going to not see as much Winston in this map. It's quite difficult, and there's a lot of defensible high grounds that you can sort of hold onto. I wouldn't be surprised if the reason that the Gladiators are heading to this map is to now allow that sort of brawl style in which they can play, you know, maybe that Ramatra that we were just talking about that worked so well as an Outlaws, thinking that that might be their best shot to beat this aggressive Florida Mayhem style.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, we will see what they decide to do in terms of comp because, you know, I mean, I almost think of like point one, no, it's kind of interesting. You think back to like Monte Carlo, right? Where it's got that like large uphill turn, right? It's like the same type of thing here on this map, but I feel like this map's almost even tougher. There's just multiple different points of high ground you have to contest and push as the offensive side, which also is quite interesting. I think if you're the Gladiators, you pick this because you believe you can run a different kind of composition and make it interesting, because the high ground, taking back high ground was not the strongest suit there on Hollywood, right?
Florida Mayhem are gonna, Florida Mayhem are gonna see that, you know, we're gonna play that Winston style. This is what we're best at. No one's been able to beat us at it, so they're going to try and play it here, but the Ramatra is coming out for Dante, and they're actually going to, are they going to keep Kai on this Widow? No, he's going to switch over to the Cassidy, give them some more brawl firepower, but this is one of the high grounds that you have to take over if you are the Gladiators. They're sitting with their backline here. They're going to push the cart up a little bit, but then they're going to try and navigate around to get onto the back of this Florida Mayhem backline.
Yeah, you can almost like even contest the car from that high ground, right? It kind of gets close enough when you turn that corner, as it's going to be Nemesis form used there by Dante as they take high ground, and this will allow them to push the cart. I think this is going to be like the dance you see on this type of map, where constantly trying to force off a high ground, then go back to the cart and start wrapping it around, as they're getting very close to getting towards the first corner. Oh, they're going to go in deep.
That was really interesting by the Mayhem because they kind of conceded that high ground, but then set the trap and re-engaged when the Gladiators were in the open. They do manage to take down Kai, but then the trade does come through for Kevster onto Chorong, so the Florida Mayhem are actually going to concede that first half of the first point. But this is where the second part of the defense happens, where you can have your backline playing down this long tunnel or in this high ground window right now, and the Gladiators aren't going to be able to deal with that. It's impossible to close that distance, so it's about navigating around that you can apply pressure onto someone. But with the nano boost up for RuPaul, someone's going to be able to dictate whenever he wants to go, and now is that time.
Yeah, he jumps right on top of the supports. Finds Funny Astro is he's going to be able to just Lucio wall ride, maybe get out. He's going to jump back. It's going to be Dante on the point, using Nemesis form, trying to push it across the line. He's so slow, and that's going to be Annihilation. Annihilation plus a double kill with a pulse bomb, and that's going to be the first point taken for the Gladiators.
And this is, keep an eye on how Dante plays the Ramatra, especially against this Winston style. He did this against the Houston Outlaws, where he just becomes an anchor in the front line, as we see Kevster get this 2K pulse bomb. I think he sticks someone, and someone chooses Chorong to die with him, you know, together at the end of the day. But Dante's going to try and run down the backline of the Florida Mayhem. Apply pressure. He might not always find value, but it's going to give the rest of his team a little bit of extra space.
A few days that you can be life gripped into that via Life Weaver.
Oh, no.
It looks like it'll be checkmate. Gets that first pick here early on, but I would say the Gladiators do look better running this composition. I definitely think they're giving the Florida Mayhem a little bit more trouble, as although the kills come down from the Florida Mayhem to kick things off, it's ultimately the Gladiators with some help from Kai that come out on top. So they'll continue to move this payload, getting very close to this second checkpoint. It's like going to be right where this next fight kicks off. Like making it around this second corner here is huge.
And pulling back from my ranked experience, if you capture this second point, you're at a massive advantage in this map, because this second point is very difficult to capture, but Gladiators are making it look easy right now. They have the sound barrier to be able to deal with whatever aggression comes out here from the Mayhem, as we see Merit actually switch over to the Sombra to allow that aggression, and that's going to help Funny Astro go down, but Kai's going to return with the Deadeye.
Yeah, rare pulse bomb miss there from Kevster, as now checkmate though. That's a large source of damage. Can you actually kind of contest this accurately? That's going to be actually sound barrier used here for Chorong, and it's going to be Merit who picks up a double kill. Hack here on the Dante, going to get that extra damage to lay down, as he's getting very close to Annihilation but not able to keep him up. And I like the idea of the Gladiators here not trying to force the issue, right? You could have maybe sound barrier, tried to sound barrier into the Annihilation. I think hold on to it. You made great progress thus far. You're not in like immediate danger in terms of being held here for time. I like the idea. Now you come back with those two big key ultimates and you try and push it over.
That was a mistake they kept making in Hollywood. It felt like every fight they were trying to make winnable by just committing more ultimates. But this is actually an interesting spot. You can go all the way around the right side here. They're going to be aggression from Florida Mayhem, responded by Funny Astro with the sound barrier, and now they've got Dante into the backline. A good sleep from Babel, but he is instantly woken back up, and someone's just going to keep the pain coming. Kevster does run him down, and with the Annihilation coming out from Dante, should get them sustainability, but checkmate does hit him with the pulse bomb, but not enough damage, and Funny Astro are going to, and Kevster are going to walk in the payload to capture this second point, man.
This has been huge from the LA Gladiators. 3:30 on the clock for them to push the payload to just one final checkpoint. They have no ultimates to use at this point, but on the other side for Florida Mayhem, they really got nothing either. So a little bit of a dry fight here, maybe with a Kevster pulse bomb coming off. You win this one, you're getting close to rounding that final corner. So Gladiators putting themselves in a much better position on this map than I feel like any in terms of even usage of their ultimates to get a win.
Yeah, and you can see, if this starts working, you're going to see a lot more of this Ramatra comp in this series, because Florida Mayhem right now do not have an answer. They don't have any ultimates right now, but the Gladiators are just slowly pushing this cart. There goes the hack and the aggression as Merit picks up a 3K as a Sombra, finishing off all the targets, and Dante will go down last. And that's really how you have to deal with it if you're the Florida Mayhem. If you try and bring down the Ramatra, that's just so much space the rest of the team is going. You need to really deal with the backline, deal with everyone else before you take down that Ramatra. Whoa, okay. All right, Dante, maybe we stop cooking now. Maybe we stop experimenting, as he's going to come out on the Junker Queen of all things.
Yeah, this is an odd choice here from the Gladiators. I'm interested to see how it works, though, as the Jungle Queen got some buffs. I mean, it's not really recently now, but definitely got some adjustments to make her a little bit more self-survivable. So see if they're able to get over the line. It's a really good kind of point and like really straight and narrow path for Junker Queen to be able to make plays here, but we have not really seen it throughout this entire tournament. I'm trying to think if we saw anybody else run Junker Queen. I feel like it's if it has been used, it's maybe one or two other times.
The problem with Junker Queen is she doesn't really help the rest of your team survive, and the big issue that they're having right now is keeping Babel alive right now with that Ana. Did you say that's okay? No, hey, that was the most tank thing I've ever heard in my life, because you see Dante walking up, but they don't really want to deal with him until he overextends, and then they can just choose the tempo of the game. I'm not in love with this Junker Queen pick, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're looking for like the commanding shout, right? Like, obviously still that adds a little bit more survivability. Maybe you're looking at that with Biotic Grenade and like boops, and you can kind of live through, and you get the Junker Queen like rolling in terms of like putting up leads and getting that health regen. Maybe that's what you're trying to aim for here. So see Merit though knows he has an enemy here, letting everybody else know he's got an enemy here as well. It's going to be a half. You don't even have to use the EMP, Scott, as Florida just churning through the Gladiators now.
Yeah, you can see the Gladiators just every time they get even close to walking up, the Florida Mayhem are just waiting for them. Merit's invisible, pinging everyone, letting his team know when the time to go is, and they're just winning with one ultimate after one ultimate. We're actually going to see Babel switch over to the Kiriko, recognizing that they just can't live playing the Ana. It's just so difficult with how coordinated the dive is. Babel has died 7 times in this map so far, Matt.
Yeah, and RuPaul's hit so many fantastic bio grenades, right? You get a cleanse there in the mix, and maybe you can survive it a little bit better, as Dante will have his ultimate as well. Looks like Dante hit with a Biotic Grenade, and the EMP comes through. It's going to be Sound Barrier here as well for the Gladiators. Yeah, Deadeye here looking for something too. It's just going to be used to just keep players back. Is someone with Primal. It's Caillou gets hacked. They're not able to keep him alive.
He only hits someone with that Rampage from the Junker Queen, so the value not really there. As the overtime wick ticks down, you can see in the sound barrier from Chorong, the Gladiators are just running out of health as Babel's just trying to live, but does fall. So it's only Dante and Funny Astro left on the card, and now it's just Dante fighting for his life as a Junker Queen. We've all been here before. There is a Widowmaker switch from Kai, hoping for some headshot after headshot magic, but not able to find a map.
Still, considering we haven't seen this map that much, and I know obviously you've played it in ranked, I played it a ton as well. Like, it can be really difficult to push on this map. So it's not a map completion, but we also really kind of don't know what really is a great or bad push on this map just yet. The Gladiators getting closer to a map completion, so that's great. We'll see how Florida Mayhem attack it.
And it's important to keep in mind, as you said, this is a hard map to attack, but also Florida is at their full power when they're on defense, when they can choose that tempo of when to engage, because as you just saw, it's incredibly oppressive to deal with. So the Gladiators hopefully should be able to find some form of idea of how they want to play this on defense, because on first and second point, they did a great job, as we're going to see Dante go back to the Ramatra, which I think all Gladiator fans can sort of breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I'd love to know kind of the thought process behind the Junker Queen. Is Merit cleaning it up in the kill feed, just peppering all those players down and finishing them off as Sombra. Then as soon as they realize he's there, he leaves. So that's what frustrates players about Sombra. She can get in there, do cool stuff, kill everybody, and then when you want to kill her, she just walks away.
True. Yeah, that's what makes Sombra great. As much as she can be not that valuable in casual play, when you have a highly coordinated team, it can be just so difficult to deal with. As we're gonna see Florida go back to that Winston composition, stick to their bread and butter. Merritt goes back over to the Sombra, so they're going to try and do the same thing they just did on defense on their attack. How are they going to route around and navigate? Because we've never seen this map at this level before. It can be quite difficult to close this distance and get a good dive onto how defensible this high ground position is.
But Merit just gains them so much information on the Sombra, right?
Yeah.
Being able to just mark everybody, tag everybody, and then formulate a great strategy of how you're going to break these setups. So it's that information gathering from Merit, and then the dive is going to be clean once it begins. It looks like they've kind of pushed some players off that high ground already, and Funny Astro actually got hit with a Biotic Grenade there, so you're not able to keep him alive. But it is the Ana trade on the other side, so you do get rid of RuPaul, so pretty good start here for the Glads.
Yeah, they do get a couple of kills here for the Florida Mayhem, but they do eventually get cleaned up. But Babel going down is going to force the Gladiators to slowly go backwards, as they do control the card, but without the numbers to back it up, they will have to cede this first half of this first point. And you can see Dante getting a lot more value with this Ramatra, but the consistent factor throughout this entire series for me is Babel needs to stay alive. They have really struggled to keep him alive. Funny Astro said in his interview after their match earlier today, my job is just to keep Babel alive. He needs to do a better job, and so does the rest of the Gladiators, because right now the aggressive style of the Mayhem is just too much to deal with. And I like this look from them. Go first. Don't let Florida Mayhem choose the tempo, because that gives you the advantage.
Yeah, and it's really, as the Gladiators kind of clean up this fight, it's really not been just a Gladiator exclusive thing about keeping supports alive against the Florida Mayhem, because quite frankly, nobody has really been able to do it throughout the entire tournament, as Florida Mayhem's dives have been so clean. But already, 2 minutes left on the clock. The Gladiators putting up a pretty good defense. This is a great spot to hold. You have high ground here. Now we look at the next fight about to kick off. You have Annihilation, you have Nano. It's going to be an EMP, and they do get the Nano off. And it looks like it was the Nano on Akai here, as he's actually going to use the Deadeye. It's going to buy some space. As you see, Kevster from his POV is actually going to push up, get onto the payload. So wants to stop the payload from moving on forward. It's going to be a Translocate to get away. Checkmate with a pulse. Oh, nice job by Funny Astro.
I don't know how he managed to time that one. I don't know if that was just luck or he's just seeing the future. But Funny Astro's sound barrier keeps Babel alive just long enough to help them win that team fight. And that is such a big team fight win here for the Gladiators, because that was a lot of the big ultimates for the Mayhem. They do have the sound barrier, they do have the nano boost, but because Dante went down so early, he still has that Annihilation. This is getting scary if you're the Mayhem right now.
Oh, that sound barrier from Funny Astro was like to the frame when the pulse bomb was going to go off. And look at this. Kevster now starting to win some of these Tracer duels, right? This is what kind of scares you when you go up against a team like the LA Gladiators. Is we went from 2 minutes to now under a minute on the clock, and the Mayhem have made no more progress.
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out to Kevster, because he hit a stick on Rupal in the fight before this as well. Like, he has been carrying in the backlines. As much as we haven't seen him that much, he is popping off as he always does. We see the nano boost come into someone, but gets slept instantly by Babel as the backline for the Gladiators is coming alive, Matt.
Yeah, it's a nice leap there, and it's going to be Nano on the other side of things as the Annihilation gets popped here too, as they're trying to burn down someone. So when someone gets in, they always use that field to slow him down, keep him there, and then they just turn their attention and burn him down. That has been so effective. 13 seconds on the clock. They know Merit's around here. They want to stop the contest.
Yeah, they're trying to find Merit. He's hiding behind the chairs. Unfortunately, they could not find him, but he doesn't have that EMP anyway, so even if he does get to, he's going to be able to contest, but it's not going to be with much, as they don't have any ultimates left in the tank.
O2's triggered.
Yeah, overtime's triggered. We're going to see an even fight here, as Kai is going to get to this high noon. He decides to drop down to find some value, as Kevster finds an opening pick again.
Kai's got this Deadeye, could just kind of force everybody off of the payload. It's going to be a mag grenade going to the sky there to take out someone. Another headshot there, as the Gladiators have found something that works. They will take Shambali in their first map in the series. And man, you play that Ramatra comp, you can actually really make some moves here for the Gladiators in this series potentially.
A path forward to success has been found for the Gladiators. You can tell Florida Mayhem, they're going to be scratching their heads, working out how to deal with that Ramatra composition. This is the first to 4 in this series. It's going to be a long series, and the loser gets to pick the map. Where are the Florida Mayhem going to send us next?
Well, I think that's the thing that's going to be tough for the Gladiators as we take a look at some of the highlights here. Do you believe, and I'm curious here, is this a comp that is, it's kind of like a Ramatra Rush? Is this map dependent? Can you repeat this regardless of the map choice? Because then it makes it really hard for Florida Mayhem if you believe, that it can work on every map.
If you asked me this morning, I would say, no, you can't play Ramatra on Esperanza or Push. It's just not very good. But we literally just saw them do that against the Houston Outlaws. Oh my God, that beat. Against
so good.
Fearless, against one of the best dive teams that we have in this league. The Gladiators could potentially do it. And if you're the Florida Mayhem, then you don't want to send them to that map. Where do you send them? Colosseo, New Queen Street, we haven't seen much of. Honestly, no good options for the Florida Mayhem with this map pick.
Yeah, I mean, still, Florida Mayhem, it's only their second map loss of the tournament, but not even just that it's in the finals, seeing them kind of use their bread and butter dives up against this Ramatra rush and end up losing, it could be kind of what ignites the Gladiators to move on in this series. I'm so curious about what the Florida Mayhem pick on the next map coming up right after this.
कभी सोचा था पैक कचौरी भी इतनी मजेदार हो सकती है?
तो क्यों ना इस रमजान मजे को करें दोबारा बचत के साथ। आज ही सबरोसो रमजान ऑफर से पाएं 70 रुपए ऑफ कचौरी, पकौड़ा, सीख कबाब, नगेट्स और पराठे के पैक्स पर।
Sabroso. When it's love, it's packed.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
That is it. throws on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts it down.
Everybody, welcome back to the Pro-Am Finals. Mr. X, Costa here. And some would say maybe that that mag grenade still has not landed, just traveling up.
Living rent free in Matt's head.
Towards this guy. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, it's not a mag grenade; it's a homing missile. But you know, I know you were super impressed what you saw from Kevster.
Yeah, Kevster has been, you know, maybe just Kevster Overwatch. That's just that easy. We can see him doing almost 2,000 more damage than Checkmate. As much as Checkmate got more eliminations, final blows, that's to be expected when you see the Florida Mayhem playing so aggressive and having such a dominant defensive half. But Kevster is finding those first picks. He's doing so much damage. He's getting so much work. There were such important sticks. This was one of them, right, to close out this first point. But on their defense as well, time and time again, finding value just in their backline. And that's what the Ramatra from Dante enables, is he just makes himself a threat that leaves Kevster open to be in the backline and make his presence felt.
And what I love about Kevster, it's like the same demeanor at every time of the game state, right? Like it's the final, like it always seems like he is always so calm and just poised and never gets too high, never gets too low, which in big matches, emotional matches like this is extremely important. I just wonder now, how do the Florida Mayhem react and bounce back? Because although they've been on a tear, right, there is something to be like they haven't really dealt with much adversity, right? And, you know, losing a map really early in the group stage and then just running through everybody, right, and then losing one here in the finals, I'm curious how they bounce back.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting look, because do they put respect onto the Ramatra composition? Do they see Dante playing and then be like, oh, well, we're not going to be able to deal with this? Or do they go, it was just a map, we made some mistakes, we know how to adjust around it? Goomba, I will always say this, is an incredible coach. He is someone who would come to his team and be like, here's the mistakes we've made, and I can also see them sticking to their guns. But the Florida Mayhem also, they don't need to. They're one of the few teams that exist in the Overwatch League with 5 players on their team can play pretty much any composition. Earlier today, we saw them play the Winston comp, then we saw them play a Sigma comp, then we saw them play, you know, a Brawl comp, and they played D.Va as well. They've literally played everything under the sun, so you need to be careful if you're the Gladiators going into this next map.
And their roster is almost like what the future of like Overwatch, you know, might be in terms of competitive. Is that like they don't have to make substitutions and crazy changes to play all of that stuff, right? Everybody across the board can kind of just be so flexible and versatile and just move into that, right? Where I know you think like a few years ago of rosters past, right? You know, you might not see a player for like a whole stage or two, right? It's just somebody who's like a specialist, and now you have players who can play everything and still stay at you know, the top of their game. Where Florida, you have a lot of just these young, hyper flexible players across the board, and it has really paid off thus far.
Yeah, you know, we used to have 12-man rosters. I think Who I Use collected 2 rings at this point, just sort of hanging out on the bench as a Genji specialist. The days of having those types of players are done. People want just hyper-flexible players that keep the synergy going so that you don't need to make these substitutions to sort of indicate what composition you're going to play.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every roster spot now has to be a meaningful piece of the roster, right? Can't just have kind of specialists like laying around. I'm curious, so if you were Florida, what map would you be selecting next year as we go in a push?
Here's the thing, you know, I talked about it and I thought about it during the break, and I think you have to feel confident in your own game plan. And I think Florida has looked very good on Esperanza in the past. It still should be a Winston composition. As much as you just saw the Gladiators have success playing Ramatra on this map, stick to your guns, stick to what you're good at, and go to Esperanza, because Colosseo and New Queen Streets, the way that those maps play can be very coin flippy. That can be determined by 1 or 2 bad fights. And if you're the Florida Mayhem, you have confidence that you can beat the Gladiators in a neutral fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good call. I would have said, I would have kind of agreed with you with maybe like New Queen Street, right? If you were trying to like break off of that. Like Colosseo, like I mean, I am not an Overwatch League coach.
Say it.
I would avoid that map at all costs. The amount of stall and clock and wasting that goes on there, it's so dangerous, especially when, you know, 1 or 2 team fights decides a lot of these maps. Like it's so feast or famine, it seems. where I feel like, yeah, Esperanza, New Queen Street, I feel like that's where you try and take this.
And we have heard that we are going to be going over to Esperanza. So the Florida Mayhem sort of agreeing with my prediction of just go with what you're confident. You can't get shaken off of one map, especially a map as chaotic as Shambali Monastery, right? Like, we don't know what's going to happen on that map. I'm sure it's very rarely scripted. We saw Junker Queen. That's how little we practiced it.
We just watched it. We may not know that that's we're going to see all the time. I mean, that's how little we've seen it. Yeah, where like Esperanza, you really have a good idea of kind of what's going to come out. Where, how important do you think like first fight early moments are for Florida Mayhem here after just rolling through people and then losing that last map?
It's kind of hard to talk about. Yeah, it's kind of hard to talk about a team and their momentum and how they bounce back from adversity when we've never seen this roster have to deal with adversity so far in this season of the Overwatch League. So this will really be a telling sign for how this team is going to do, not just in this series, but for the rest of the season, because it's easy to have confidence and communicate when you're winning. As soon as things start breaking down, that's where you see failures in teams, and we haven't really seen that from Florida Mayhem. But as we expected, Matt, we're going out, Dante on that Ramatra, someone's sticking with that Winston.
Yeah, and it'll be the Cassidy for both teams, so no changes in that in terms of DPS. It's really just the tanks.
Yeah, and I want to see Checkmate really step up in this map. You know, we looked at the stat card; he was doing well, but he needs to find a way to match Kevster, because that really seems to be the difference maker. Kevster Overwatch is just a player who can take over the map in the same caliber of Proper as some of these other legends of past.
I'll say as well too, Ramatra's damage outside of Nemesis form, right? It's not going to be super lethal. You're not going to just like mow people down at range, but it's just chip damage over time, right? Where, you know, Dante's able to finish players off at long range. You can just pepper them down before they come in. And that obviously makes a little bit of a difference as well, as the Gladiators got the bot for just a really brief moment in time, and the Mayhem wiped the floor with them, and now they get it going.
And that's the problem with this Ramatra composition, is that you don't get to choose when you go. Florida Mayhem wrap their way around the backline, and Babel goes down first again. And, you know, Babel needs to be careful about that. He probably has the most deaths on the server so far in this series, and that's fine. He's expected to die, but they need to put up more of a fight and just live that little bit longer to allow Dante, Kevster, and Kai to get some value.
The bot will get contested here. Dante just moves underneath. Florida, it doesn't look like they're really too fussed on pushing the pace right away. Oh, and that's actually a biotic grenade. Yeah, that's from RuPaul. Cross map that actually connects on both supports. And once that happens, it is go time for someone in the crew. Dante doing a little bit of a cheeky bot push here.
Hey, 6 meters and 6.5 meters. Hey, that's nothing to scoff at, and that gives a little bit of time for his team to come back. But as you can see right now, Funny Astro, the player to go down this time, of the backline is just under siege right now, under so much pressure, and it can be difficult, especially in this setup, to deal with the high ground, especially now that RuPaul has this nano boost. Whichever door this Gladiators team tries to go through, they are going to get met by the someone Winston with a nano boost and a primal.
Yeah, and you were right, Scott. You know, Babel with 33 deaths in the series.
Wow.
Even more than Dante. Does lead the server, which, you know, it has been pretty tough keeping him alive. And I think that, you know, Babel's actually been incredible throughout the entire event.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it says more about how clean the Florida Mayhem died.
Yeah, this isn't a new revelation that the Florida Mayhem are good at diving. That's the thing that they've been so good at so far. As we are going to see a bit of a brawl. Checkmate hits that stick onto Kai and then takes down Babel as well. Another sleep goes onto Dante's Ramatra, so he's not able to find value with that nano boost, but they are trying to keep this fight going. Sound barrier from Chorong to keep the sustainability for RuPaul, but the annihilation from Dante. He wants to win this fight, but he does go down.
Yeah, and I think you need to invest into that fight, because you know how important these first checkpoints are, as it's going to be first checkpoint here taken for Florida Mayhem. So that's going to move that spawn up, and that's going to be Dante making that switch back onto the Winston. So we know, you know, via stats, like how strong it is to get first checkpoint first. And look at this. I think this is quite interesting. Florida, they back up, obviously waiting for the supports to get back in it, but this allows them to get some high ground and really, it'll be tactical about this next dive opportunity.
Yeah, you can see Merit. He's just standing up here for free, just shooting down on anyone who, you know, peeks their head out. The Gladiators are going to need to get it engaged. They're going to use the sound barrier to try and close that distance. Great high noon from Merit. He has the damage reduction, but with that biotic grenade and the damage coming out from Kevster, he will fall. So an important team fight win for the Gladiators as they've decided to match this Winston, and they need to start to get this bot moving forward and get some meters on the board.
Yeah, almost about halfway through this game here on Esperanza as the bot will actually make its way across half. So this will actually kind of take that checkpoint away here. Look at this. It's going to be, I mean, it's only going to get 3 meters here before Florida just gets right back on it. So you almost actually get like nothing out of that, where
it's the forward spawn, right?
Yeah, you're starting to like do kind of like the fight math in your head. It's like almost like 2-3 fights the Gladiators going to need to go in their way for them to take the lead. Is Dante, he gets slept. I mean, I feel how many times have we said that throughout the series? I mean, RuPaul's
too much,
unbelievable. Yeah.
The reality is the answer is too much. It doesn't matter what the number is. Dante is just struggling to go anywhere without getting slept. Every time he goes aggressive, he's getting punished for it. And on the other hand, someone, every time he's going in, he's finding value. Or as I say that, Babel says, hey, I can also sleep the Winston, and he gets a good sleep. But someone's going to keep going forward. But the nano onto Kai is just going to be so much damage. Great reactionary play from the Gladiators and great play from Babel as well. And that could be the first capture point here for the Gladiators now, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. As the bot was moving a little bit here, so back towards the middle, the Glads will get control of it. And I think the nano actually onto Kai threw someone off there a little bit, because he thought he could jump in, had the remnants of the nano, and was going to be able to live through some of that damage inside of his bubble and get a primal of his own and keep it going. But with that extra big burst of damage coming out from the Cassidy with the nano boost, not able to live, as looks like Florida want to try and maybe take a fight here before the checkpoint. They don't play for the checkpoint though, they go for the high ground.
Yeah, they go for the high ground. Another important sleep onto someone on that Winston while he is primal raging, but the damage is done. The space is created. Unless Kevster decides to make some magic, this should be a team fight going for the Florida Mayhem. Dante's going to commit into this fight with the primal rage. Wants to keep going. Yeah, RuPaul goes down as well. They've lost that healing. Great recognition from Kevster and Dante to realize they can keep this fight going. And because that checkpoint was taken as well, Matt, at the start of that fight, that's forward spawns for the Gladiators, so they've already reinforced their team.
I like that decision, because not only do you kind of get this next fight rather quickly, even if they were to lose that, right, and the bot keeps going further and further into Mayhem territory, that is just further that the Florida Mayhem need to push the bot going in completely opposite direction. So sound barrier comes down here for Funny Astro. That'll keep everybody all topped up, as the bot will now start to push the barrier further into Florida Mayhem territory. As one of the interesting parts for me as well is this is what the Gladiators playing dive. Like, they're playing them straight up.
Yeah, we saw this in the first 2 maps, and when I first saw Dante go over the Winston, it felt like I literally groaned. I was like, ugh, this feels bad. But Dante having confidence in himself and the team recognizing it's just not going to work on this map, and they're making it work. And honestly, Babel is the player that you need to look at. He's been hitting the sleeps, staying alive. Someone has had no answers so far. They have the sound barrier themselves. They're going to commit that one, which is going to get Dante taken down. High noon, nano hasn't been able to find any value. That's a lot of damage onto the Winston as they've traded back into a 4v4 fight. Oh, good sleep.
That was a really nice sleep here on the Merit. And the mag grenade, it's going to be mag grenade for mag grenade. Man, I feel like the distance looks triple here in this series. No, the kills exchange. I actually thought that Nano was going to go on to Dante. Dante's playing a little bit more forward. He was actually really low there, and it looked like that they were trying to get the Nano on a Dante, and it looked like Kai and maybe just rolled right in front as that time went on. So you don't actually have that Nano for the Winston. It ends up going on the Cassidy. But regardless, the damage is done. Now with only 2 minutes on the clock, look at the lead here for the Gladiators.
Yeah, we're back at the starting territory with the bot being right in the middle as both teams are going to trade a dive. Dante going in, but doesn't have the nano for himself or a primal rage. The nano goes over to Merit, but he hasn't been able to find too much value as we see traded Annas, so healing is low now. So with every damage that is done is going to be even more important as the Gladiators are getting the better of this fight, but someone still thinks it's winnable, Matt.
I mean, yeah, I feel like do you have to start kind of throwing into this here if you're Florida? I mean, you need about almost 40 meters, in terms of progress. You need to win every single fight, and take a look at this replay here real quick from Kai's POV. Kind of wraps around this outside here.
Oh, wow. And that's the Kai that we know and love. And this is the Kai that the Gladiator... Oh, wow. That was great shooting. That is the Kai that the Gladiators need.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said earlier in the series, right? Like, if you allow these DPS players like Kevster, Kai, Yaki to heat up, I mean, they can dominate any lineup in the league, right? I mean, they have just that much natural talent among those players.
And you can see the Gladiators, they're kind of happy to just sort of wait this one out. They know that they have the advantage with only 1 minute left, forcing the Mayhem into them. They have the sound barrier, but Kevster hits the pulse bomb onto the high nooning Merit.
The bot's walking away.
Yeah, they're going to walk away. They're at a massive advantage. the bot's moving.
Yeah, the bot's walking away.
This is falling apart for the Florida Mayhem on Esperanza.
Yes, I mean, and it's I think you have to commend the Gladiators from they come out on that Ramatra comp. Florida kind of rolls over them right away, and they say, you know what, we are not going to be able to win this kind of just doing the same, comp and run the same way we played in the last map. We gotta try and mirror this. Dante playing at the spawn to a Primal Rage, knocking Chorong off to the side as Chorong doesn't want to invest in Sound Barrier. There's nobody else around to get it, so he's going to fall as you get really close to completing the map here for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Gladiators are giving Florida a taste of their own medicine with just hyper aggression, just not allowing them to have any space, any breathing room to get the engagement. The nano boost does come onto someone, but there's a high noon going. He cannot engage into this with the amount of damage that would come out from that, as Kai is just staying alive, putting out the damage. Dante does eventually go down, but we're in overtime now, Matt, and they have to make up to 135 meters. They got to go across the map and win about 4 or 5 team fights to get this map win.
I mean, if you're Florida and you run this back, I feel like it's one of those basketball highlight videos where everybody runs on the court and screams it's over. Just end the series there. It's Florida. I mean, we just have insane momentum.
I will say, Gladiators committed a lot to get it that far.
But you're gonna have,
Florida Mayhem has ultimates.
But you're gonna have like 4 or 5 fights here, Scott. I imagine you have like 3 or 4 fights. So that's gonna be Dante going in. Sound barrier exchanged. You're still fine, right? Back up. You traded 1 life for sound barrier. Still in a fantastic spot. No panic yet here.
They can't get staggered here. If they lose another team fight here for what feels like free, I think someone thought about that Primal.
He did.
He was so close to pressing that Q button of trying to follow up that biotic grenade. They nano Kai to apply some pressure. It should force the Primal Rage out of someone, but if you're the Gladiators right now, you're just trying to do damage control. Take down someone as much as you can. They don't have the nano boost. He's so low, and Dante finds him.
I was going to say, you absolutely needed to finish him off there. You could not have let someone get back to the rest of the team. It's the kills coming in here for the Gladiators that they need. Sound barrier as well. It's another sleep from Rupal on to Dante, but you're just losing everybody else here for the Florida Mayhem as Chorong picks up 1. Kevster, though, cleaning it up. It looks like it's just checkmate there as the Gladiators will tie us up as they win Esperanza.
Yeah, and that was not playing a Ramatra style that the Florida Mayhem don't know how to deal with. They tried, it didn't work, and said, you know what? Let's go back to the tried and true. Let's play this Winston mirror, and that's just confidence more than anything. Knowing that you can go toe-to-toe with the Florida Mayhem playing that style.
Florida's got to be shaking a little bit. Yeah. You're rolling, everything's good. It's getting a little late here on the East Coast, but still. They have been so good throughout this tournament, and you lose that one where they're running the Ramatra and you're not, and you're like, all right, you chalk it up to comp, but this one's got to be tough to bounce back from, because not only you won the first fight against that Ramatra comp, you probably thought it was going to be easy, and they come out, match that dive, and the Gladiators just turn up.
Yeah, and Kai's been doing such a great job on that Cassidy, just pumping out the damage alongside just the hidden MVP of Kevster on that Trace, who just seems to be finding these picks. The Florida Mayhem needing to come up with answers because we're at 2-2. First of 4 wins this go-around finals.
Yeah, I mean, we got another control coming next. It'll be a Florida Mayhem map pick. Can they stop the bleeding? It looks like the Gladiators making the comeback. We'll see in just a little bit. It looked like the Florida Mayhem had the Gladiators on the ropes going up early in the series, but the Gladiators, Scott, have bounced back in a big way, taking the last two. So I feel like we have a long series here on our hands.
This bracket, this final two-day bracket has been wild. There has just been some of the best Overwatch back and forth. Not the best gameplay, but it's just been wild overall. Just teams really battling head-to-head and no one really going down without a fight in some way, as we're moving on to Nepal, which is a very different map to a lot of other controls. We're going over to Shrine, which is more of a dive-orientated map, but you could absolutely see the Gladiators trying that Ramatra unless they're just got a head full of steam on this Winston.
And I also think just the threat of the compositional changes, right, for the Gladiators is enough to keep the Florida Mayhem guessing, right? You're not able to talk that they're just going to come out and run the same type of thing, right? They may throw different looks at you here as we move into Nepal, but at least early on, it looks like we'll see the Gladiators use that Winston-based composition. Honestly, you just won Esperanza in a pretty commanding fashion doing it, so no reason to swap it up.
Yeah, and you know, Push and King of the Hill Control, they're very similar maps that because you're at an even settings, the strength of the Florida Mayhem with the defensive setups doesn't get as much value. But as we go over to Nepal, as you said, Matt, mirror compositions as we're going into the first fight. The Florida Mayhem opting to take the control of the point, taking that statue, while the Gladiators having their backline in a more defensible setup, I would say, with the stairs, but Florida are going to go first.
I mean, someone in checkmate, dive on in, but another biotic grenade there. You see the Ana assist in the feed there. Man, you know, what do you do? Like when they set up that type of dive and they get that Ana grenade in there and you have checkmate coming on through with someone, it feels like there's players that just drop instantly there for the Gladiators.
Players just, it's kind of hard to say, but Kai just needs to be careful. He can't be in a place that he can be so isolatable. We saw Babel having that issue. He's improved as the series has gone on and made a lot more value from the backline. It's going to be difficult, but these bio-nades from RuPaul and from Babel, you just need to avoid them because they're so teamfight defining, as the Gladiators sort of feign some pressure but take too much damage as Dante tries to jump back but does go down. As pretty easy teamfight win from the Florida Mayhem again.
Yeah, look at this position from RuPaul just playing so aggressive with the rest of the team as another fight goes in favor of the Florida Mayhem rather quickly. Just kind of taking a stake of where we at in terms of ultimates. Scott, Florida Mayhem's about to just rack them up 4, maybe 5, as the Gladiators are not even close. This could get ugly pretty quick.
And you got to be careful about this snowballing out of you, and you need to recognize this if you're the Gladiators. You know they're going to have that nano boost. You know they're going to have that pulse bomb, the high noon. So you got to be careful. Another enormous biotic grenade onto the backline of the Gladiators. No punish there for the Mayhem, but they do have the ultimates online now, as expect them to pull the trigger on this one, on the nano boost especially.
Yeah, the nano goes into someone. He actually gets slept there, but they wake him up, as I think just some AoE damage there does that. As, man, that is another fight for Florida Mayhem. It is a clean one, as feels like every time we saw from RuPaul's perspective there, they didn't capitalize upon a double biotic grenade onto the supports. Gladiators are lucky that fight didn't start and end even earlier, as Florida looking to put this one away. Probably one more fight is all they need to take this first round.
Yeah, and they have the ultimates up for themselves now, so Dante's going to be able to have that offensive power, as they're just going to opt to run past Dante. They drop the sound barrier, run past the Nano and the Winston, apply some pressure and just take down the backline. Such smart heads-up play by the Florida Mayhem, recognizing that they don't have an advantage to be able to have the sustainability, so just ignore everything the Gladiators are going to throw at you. The sound barrier does come out from Funny Astro to get a final touch, but Dante's dwindling down, and it's just desperation at this point.
The clock dwindles down, and that is a statement there from the Florida Mayhem.
A singular final blow coming out from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
It could have been worse. Could have been worse.
By one, yeah. I'll give you that one.
Still, could be worse.
That is true. But as I said, coming into this map, Nepal plays very differently on all 3 of the rounds. This is a lot more of a brawl-sided one as we go over to villages. We get to see checkmate lurking around on this tracer. This was the initial dive that won them that first team fight, and just got a lot more in position than we see the Gladiators are.
I will say it has been, last season and this season to see checkmate get to play DPS and not Reinhardt.
I like this Reinhardt. It was one of the Reinhardts that we've had in the Overwatch League, and it was funny to watch. But fortunately, they have someone to play the Reinhardt as we go over to this village map. And Dante on the Ramatra.
Yeah, but to answer that Ramatra, look at this. They have a Mei in the mix here for the Florida Mayhem, the Mei walls, and then the Bastion. So Bastion able to pump out tons of damage in his Wheels mode. That's officially called Sentry mode, but with us, it's called Wheels mode.
It's called Wheels mode, yeah.
And it makes it really difficult. I mean, look at Kempster again, the big body shots here, trying to put so much pressure on the Dante, and they're doing a great job keeping Dante alive. They're not actually able to put down as much pressure as you would think.
That was the fastest window I've ever seen. RuPaul gets the window down, just permanently healing Merit. Kev's trying his best to take him down. They do trade 1-for-1, but with Dante going down, they just don't have that frontline presence. As we're going to see someone try to go aggressive, but it should be a first point cap. But the power of the DPS line of the Gladiators trying to get pressure on, but it will not be enough with Kai and Kevster going down to checkmate on the Mei. Get a couple of nice icicles.
It'll end up being a point take here for the Florida Mayhem early. Some changes, right, as Merit now goes over to the Cassidy. But yeah, I mean, the immortality feels there from RuPaul, the healing, able to get that Ant Matrix so fast. Now Gladiators, how do you approach this? Sound barrier available. You actually have Kai playing the Hanzo. I wonder if the Hanzo was like an answer to the Bastion. I mean, Hanzo's also pretty good at like circumventing the Mei walls as opposed to like Cassidy.
We've seen a lot of Hanzo in the Brawl matchup so far throughout this tournament, but we're going to see a nano onto Dante. There's going to be the Annihilation, I would expect. He makes it outside of the Blizzard. No, he gets pinned back into the Blizzard, but he lives long enough to pop that Annihilation. Sound barrier from Funny Astro. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. The Shatter goes a little wide, and someone's getting low, but the flip does come through for the Gladiators. After all their ultimates, they do get an advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be an Ant Matrix here from RuPaul, though, and it's going to be everybody able to stay alive here for the Florida Mayhem. I mean, they lose Chorong, but RuPaul able to keep everybody up in that side room, and just 11% goes over to the Gladiators as the Florida Mayhem bounce back, as that Shatter actually ended up connecting with both supports. They ended up taking out, and I think the Gladiators did a really nice job of like layering those support ults getting in, as Dante now goes over to the Doomfist. So looks like the Gladiators, at least for me, Scott, are just searching for answers right now.
Yeah, they haven't been able to deal with anything. And I think Kevster on this Tracer, as much as his Tracer is great, it just doesn't synergize with the rest of the Brawl that they're playing with. They just don't have enough damage to bring down players. The Doomfist is going to allow them to spread out the team fight. As you can see, Dante trying to isolate Checkmate. The Dragon from Kai does take down Merit in the middle of this fight, and Checkmate does go down, so no DPS for the Florida Mayhem is going to lead to a flip, so the Doomfist paying dividends pretty quickly.
And what would you have loved to see like Kevster like go to here, right?
Like
You're already running like a
Mei at the start.
Yeah.
I like the Tracer with the Doomfist, but at the start, if you're gonna play this Brawl on Brawl, the Mei wall is so good at isolating not just the player, but stopping the healing coming through. RuPaul is just pumping out healing into someone, and they just can't bring him down. But with the Doomfist, look at Dante to be able to try and get this empowered punch up and hit everyone and try and take down a 200 HP target.
Yeah, I think though that this switch the switch to the Ana is definitely going to make them a little bit more cautious, right? Because Dante can't go in, get hit with those big bios or sleeves. Yeah, that's a nice one from Babel. Is there'll be someone who gets one Florida Mayhem, but all these kills going in favor of LAGs. LAG should be able to get a hold. Someone's just begging for anybody to take him out there. He will make his way back to the spawn via death as the Gladiators now control high ground.
Doomfist is actually a pick we saw, I think, Junbin from the San Francisco Shock. We saw Fearless play a little bit of it as well.
A little bit of it.
Yeah, against this Brawl, because of the AoE punch and the amount of like damage that you can do and just how hard you are to isolate as a Doomfist, we've seen a lot of players trying it. Dante making it look good right now. I wasn't sold on it, but he just is a nuisance that the Florida Mayhem don't have a way to deal with. The counter punch comes through into the high noon, but wasn't able to get it. The sound barrier to keep everybody alive, but Dante is also alive. Look, they just can't kill him.
Damage. I mean, yeah, they hit it with a bio, a sleep. I mean, everything there. It's gonna come with a seismic slam around the outside. And Dante, when we saw Doomfist obviously make his debut as a tank, Dante was one of the best as he is put into great use here. I mean, look at this, up on the high ground like a raid boss throughout this point. It's Florida, they went down to go get a touch, but does not work out as the Gladiators, they find another different composition they can make work.
Yeah, and Dante, like, if Doomfist didn't go to a tank, we might not even see Dante on tank in the role. He mainly switched to play that Doomfist, as you said, Matt. But he's just such a talented player. You see the way that he cycled all those abilities is just perfect. But now we go to the third round. Sanctum on Nepal. Once again, very different map. Someone's going to go over to that Sigma, a very common pick, and Florida Mayhem look very adept at it, while the Gladiators, the last time they played that Sigma composition was against the Houston Outlaws, and it was not pretty.
But
it was not pretty on the Havana.
I think, like, okay, so Florida Mayhem obviously switching comps is like looking for answers, but I also think that it's great to see if you're the Gladiators, because they're so good at the dive that having them play anything other than dive, even if they're pretty good at it, you probably still feel like it's a little bit of an easier path to victory.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that they're playing like a Tracer behind this. Usually when you play this Sigma, you just play this high damage composition that can stand and anchor behind this Sigma, while they're playing a little bit of dive with Checkmate, and also expect RuPaul to be in the backlines as well, throwing those kunais as the dive comes out from the Gladiators onto the back left side, applying a lot of pressure. He does take a rock from across the map, but once again, Dante just taking all the CC, but unable to go down.
And he gets in there like he was shot out of a cannon. I mean, finally, it takes like 25 seconds to get him out of there. But you know, RuPaul with a fantastic movement here on the Karika, gets back to the rest of the team. Is the Gladiators actually do take the first take point first here though, Scott, which is quite interesting. I mean, Dante just so disruptive, goes in, makes a play, and I do not know how they just lost Funny Astra.
And this is that dive that I was talking about with Checkmate and RuPaul. Checkmate can play hyper-aggressive because of the healing coming out from the Kiriko, and RuPaul also has a lot of damage threat, and they just bust open the right side with that Funny Ashtray kill, and that enables them to take down the rest of the Gladiators, and they flip it 22% to 4%.
Do you think the Gladiators need to change their comp up at all here?
It looks like the Gladiators are looking at themselves and trying to work out if they want to switch it up as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Barbel switching off of this Ana at some point, but deciding to opt into it right now. But it's going to be difficult as Merit is on that Cassidy as well, just sort of pumping out damage, a lot more consistent than the Hanzo we started on.
Yeah, and I wonder where you would even kind of consider going to, as that's going to be the Checkmate Pulse Bomb. Doesn't get anything there, so good for the Gladiators as you're getting very close to now. RuPaul is low, TP through the wall, but here's Dante with a follow-up. He gets you with a Biotic Grenade, though. Maybe it was just bait. They take out the tank for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Dante just doesn't have that follow-up and support, or just the healing that he was getting from Battle on the last round, so he's just slowly burning down to the
Fun way to counter the magnetic grenade.
Yeah, that works. Take this.
Yeah, magnetic grenade from downtown. You know, it gets shot right back at you there. As the Mayhem, they stay in control of the point. And it was super interesting, right? Because RuPaul gets low, he TPs out, Dante's like, I chase up. Chorong has that Biotic Grenade just waiting for him there as soon as he gets in. So nothing you could really do about that. Is looking at maybe like two really good fights here, I think, for the Gladiators to turn this point back in their favor.
Yeah, and you can see the Florida Mayhem are more than happy to wait for the Gladiators to come in, because they've been able to punish Dante very easily so far. He does have that ultimate now, or not yet though. Gets caught at 97%, and with 80% of ticking, this is last fight territory for the Florida Mayhem if they win this one, and they have a wealth of ultimates.
I was going to say, the worst part for the Gladiators is like not really that you're in this last fight territory at this point of the game. You know, in terms of time, it's quite natural, obviously, but it's just the fact that you're losing fights and not forcing Florida to use any ultimates in the process of that, right? They're going to actually have everything to use here, as we're going to get to 99, so it'll get contested here. Gravitic Flux from someone. It's going to be the Meteor Strike here, and the Kariko ultimate comes down at the same time as trying for... Oh, they actually get a sleep on Dante, and he just gets pulled up down to the ground as they're going to come out to the other side, finish him off. That's going to be 2 more kills going in favor of the Florida Mayhem. Kai there with Babel, and he's not able to touch, and that'll be the Florida Mayhem bouncing back with another map win.
Yeah, the Doomfist just not finding anywhere near as much value against that Sigma-style composition. Maybe a little bit of hubris from Dante playing that Doomfist going into the 3rd round. Could have been better to play that Winston, something that has a little bit, I guess, more dive potential if they're going to play that Sigma. But map 5 goes to the Florida Mayhem, and now goes back to the Gladiators. Match point for the Florida Mayhem, but they do have the map choice.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is game point for Florida Mayhem, but that map choice may end up being huge here as we take a look at some of the highlights. As you know, this first point, it was just dominance there from the Mayhem. It was really the second point where the Gladiators started to make waves and bounce back.
Well, they were lucky to make it back even in that second round. The Doomfist finding a lot of value. They honestly were looking quite poor on that Ramatra composition and the head-to-head against the Reinhardt, because, as I said, with Kevster on that Tracer, just no fall. Oh my, that was a great prediction shot there from Checkmate on the May. Another just incredible player who has shown a wealth of flexibility that we don't really see from a ton of DPS players in the Overwatch League. Checkmate making his presence known, and that's another great map here from the Florida Mayhem. You have to be confident going into the next one because you've just shown you can play any composition.
Yeah, I know it's almost at this point, if you're the Florida Mayhem, you feel like the Gladiators' best look may actually be that Winston-based composition, but and you feel pretty good about going up against it, right? I mean, now that we've seen, you know, they've kind of lost with the Ramatra, you know, the Doomfist look was effective for a bit, but also, you know, didn't end up resulting to a win. So it'll be the LA Gladiators map choice with their lives on the line here coming up right after this quick break.
Cannot come through, but now Funny Astro. That is the delay tactics widely deal in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What is dirty?
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. That is it.
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep them alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Everybody, welcome back to the Western Pro-Am Final, and this might be our final map if the Florida Mayhem are able to take it. So we go into it. It looks like we do have some subs, look like Lastro back in for the Gladiators, but Scott, we have Havana as the Gladiators map choice.
It's a bold strategy because the series that they played just earlier today against the Houston Outlaws, that was probably the map that was the least close. Obviously, Gladiators have the players to play this type of map. I would expect to see double flex support, get some Widows coming from Kai and Merit, but also the Sigma matchup, Dante versus someone. Dante's Sigma is something that has a lot of question marks. You would assume he's quite good at it as he's a mechanically capable player, but someone has just been so strong on this hero. We actually just saw it on that Nepal right there. So this matchup could be quite interesting as Kevster hovering that Echo right now, a pick that some people have been trying to make work, especially speedily on the Toronto Defiant, but it hasn't had that much success.
Yeah, it'll be Florida Mayhem on defense here first. So Merit will come out on the Widowmaker. So Widow with the Tracer, it feels like Checkmate's played really no outside of some May, really just only Tracer throughout the series. And then they're going to go with the Brig with the Baptiste backline. I think that's why you see some changes here for the Gladiators in terms of support. Not really a Lucio map as we get into it, as it'll be a Widow on Widow matchup.
Yeah, this is the definition of a Widow map with how long these sightlines are, and it's really the defining factor of usually how far you get in this map is how much value you can get out of your Widows. The interesting pick for Chorong is the Brig, and the Brig is a character that we don't see that much, especially on this map, but he actually called it kind of like the Florida Mayhem secret sauce in an interview, this sort of unique style that no one else is really playing. So let's see how that pays off for them in this map.
So it'll be Lastro actually going to go to the Zen. So Lastro going to play Zen. It's going to be Battle on the Baptiste. So a big damage output here from the support line, but also you got to be so careful with that Zen going up against Tracer and Checkmate.
Yeah, and this is sort of an interesting look because they are playing that Brig, you can play that Baptiste Zenyatta. The only real threat you have is the Tracer getting into your backline, which they should be able to deal with, or getting sniped. So it's a very greedy pick, and we know how strong of a Zenyatta Lastro is. As you can see, Checkmate trying to apply some pressure here to stop Kai from sort of taking these angles, but unable to do so thus far.
Yeah, just making Kai's like very difficult, right? I know he's got to use these grapples to go over the top. And, ooh. Oh yeah, I was thinking the same. I was like, this is where he's just gonna line that headshot off and nail it. As it'll be Rupo who actually gets that first blood on the Kai.
Another one
out too.
Might be the backline sort of stepping up here, as Babel is also going to sort of take out a Widowmaker, as apparently Widowmakers aren't the snipers anymore, and the Baptiste are the real DPS, but that is going to be a reset for the Gladiators, and that was a long time to take a first fight. That's already almost 2 minutes off the clock. As we can see, there's kills coming out here from Rupo. There's a window.
An Ant Matrix here. It's like almost an Ant Matrix for themselves. I mean, dude, you see the flicks here, and that is so. Just to be able to like go from one side of the Ant Matrix to the other, right? He's looking through, does damage on one, then goes through it and shoots back the healing the opposite way. I mean, that is some sick stuff there, but it's going to be Dante and Kevster getting active in the feed as they kind of now, though, they push someone into a really difficult spot here, just trying to like bully him up in the high ground. They keep the payload moving as you take that tank completely out of the fight.
Yeah, but they have to contest this point right now, and that's the problem they're going to run into. Checkmate is back and hits the stick onto Babel, is going to force out the Immortality field. Someone's going to try and make it winnable, but misses the flux. I think that was a whip shot onto Dante that knocked him out of it, and Dante returns the kind, but it is just that much better, as that will be the first point coming in for the Gladiators. And Florida Mayhem used a lot of ultimates to try and hold on to that one, as we see Merit switch off of that Widow duel onto the Sombra.
Yes, his Sombra was really effective on Shambali, so maybe we actually see them go to the same type of thing. Like maybe we see someone make a change here, potentially over to like the Winston. Oh no, Merritt's gonna go back. He's actually going to play the Widowmaker.
Yeah, and you know, Checkmate is going over to the Genji as well. So Merritt goes back to the Widowmaker, Checkmate on the Genji. Some weird swaps coming in from Mayhem. I'm a resident Genji disliker, especially in this meta so far. It doesn't feel like you find a lot of value, but Merritt always finds value on that Widowmaker. And because Kai has switched over to that Hanzo, they don't have anyone to contest this Widowmaker, as Blaster is going to use this Transcendence to try and hold on as Kevsa gets another big stick. Choron goes down, but Merritt is still finding these picks. Dante. Okay, Dante is low health. He has very little to hold on to, but Kevster on that Tracer is still applying that pressure, going to force Merritt back as someone on that Sigma is just anchoring down. There is no swaps coming in from the Gladiators. They want to stick to this greedy Baptiste Zenyatta style, which is going to be hard against this aggressive Genji look from Checkmate as he's charging this blade up quite quickly. But Gladiators, nothing to really do, trying to take this positioning as we see Merritt holding the angle, unable to find anything. And this window is such an impossible place for the Gladiators to dislodge Merritt from. As you can see, Kevster trying to apply some pressure, but just constantly pushed away as the window goes down from RuPaul, takes out the Immortality Field, and trades off of the Baptiste. And that is going to be another hold here for the Florida Mayhem as the Gladiators, only 2 minutes remaining, but a kill from Kevster onto Checkmate that could potentially open a door up for the Gladiators, as that was not a cheap fight for the Florida Mayhem, having to use that walls, which is so important in keeping Kevster in check. RuPaul using that window, and now they have a window of their own for the Gladiators, as Babel has been so impressive on this hero so far.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see now a Gravitic Flux here. Looks like from Dante is it's going to be the Immortality Field that actually saves some of the players in the Florida Mayhem. Now it's going to be a Gravitic Flux on the other end here. No, Dragon Blade comes on through. It's going to be Checkmate who gets one. The cart's still moving here for the Glads, but just a little bit more progress. But man, costly for both teams there. Amp Matrix, Gravitic Flux. You know, you had the Blade come through at the end there for the Florida Mayhem. But still, only a minute to go as Scott, we're going to see Dante make the switch here. Now going over to the Winston.
I think this is a good switch, especially like when you saw the Genji come out. That's such a punishable pick, but it felt like they were just letting them play into it. And Lastro and the backline of Babel haven't really been able to find too much value with the threat from the back from Merritt and the aggression from Checkmate in the front, as you know, they're going to slowly start to build ultimates up. But with only 40 seconds remaining, they might not get to a Primal Rage or a Nano Boost, so they're going to have to deal with it with just this Pulse Bomb from Kevster and this Transcendence from Lastro.
Checkmate just pestering here, just making sure Kevster just doesn't flank from the side, kill all supports. As Lastro getting close to a Transcendence here as well. But oh wait, how you lose Kai? Oh, that is difficult when he goes down to the Sigma. Maybe just some poke damage there. Is you're gonna lose Lastro here as well, as he's not gonna burn that Transcendence. This might be it. I mean, you may not actually get like a really good, you know, final fight here.
Yeah. Florida Mayhem always know when to put on that gas pedal. They see that the Gladiators are weak and they're not leaving, and that will be a hold on the second point, and not even all the way the distance of the second point as well. So Florida Mayhem in the driving seat right now to take this series and take the finals of the Pro-Am.
They don't even have to get that second checkpoint, but we have seen many of times in the Overwatch League, even that first checkpoint can be very difficult to get. As let's see what the Florida Mayhem decide to come run out on offense is. I mean, do you just play Winston here? Winston Tracer with the Widow possibly, you know, coming into play. I think you're just going to see Dante and the Gladiators probably just play that Sigma.
I think the Sigma is fine, and I don't think you need to overthink it. It's just when the Florida Mayhem throw a curveball at you, when they're gonna play that Genji, when they're gonna play that Brig, it's gonna be you have to make some adjustments on your own. Lastro playing greedy on that Zenyatta, as we're gonna see. This is how Kai went down on that Widowmaker. Oh wow, what a great prediction!
I mean, that is so good
from someone.
I mean, that is. He makes it look way easier than it is. I mean, you know, the prediction onto the Widowmaker, strafing on the outside. You know, you can't even Like, there's nothing that Kai can really do about that. I mean, that's just a fantastic play there by someone.
Yeah.
Look like Zens for both teams here as well. So the Zen with the Baptiste.
It's important to note, crazier things have happened. Just earlier this weekend, we saw the Toronto Defiant and the Boston Uprising go toe-to-toe, and we thought Toronto had that match in the bag, but Boston were able to full hold. This is a very difficult point to attack, especially if Merit isn't able to find value on this Widowmaker. Offensive Widowmaker is obviously a lot more difficult because you're walking into sightlines of Kai, but we're actually going to see a similar switch over for Checkmate onto the Genji, maybe thinking this is a good punish to that Zenyatta Baptiste greedy style of playing the game.
When you said crazier things have happened, I thought you were going to say, you know, we had a team go over 40 one year, but yeah, that was crazy as well. It makes Florida Mayhem, they round the corner. See what they decide to do. It doesn't look like looks like maybe are they trying to play from high ground there on that left-hand side? Maybe kind of force that Widow, you know, from this point where we see Kai playing from, into a really difficult option where, you know, he has kind of like a Widow up on the other side and then the Genji kind of attacking from the other. A little bit of like a misdirection play as Dante gets low.
Yeah, they want to remove the stairs. Merit's under pressure from Kevster, and that's an important pick, but someone taking out Babel again, somehow someone opening these picks up onto the back line that's going to be such a little amount of healing remaining for the Gladiators. With Lashro down, they have no healing at this point as RuPaul just keeps finding these picks. Dante takes the rock, and even if he is able to leave, the cart is pushing forward. As actually the cart isn't pushing forward. That might have been a misstep from the Florida Mayhem. They might have to take on another fight just here, as Kev still looks poised to contest once again.
Yeah, and they're going to use the infosight, so they're going to know exactly what they're going up against when they turn this corner, as they know that Checkmate's above. Going to be a hit on the Venom Mine there, as Charong's so low, but he's going to be able to live on through it, as Kai needs to land one of these shots. It's going to be an Ant Matrix coming down here for the Florida Mayhem. Rubel just trying to keep everybody alive here. Immortality Field 2, as they're going to lose Dante right on the point. The Pulse Bomb comes down from Kepster. They've been great all day, and he's going to get one, but it is not going to be enough. This is going to be the first checkpoint. It should be the first checkpoint going to the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, and now they have to hold even more. I'm curious to see if Lastro is going to make a switch. He's close to that Transcendence, so he's going to stick with it, but they just haven't been able to find the value with this Baptiste Zen. That offensive capability just is not there, as Kevs is going to say, you know what, you're playing Genji, I'll play Genji as well.
At this point, do you need the Transcendence for this Blade, right? I mean, what do you switch to, right? Like, you know, you could play Brig, but that's not something we've seen them do, like Brig Baptiste. If you were going to play like a Lucio, Lastro wouldn't be in the game, right? So you almost like, you're kind of like committed here on this Zen play.
Yeah, and I want to shout, you know, Kai, he needs to be the player to step up. He only has one final blow in this map so far. It's such a Widow-sided and orientated map, and Merit's just been getting the better of this. Kai needs to step up if the Gladiators are going to hold.
And look at that, Chorong pops the rally. It's going to be an Ant Matrix here from Babel, but they try to just push through with the rally to Dante in the high ground. And it looks like they're willing to take that trade of, you know, giving away their rally for the Ant Matrix on the other side. They're still trying to make a play for this high ground. It's going to be Kevster coming in here on the back line. Here's it's going to be Gravitic Flux. This could be huge. They're going to get rid of Dante. Someone's going to push forward, take out Babel as well. As this could be it. Yeah, Lashro needs to transcend. And I mean, he knows the Blade's on the other side. He didn't get it off. That's going to be everybody down as the Florida Mayhem escorting the payload towards the finish.
I don't think with any swaps coming out from Dante or the Widowmaker from Kai, they're not going to be able to make it. The Flux does come out onto someone, but Babel gets taken out by Merit as he tries to touch, and the Florida Mayhem will continue a lossless series of the entire Pro-Am tournament and close out against the Los Angeles Gladiators 4-2 to win the Pro-Am West.
And the Florida Mayhem, your champions here of the Pro-Am, and they were just lights out from start to finish. So many people, as someone does some kind of dance. Not up to date on that one. I mean, he's chucking all the moves in there at once. But I mean, they were unbelievable throughout this tournament, Scott. Everybody came in. We were talking about the Shock. We were talking about the return of Bird Ring, the Atlanta Reign, and how good they were looking with their roster. Florida Mayhem, we all looked like, oh yeah, that's a good team. But I don't think anybody expected this. But I think it's clear they did. I mean, they have a fantastic roster.
Yeah, and no one expected Florida to be the best. I don't think there are many reasonable people out there who came into this pro and being like, Florida Mayhem have the roster to be able to beat out all these other super teams that have really been formed in the West. And I just need to give a shout out to the coordination and the level of flexibility that this roster showed. There are some teams that are very heavily favored Winston style composition, primarily what this meta was, and Florida Mayhem were better than them at that and other things. So this Florida Mayhem squad, you need to keep an eye on them in the regular season of the Overwatch League.
Yeah, and just like their support line, just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I think when you looked at the roster and you were like, Checkmate and Merit, that's going to be lights out. We loved what we saw from someone last year. And then you're like, Charang and RuPaul, like that's an interesting combination. How is that going to work out? I mean, they were just on another level, which gets me excited because like this is a team that we now know is really good. You lump them in with the teams that we also saw really good teams this weekend. Like the depth of teams in the NA here in the West seems to be pretty large going into the regular season.
Yeah, and there's just a wealth of opportunities that they can do. But for the Gladiators, I want to give them a shout out as well because they really defied a lot of expectations with the way that they were playing the game. A lot of people wrote them off. The Scrimbucks exchange is just blown up. No one really knows what to believe. Another year of Scrimbucks not paying off for absolutely anyone. But they showed that they can prove others wrong and that Dante Tank should have what it takes to be able to play as that solo player. We saw great looks from Kai. Kevster's still that guy in the backline, really showing a bit of their flexibility with those three guys. So Gladiators have a lot to show as well, and the top end of the West is going to be stacked.
Yeah, I mean, what a tremendous event overall, Scott. It was awesome to get to cast together.
That was a weird one.
As a fellow Australian, I think that
You're not Australian. Mitch is yelling at his monitor wherever he is right now as he's holding his little ones. He's yelling at his monitor.
Yeah,
Matt, you are not an honorary Australian.
I mean, I'm married to an Australian. I'm about to get, she can hear me, so I'm about to get yelled at right once I get off after this. But fantastic event, always super fun. Congrats to the Florida Mayhem, but I'm excited for what the desk has to say about this series.
Thank you, Matt and Costa. Yeah, Matt, you are definitely not Australian.
Honorary Australian.
Not honorary either. But yeah, everyone watching, welcome back to Watchpoint. One last time, I am Zoe and I'm joined by Danny and Nekra. And we are here to put a bow on this amazing final day of our Overwatch League Pro-Am action. And what a great finals we had there. Quite frankly, Mayhem came out of the gates looking dominant, but then suddenly, Gladiators woke up, they made some changes, and they started putting up a fight.
Yeah,
That was amazing.
Yeah, Rose, go ahead.
That's all I want to say.
That's all I want to say.
There's really not much else to say about it except that it was amazing.
No, I agree too. I think it was some fantastic Overwatch play by both sides. Such great coordination, so much great teamwork, and just every single one of them were, just all mechanically talented. Gladiators, I was so surprised, throughout the whole Pro-Am tournament, they made so much improvements, and even in this match, every time they lost, they found a way to come back out with a win to just, keep the Florida Mayhem on their toes. But at the end of the day, it was Florida Mayhem, taking the win for a really good reason. They were just so much better, so much more coordinated, and they had so much great looks. I think Matt and Costa highlighted this very well. They could not only play that Winston dive wall, but every other composition on every other map that, whether it was a Gladiators pick or whether it was their pick, they had something up their sleeves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was the flexibility that we were promised going into this grand finals, right? Was, what kind of compositions are we going to see? How many different comps are going to come out here? And one thing I'm really excited about seeing is actually that Checkmate Genji. That is a hero that Checkmate played to so high proficiency last season. And to be able to see that that's something that's still a sharp blade really makes me excited to see where this Florida Mayhem roster can go, because the Pro-Am, they showed up in a big way, and there's going to be a lot of other surprises thrown our way throughout the Overwatch League regular season as well. So I feel like they're really prepped for success there, as are the Gladiators for just that flexibility overall.
And I love that the flexibility.
It's
Go
the
ahead,
only
Danny.
Genji that Custa will allow, because everyone else, every time he
True.
saw Genji in the
Usually
pro-am,
he's
he
not
would
a Genji
lose his
fan.
mind. But then whenever it's checkmate, he's like, it's fine. All right, it's checkmate Genji. All right, it's fine. It's all right.
Well, they're always fine if they get value out of the Genji.
Yeah.
If not, then just don't, I guess. But you know what? I think it was very interesting to see that both teams claim to be so very flexible, and that's exactly what they delivered. Some might say they delivered too hard, seeing Dante and that Junker Queen. Like, that's not necessarily as far as we wanted to go with, you know,
Too much
compositional
cooking.
flexibility. But hey, you know, just why not? Why not?
Yeah.
It was fun to watch. It was such a great game, and at the end of every single day thus far, I just love to sit down with my friends here on the desk and reminisce about what we saw,
Yeah.
and maybe even what we learned, something along the way, maybe. So, Danny, Nekra, what was your finals day takeaways?
My final day takeaway is it has to be, I got to give it to the Florida Mayhem, just winning it all for the Pro-Am tournament. My lesson learned for the Pro-Am tournament is that Florida Mayhem is very, very strong and very, very good at Overwatch. Just they were firing on all cylinders. They could play any composition that they needed to play at such a high level. And it was just amazing to see, and it was they really did deserve to win the Pro-Am tournament. You know, like Custa also said it right before he tossed it to us. You know, no one really expected Florida Mayhem to win it all, or even to come close to, you know, to the finals. But, you know, they made it happen, and they looked fantastic while doing it.
I think that's what made their successes seem even a bit more surprising, right? Is because originally they weren't a team that were at the top of people's power rankings or on their radar as one of those stronger teams going into the Pro-Am. And so when, you know, we joke a little bit about, well, maybe they were tested, maybe they weren't. Well, I think the moral of the story there is that they're just that good. So let's take a look back at some of the teams that they knocked out, because that leads me to my point, is that the future's pretty bright. Florida Mayhem may have blown a few teams out of the water, but I think that because of just how skilled they are, that makes me even more excited to see where the rest of our teams that appeared in the Pro-Am will go for this season. Because all of these matches, when you get a chance to kind of look back and take it all in, had something really, really cool to be able to offer, whether it was a different composition that we weren't expecting to see, or maybe some players that are really going to start to break out and have an incredible season. We got treated to so many amazing moments to really give us a taste of what's ahead for the regular season. And guys, I don't know about you, but I can't wait. Like, I know that we're gonna have to soak it all in, but when's the start? Where do we get into the season?
The circuit play is happening very soon. I honestly, I 100% agree with what Nekra said. You know, after all this play, we've seen some great Overwatch play by Pro-Am tournament, but you know, this is just the beginning. Like, this is a preseason tournament, and we have the regular season coming up. And like Nekra said, there's so many great teams. Like, well, another good example is the San Francisco Shock, right? You know, they were playing at a disadvantage. They still, you know, looked really good. How good are they gonna be when the actual season starts? And we saw Washington Justice, a clip from them for like a couple of seconds. You know, they're another mixed roster. They said that they were a little bit, you know, they're working on the communication issues, but they still look good. So if they have that communication going, how far can they go, right? And then we got like Houston Outlaws stacked roster. We got Atlanta Reign stacked roster, and we just Boston Uprising another stacked roster. Just this whole, I think, season is gonna be just so hype.
Yeah. No, I think I couldn't agree more with the two of you, even if I tried. I feel like the teams I was high on did indeed perform during the Pro-Am, and all the others exceeded expectations and went above and beyond. And they ended up looking a lot more competitive than most people, I think, would have expected after the rosters got, you know, released and announced and whatnot. So yeah, this definitely bodes well for the rest of the regular season indeed. Now, another thing I took away from the Pro-Am, especially from this last match, is RuPaul is an absolute goat. So it is a great pleasure that I get to be the one to announce our Pro-Am Finals MVP. It is RuPaul himself. Let's go! An interview. RuPaul, you're our MVP. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Of course, of course. Right, so that was an intense game. You guys started off looking so very dominant, but then suddenly the Gladiators came alive. How do you think the Gladiators managed to kind of, crawl back into the game and make it so competitive?
I think they're really good at the Ramatra comp, and we struggled a lot with dealing with it. It was pretty hard for us to work around it, because usually we're used to just setting up dives on the backline, and we just like one-shot them. But every time I would try and nade, Dante would just run on me, and it made the game so hard.
RuPaul, before I ask my question, I just want to say you absolutely popped off today. Your plays today was just such a joy to watch. What I want to ask is about the team Florida Mayhem. Like, I did talk to Chorong after your first match today. He said that Florida Mayhem is unique because it's a mixed roster and you guys sort of really trust each other, and that's what makes you guys really strong, right? I want to hear your thoughts, RuPaul. Like, what sets Florida Mayhem apart from any other Overwatch League teams?
I think the team is really just stacked with talent. I think pretty much every player is at least, outside of me, is at least top 3 in the role. Like, Chorong is one of the best Lucios, someone is one of the best Monkeys, and Merritt's one of the best Trees, Cassidy's.
Yeah.
We're all just really talented.
You guys showcase that. That is so easy to see now, and I think that after the Pro-Am, you're on everybody's radars. Like, Florida Mayhem is the team to beat. Now, looking ahead to like the start of the regular season, RuPaul, what can we expect from you? Is it going to be more of the Ana, maybe more of the Baptiste? Are we going to see Lifeweaver, perhaps?
Yeah, I might bust out the Lifeweaver. It was pretty fun.
Nice!
Let's go! Well, we have a lot to look forward to then. Then also, RuPaul, of course, I don't know if you saw it somewhere on your screen, but there's a very fancy little MVP trophy waiting to be reunited with its owner, which is you. This is the one you're going to take home. So once again, congratulations. What an insane crack performance. Those sleep darts, man. You're the one to beat. You're the one people want on their team. You guys are on everyone's radar, and we're so excited to see more from the Florida Mayhem in this regular season. Congrats again, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
भी प्यार का अंदाज है हो खाना पीना साथ हो और कुछ दिल की बात हो कुछ दिल की बात हो
Overwatch League is back. But this time, it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Random take it down. Benham out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Pozo gets thrown out. Howdy hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
Oh my God! Look at the man cook.
But legends stand in their way.
I'm still hungry. Oh, TR! You best get up early if you want to come at the king like that. You're talking about. Oh my word, Addison! Still game over. There's no power. Oh, but he doesn't have his ground beneath his feet. He kills as soon as he respawns. Backbone.
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
Hello and welcome to Watchpoint. We've got a great show for you today as we preview all the action coming your way on day number 6 of the Overwatch League Pro-Am. And joining me today are none other than the ever-reliable Danny, desk protagonist Lim, and making his Pro-Am desk debut, the Associate Director of Owl Product, recurring Esports Caster of the Year nominee, our resident artist in a pinch, also voice actor, Mr. X.
That's me. Yeah. We're gonna find out today if David can topple Goliath. Because we only have one Overwatch League versus Overwatch League match, right? I think the rest are either Overwatch League versus contenders or contenders versus contenders.
Yeah, lots of Davids around town. So let's see if one of the Davids will come out victorious or not. Let's take a look at where things stand. First, though, in our groups, this is week number 2 of our group stage. As you can see, Florida and Atlanta stand atop of Group A and B, while Houston Outlaws, they had a strong start in their Pro-Am debut yesterday, which brings me to my first item on our Watchpoint agenda, Outlaws. Those guys were our pick on day number 1 to win the whole thing. We're very eager to jump on that hype train, but based on what we saw from them just yesterday, what are the odds of that actually happening, you guys think?
I'll start first. I think it's really, really high. Almost 100%, but not quite.
So like 99%, like
99.9%, I'd say. Because hey, they had great looks when they were playing against Toronto Defiant and their other match as well. They played 2 matches. They're 2-0 right now. Talking to Pelican after they won the match, he did say they were worried about Toronto Defiant, but after beating them, he was like, hey, you know, rest of the team, it's gonna be an easy dub for us, and it does look to be that way. Like all the players on that team, they're superstar players. Fearless, as we're seeing now on that Winston, was just amazing, and just their backline. Shu and Violet on that backline is just too menacing, and so, you know, with all that given, I think Houston Outlaws definitely has a great chance of just, you know, making it out with 4-0 victory.
Yeah, Matt, we haven't gotten your thoughts yet on the Houston Outlaws.
Well, I was just listening to Danny just go on about how they have a 100% chance to win the whole league.
99.9.
99.
Don't put words in his
mouth.
99.9.
Yeah.
Round it up. I mean, look, I think the Outlaws obviously are like an extremely talented team. Like maybe the most talented team we have in the league on paper. But it's a long season. Historically, it's always been Houstonable, right? So I always worry a little bit there. I wouldn't put it at 99.9. I think there's probably a little bit of better chance for the field than just 0.1%. But they do look like they have the best team on paper.
They do indeed. And now,
how about Atlanta?
Reminder.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Atlanta's pretty good too. So.
You can't offer another team after you said everybody else has 0.1% chance. Then you're like, well, what about that team? Like,
it's
no, Atlanta
1% though.
Alright, no more. Sorry. Alright, let's go.
Okay. Math with Danny. It's going places. Just a quick reminder, everyone watching, that if Houston Outlaws clinch the first spot, the top spot in their group, they will actually be facing off against the San Francisco Shock in the first round of the bracket. That's single elimination, so that might be a pretty good match. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll see. Now, however, that we gassed them up some more and got everyone tuning in, eager to see the Outlaws play, well, you won't, lol, because they will be back tomorrow. Today, we have different matches for you, so let's take a look at the schedule. This is what's coming your way. We're going to see Redbird Esports as well as Boston Uprising making their 2023 appearance debut today, and we get to see a new look Boston Uprising today, and that means Birdring is back after a hiatus last season. And guess what? Birdring will actually be joining us live for a quick interview. But first, let's get you hyped up with the official announcement from this legend from the Boston Uprising.
Birdring is joining the Boston Uprising in 2023. He'll be unretiring, giving many of the players in the league who were sad they'd missed that opportunity to play with or against him one more shot to play alongside a grand champion and really an icon in the league. Birdring is fantastically talented on the server, but is also someone who, through his attitude and leadership, you can rally around and feel like matches are always winnable when he's on your team. We're extremely excited. Everyone that we spoke to had only the best things to say about Birdring. We think he really has the Boston Uprising attitude we were searching for, and we're excited to watch him play in 2023.
पाकिस्तान में हर 600 में से एक बच्चा क्लेफ्ट लिप के साथ पैदा होता है। सेंसोडाइन और पैराडोंटेक्स का पैक खरीदने पर हम आपकी जानिब से 50 रुपए तक की अमाउंट डोनेट करेंगे। Help give a child life-changing cleft surgery.
That was Pre from the Boston Uprising, and ladies and gentlemen, we have Birdring from Boston Uprising joining for a quick interview. Birdring, thank you so much for taking this time. Can you hear me? Hello, and yes, of course, hello. 버드링 선수 일단 제 말 들리시죠? 오랜만입니다.
네, 반갑습니다.
How have you been, Birdring? How have you been?
지난 1년간 그냥 저냥 지냈던 것 같아요. 다시 돌아오게 돼서 좀 반갑네요. 데니 형 얼굴도 보고.
I mean, it's been about a year since my retirement. It's really good to be back. I just spent a lot of time doing my personal things, so it's really good to be back in the Overwatch League. It's good to see familiar faces like Danny, and just all around, it's good to be back. I mean, I think my first question for you, Birdring, is just that you were out of the league, you retired, and for about a year, you said you did a lot of personal stuff. What are some of the things that you did after your retirement, in your retirement, I guess? 방금 버드링 선수가 말씀하셨다시피 일단 저도 다시 봐서 너무나도 반갑고요. 이제 은퇴를 하고 나서 한 1년 정도가 지났는데 그 은퇴한 시간에 좀 이것저것 하셨다고 하셨는데 그 좀 더 이것저것이 뭐였는지 좀 여쭤보고 싶어서 좀 어떤 일들이 있었나요? 이제 은퇴를 하고 나신 후에.
사실 이제 다른 게임에서 이제 프로게이머를 도전하고자 잠깐 준비도 해봤었는데, 일단 다시 오버워치에 돌아오게 된 계기는 사실 이제 팀에서 현재 팀이 아닌 다른 팀에서 오버워치를 다시 할 생각이 있느냐부터 시작해가지고 거기서부터 이제 제가 다시 오버워치 시작하게 됐고, 그때부터 그냥 원래 하던 걸 접고 다시 오버워치 프로를 준비하는데 이제 다시 준비를 한 것 같습니다.
이렇게 이제 다른 팀들이 얘기를 하셨다고 했는데 좀 한두 팀이 아니고 굉장히 많은 팀들이 있었나 봐요. 버드링 선수 이렇게 좀 얘기가 오건 게.
많은 팀은 아니고요. 두 팀 정도 있었어요.
두 팀 정도 알겠습니다. Alright, Birdring says that he was after his retirement, he was actually preparing to become a pro in other games as well. But while he was doing that, while he was on the grind for other games to become a pro, there were a couple teams, actually two teams that gave him an offer from the Overwatch League side, asking Birdring, hey, do you want to come back and play for our team? So, after getting those offers and after he was weighing the differences, he thought it was a good chance for him to come back and become a pro again in the Overwatch League. All right, now, I mean, we do have to also talk about your new team, the Boston Uprising. I am super excited for this team. This team is stacked. Birdring, how does it feel to be in such a, I guess, superstar-filled team, the new Boston Uprising. 자, 다음 질문은 버드링 선수. 당연히 버드링 선수 너무나 굉장한 선수고, 하지만 이번 시즌 보스턴 팀이 좀 상당합니다. 지금 라인업이 좀 굉장한데 이런 좀 많은 스타가 있는, 많은 굉장한 선수, 쟁쟁한 선수들이 많은 팀에 소속돼 있는 멤버로서 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 이 팀에 제가 합류하게 됐을 때 굉장히 원래 이제 저보다 일찍 들어온 선수들 로스터를 봤을 때 굉장히 영광이다라고 생각을 했었고, 개개인 이름만 들어도 이름값들이 굉장히 이제 높은 선수들이잖아요. 그래서 그에 맞는, 저도 이제 1년 쉬다 왔지만 1년 쉬지 않은 것 같은 모습을 보이면서 좀 팀원들한테 짐이 되지 않아야겠다, 약간 그런 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Alright, I mean, definitely just checking by the names on that roster. I just, checking all the names that were previously signed before I joined the team, I was just super honored to have received that offer from Boston Uprising. And just the pure name value of all these players is just so amazing. So just being a part of that team is such an honorable thing. And I feel like my goal in this whole season and what I want to do for the Boston Uprising is, of course I had 1 year of rest, so I do not want to be a burden, and I'm just going to try my best as one of the Boston Uprising team players. All right, final question for you, Birdring. Of course, you were talking a little bit about yourself and Boston Uprising. What can we expect from Birdring and the Boston Uprising? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 버딩 선수 이번 보스턴 어프라이징에서 좀 어떤 모습을 기대할 수 있을까요?
최고의 히트 스캔이 될 수 있도록 보스턴에서 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
Alright. My goal is simple. I'm going to try my best to become the best hit scan player in the Overwatch League and of course in the Boston Uprising as well. Alright, I'm going to end the interview right here, Birdry. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you. 자, 버딩 선수 이거로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
화이팅!
Thank you so much, Birdring. Thank you so much, Danny. It is so great to have him back. I didn't even know how much I missed that face of his until I just got to see it again. So yeah, great stuff. Can't wait to see what he and the Boston Uprising have in store for us. Now, if you, dear viewer, watching us right now, spent the last week marooned on an island or something like that, good for you. But also, I want to get you caught up on our format. So let me walk you through this. 20 Western teams are participating in this tournament, and the exciting thing is, of course, that 7 of them are from the EMEA and NA Contenders C, and they got into this tournament via qualifiers prior to the tournament. Now, the teams were split into 4 groups with 5 teams each, where they play a round robin to determine the top 2 seeded teams, or the top 2 teams, which will then get into a single elimination bracket. Now, there is, of course, also money up for grabs. So let's take a look at the prize pool. $100,000 are split as follows: 50K for first place, at 20 to second, 10 to third and fourth, with the top 2 contenders teams earning 7.5 and 2.5 thousand. Unless, of course, they make it into the top 4, then they wouldn't get the additional money. And for those contenders teams outside of the top 4, we also have tiebreakers in place to determine who will be walking away with the cold hard cash. That's right. So that's what's on the line. And yesterday we had some very exciting matches, because we got to see a first look at some of the teams in Group C as well as Group D. And amongst them were the Gladiators and the Toronto Defiant. And now I want to hear it from our analysts. What's your assessment of those 2 teams, starting with you, Danny?
I'm going to go with Gladiators. I think they look decent. I know that, in their matchup, it was the first map they looked a little bit shaky. I think I would say that's probably because of, it's the first match jitters and everything. But with all the talks about, Scrimbucks exchange, how Gladiators aren't going to be that good, like with that mentality coming to mind. But like watching their game, I was actually pretty impressed of everyone, on the Los Angeles Gladiators roster. And of course, I was actually very impressed with Babel as well, a player from O2 Blast joining the team. And they look to be good. I think just with time, I think they just need more time to gel as a team. Because like Dante said in his post-match interview, he said, it's only been like a week since they all joined the team house. So with time, I think Gladiators, given how talented they are, I think they are in pretty good shape.
Right, Matt. Toronto defined. Your thoughts now.
Yeah, look, I think Toronto, they were a bit shaky, but I also think that this is going to be a team that's going to be fine once we start to get into the regular season. I even think kind of deeper into this tournament. I heard a lot of kind of the talk yesterday on, like, can Kalush play all these, different tanks? I personally think he can. I think he's got enough, mechanical skill that he'll be able to figure it out with time. And I think they kind of have some, pre-existing synergy with some players on this team. And they also did play against the Houston Outlaws yesterday, where Houston was just a really strong team in general. So I think you're going to see better performances from Toronto throughout this event. I also think you're going to see them do really well as the season moves on. I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Hydron Speedily DPS duo. I think there's a really high ceiling there with those two players.
Yeah, and they looked really cohesive yesterday, and a lot of that, of course, thanks to that pre-existing synergy they're having, as the majority of the players played with each other in American Tornado previously to joining other respective teams. So I am very excited to see more of both of those teams today to get maybe a better idea of what those new rosters actually can achieve, because the sample size so far is small, right? So we can only draw so many conclusions from that. Now, speaking of good things that we want to see, though, we announced our Calling All Heroes programs just a few days ago, actually, which includes the Challenger series as well as the Speaker series. In case you missed that announcement, don't you worry. You can read up on all about Calling All Heroes. All you have to do is head on over to callingallheroes.gg. There you can find out what those programs are, what changes we're making for the 2023 season, and also how you can get involved and support the program. So we hope to see you in our Discord, for example, to join in on all the fun. Now, coming up next, Gladiators start their day against Team Peps and their army of fans, which will be in chat cheering them on. We're gonna talk about our predictions and that match right after this break.
कभी महसूस किया है कि जब आपकी वजह से कोई और यूं ही मुस्कुरा दे? शायद ये खुशी बयान भी नहीं की जा सकती। समझो हम ऐसे ही एक मुस्कुराहट के लिए एक नया रास्ता निकाल लाए। इस रमजान हर कोका कोला के बदले हम करेंगे 1 मील डोनेट आपकी तरफ से किसी मुस्तहक को एक मुस्कुराहट के लिए।
Welcome back, one and all. We're ready to take a look at our first few Pro-Am matches in just a little bit. But before that, Danny and Matt would like to enrich our lives with some art.
All right, are you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
So since we have a special guest on the desk today, we have Matt. I decided to draw Matt here. Guys, look at this. Look at my amazing drawing of Matt.
Can David topple Goliath?
Can David topple Goliath?
God, I mean,
that is such a great drawing. I'm such an artist.
My body would be in so much pain holding up that head with my little stick figure self.
But you get it done. What you got for us, Matt?
I drew reinforced. So somebody in chat said reinforce the other day instead of reinforce. So my imagination went to what would Jonathan look like as kind of a human horse, and that's what
that would be such a big horse. Green horse is a big horse.
That is a big horse indeed, and those were some drawings, I guess. This is my segue into our fan art gallery, which is making a return this season. And if you crave a flexible viewing experience or a way to highlight work from specific tournaments as well as events, well, don't you worry, we got you covered. Also, you can go full CSI on all those gems with an enhanced full-scale view of every piece, so you can look at that Rena horse up close. I know that's what the people out there want. Now, we can't wait to see your submissions online, or maybe even on our broadcast. So keep them coming. Now, gents, it is time to dig into our first match of the day. Gladiators and Team Peps will face off against each other. We did get a small taste of what these two teams can do yesterday. So let's chat about the starting lineups. Looking at the Gladiators first.
Yeah, Gladiators. I mean, I've been talking about Gladiators this whole pre-show, but I mean, hey, we got Dante on the lineup. It's the same crew that we saw yesterday. We know what Kevstar and Kai could do. I mean, Dante is another great tank for the Gladiators. I think what I want to see more is, I guess, that team synergy that Dante was talking about. And like I said in the pre-show, you know, Dante did say that, you know, it's only been about a week since all the members of the Gladiators joined the team house. So I think that team synergy, that coordination is still work in progress, but I think with time, and maybe in this match, you know, it'll start to shine a little bit more.
I think they definitely showed us that a lot of the concerns heading into the season are maybe not warranted. So you can be relieved. You can support the Gladiators. They're not going to let you down. And one way to show support is, of course, by purchasing our support bundles. They're on sale right now. They include not just the 3 skins you see on display here, but also a really fancy team weapon charm. So make sure to grab them now, because the sale goes through until April 11th. So not that much time left. 350 tokens is what it will cost you. And now you're going to see the opponents of the Gladiators. They today will face off against Team Peps. Matt, what are your thoughts?
I think they have a uphill battle against the Gladiators today. We obviously saw Team Peps play a little bit yesterday. We know what Naga can do, right? We've seen him in the Overwatch League in the past. No Kelix as well. I just don't know if you can say they're like a favorite in this matchup. It'll be interesting, like, you know, playing those Ryan comps against some of the stuff that the Gladiators like to play, and you know, maybe that kind of could swing things at moments in Pep's favor, but definitely going to be pretty difficult for them today.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. So Pep's not coming into this as the favorites, but you know, we said the same thing last week, and some of those contenders teams really showed up and surprised us. So let's see if the Peps, together with the energy from chat, from their fans, can get it all done. For now, let's take a look at our predictions so we know exactly who we on the desk are supporting for this one. I think the easy pick here, the obvious choice here, has to be Gladiators, just on an individual looking at each and every single role, Gladiators should have the upper hand in every single matchup. So I'm all in on them. What about you, Danny?
Hey, you never know. I mean, they, like we were talking about Gladiators, they didn't look perfect, right? But they were close, so I'm going to go with the Gladiators.
It would be kind of funny that Danny speaks about the Gladiators for 99% of the pre-show, and then just a little sneaky Team Peps pick here at the end. I went with the Gladiators as well, which is super surprising. Yeah, I'll pick them for Scott. That'll be my prediction today. I'll take the Gladiators for Custa.
Thank you. That is very kind of you. Like doing everyone's work and getting paid for one. What a life. Now, this is day 6, of course, of the Pro-Am, and it's about to start. And I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone watching that you are now officially able to engage with the Overwatch League via watch parties on YouTube. So make sure to join your favorite creators as they're bringing you all the live action. And speaking of action, to bring you all of ours are, of course, Leg Day and Lemon Kiwi. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much. We're so excited for this first match. We'll be covering the first 3 Gladiators. Leg Day, we were talking about how they feel like the Avengers of Overwatch. They took all the best pieces of the other rosters, you know, Dante from Houston, Yaki from New York Excelsior, etc., and have formed this super team. Although people had a lot to say in the Scrimbucks exchange, which Dante settled those rumors.
Yeah, Dante said, you know what? Scrim's practice is just practice, baby. In the end, it's for results in the lobby that count, and the results did come through yesterday. Even if it was a touch shaky, we did see a couple of times where old Captain Kevster had to bail out the Avengers team with a well-placed shield throw here and there. And we're going to be heading over to Nepal, which is where we saw a couple of struggles previously from Real LA Gladiators. This has been picked by Team Peps, and I think that this leans quite nicely into Krandop's one of Krandop's best picks, which is the Reinhardt. Krandop's a fantastic Reinhardt player, and obviously over on Shrine and Village, Reinhardt is going to be one of the choices du jour for many teams.
And Team Peps, I feel like this should be your team bias right now. A lot of former London Spitfire players, a former Paris Eternal, now known as Vegas Eternal, and Zerion's like kind of the odd duck out of just being a contenders player, but he's also trying out for the World Cup France team in the closed qualifier. Best of luck to him. And Team Peps had an off start, already losing to the Justice, but I'm excited for especially the Hybrid versus Kai matchup on the hit scan. Hybrid very much known for his Cassie, along with Kai, who I felt like got the title of top hit scan, or at least top Sojourn in the league with Atlanta last season.
Yeah, small bit of Team UK rivalry here as well. Hybrid and Kai could likely be considered the best 2 hit scans in the UK, and as the World Cup starts to take shape, both of these guys are obviously going to be gunning for that spot on the roster. And yeah, I am a little bit nostalgic and a fan of Team Peps. Naga was actually in the first ever match that I cast professionally, playing for Team Singularity back in 2018, an all-Danish team. I think Kellex might have been on that as well. LA Gladiators rolling out now, instead of on the Ramacha that they showed the other day, on Dante's Doomfist.
That, I mean, not even Hawk is playing Doomfist, so what is Dante cooking? Of course, like, he was also known for his Doomfist last season with Houston, but Winston, I thought, was his thing. So for now, I guess Gladiators are just chilling on the point. And I think where Dante's set up to close range with the walls, he can get some really good stuns, gets one onto Krandop, is gonna block, also dodges asleep, and I think with that out of the picture, Dante could be even more aggressive, jumps up from behind the DPS of Team Peps, who are missing now their main tank and main healer, and at least he traded out with Dante, so 4v3 for the Glads, but it is cleaned up by Kevster and Kai.
Just all the control going over onto Krandop there. Dante hitting the empowered punch, getting a longer stun, and then Babel after that, or Babel, pardon me, for nativized Korean version. Babel managed to hit the sleep onto Krandop as well, meaning that it was an easy burst. Now Krandop is going to be able to mirror the Winston here, and that's going to do a little bit to try and shut down those nades, but already Hybrid and Kellex have been afflicted by Babel.
Now, coming through this underside, just to avoid as much focus as possible. The anti-nade, though, from Babel hits, stops Team Peps from wanting to push in, although Krandop is going to jump in. Anti-heal gone. Zerion pulsed. The 1-to-1 trade, though, was Dante. It's going to chase after Krandop. Point still in favor of the Glads. Dante comfortable to just force Team Peps to come to him and let his DPS do the work, but with Kai missing, It'll have to be up to Kevster, and now the sound barrier to finish off with the Glad started.
There's an enemy here.
I'll have a sound barrier there to allow Dante to go a little bit deeper, knowing that they did lose Kevster a touch earlier in that fight. Of course, now Kevster has returned, and this is still anybody's fight, to be honest. There's a good amount of space being controlled by Team Peps, and Crandop still has Venano.
Oh, Crandop thinks he gets this kill on the Dante, confirms that. 77% for the Glads. Kevster heading for the hills. Team Pep starting to flip, and not seeing Kevster want to stall that out. He's going to go back to the team.
Yeah, perhaps a touch too far there from Dante, but also credit to Zerion hitting the flick shot on the sleep there. Absolutely imperative to shutting down the overall tempo of Los Angeles Gladiators' dive and space claim. Now, though, Babel will be able to claim that straight back with a nano boost onto Dante if they so desire. But check out Naga lying in wait up on the top. It's being checked at the moment by Funny Astro.
I wonder who Babel is going to want to nano. We've seen even some Cassidy's get it. He's kind of looking at Kai. Might have to be up to Dante to make that space. And he's nanoed Kai. Up to him to support the team, but he's got a primal of Crandop. It's 5v4 for the Glads. I think they lost Hybrid so early. Kai burning down this Winston now that he's out of primal. Got the flip from the Glads at 83%, and Team Peps have to think quick because they got a recontest. That's hopefully in the cards.
Zeron with a fat nade has earned themselves another nano boost. That's obviously going to be going on to Crandop to keep this point contested if need be. Crandop has taken a wide leap here, and that's going to open a bit of space for Hybrid. However, right now suppressed by the Deadeye.
Getting around it, gets slept, and yeah, the nano onto Hybrid will guarantee that kill, but Crandop got burned, making that space. Team Peps in a 4v3. Funny Astro still has to beat, decides to drop it, hits the three that are left for the Glads. They really believe they can pull this off. And Peps only have a few remaining, getting tossed around by Funny Astro, one of the most aggressive Lucios in the league, and fragged out when his team were down and needed him the most. 100 to 39, a big turnaround from how Nepal went yesterday for the Glads.
A beautiful tempo beat as well there by Funny Astro, and it seems that moving away from Mount Ramatra has been a bit of a service for Gladiators. Obviously, they did play a little bit more of the Winston, I believe, on that map Shrine yesterday. And Babel's been able to get a lot more usage out of the Ana as well. But I think Funny Astro there, the critical decision maker, putting down the sound barrier in the 3 versus 3 was very important for allowing the aggressive positions to be capitalized upon and give them a little bit of leeway to not be punished when they may well have been in some very awkward positions afterwards.
I think this is why Glads retained Funny Astro on the roster. Yeah, he only comes in to play Lucio, and they've gotten more supports to fill up the other departments, but he's a terror on the field and a great beat call to hit the 3. Now we go to Sanctum. We got the rush from Crandop and friends. Of course, no May from Naga. Not the best on Sanctum, especially this pillar side. It's a little odd. Dante has always preferred the Ram over the Rhine, so I'm excited for this matchup.
Yeah, one of the things here about the Reinhardt you've got to know, you got to know Kai's accuracy, but you got to know as well that the Reinhardt rotations, as well as the Ramata rotations, very inefficient, because they have to maneuver around that central death pit. I mean, they can't take direct fights most of the time.
Yeah, Crandop decided to go for the corner, thought the health pack would help, and then he got antied and slept, and just extra damage went in, when I feel like Crandop could have just went back towards the Mega side where the rest of his team were, but only a couple of kills as the Glads would be able to hold this choke.
Kai once again playing the off angle here. It's going to be difficult to dislodge him, but Dante is also making sure that Crandop has very little space to work with. It's a risky place to be against the Lucio, mind. Naga?
Someone is flipping the point down below. Peps should be free to do that. Peps now go back
everyone
to the
leaves.
Yeah, everyone just leaves.
Yeah, Gladiator's like, oh, we lost 2. We're just going to call that one. Overall, a solid disengage call, but here's Naga going absolutely Legolas mode. Oh, good catch, Kevster. Sonic Arrow right to the dome. And Naga's proving that maybe he should be back in Overwatch League. Obviously, his time on the Paris Eternal and who are now Vegas Eternal, was a little bit ignominious, but is definitely an incredibly talented player. His May in particular is fantastic, and I imagine we're going to see that later on in this series if Team Peps continue to play the Rhine.
Zarion's in trouble. He got antied, Immortality's out. He's trying to play off the Ant Matrix, and Kevster, a menace in the back. Great pulse, very limited heals, and these dominoes are just going to crumble for Team Peps. Crandop is just trying to extend what little Team Peps have. Although it is a lead, I expect that to be flipped over, and the Glads farming as much as they can in terms of ult charge, and they get the point right back.
You cannot get a more valuable stick than Honor Baptiste, who has his window up, but no immortality field to put down. Absolute masterclass from Kevster on target priority and on how to approach those engages to a Baptiste. Really good forcing early on. Now with a Sonic Arrow here, absolutely makes mincemeat of Hybrid.
Kai is so gross, and if Team Peps want to commit out of this door, you could see the Dragon Strike to isolate some members, and even Crandop was out that door, but Kai wants to see if he can actually get kills out of it. And especially if Team Peps aren't wanting to fight, you can just extend the lead that you have now for the Glads. Giving up that space, though, is an interesting call when you have that Dragon Strike going back to the pillars, taking advantage of the distance. There's a Deadeye from Hybrid, just to zone people away. The Dragon Strike from Kai comes late. Now a respawning Dragon from Kai. Team Peps have laid the red carpet all the way to the point and flip it essentially with maybe 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, managed to speed over. They've actually catch out Funny Astro on the point, I believe, and then overwhelm him 4 versus 1. Babel is in a very risky position. This is likely going to be a hostage situation. We can be staggered out by Team Peps. We need to make sure not to give away too much space. And of course, Kevster here is going to be doing kind of a rear guard action to help the disengage of Babel.
Got a nano Kevster, everybody run! This is the thing of nightmares, but the sound barrier from Calyx just makes it so Kevster's chop is exhaustingly long. Immortality in place from Zerion too, but Team Peps, they kind of just negated this nano Kevster and just shot everybody else, and then Dante just fell off the map or reset with the team. So last fight for Team Peps to force round 3.
Overall, pretty strong choice from Calyx to try and exploit that early advantage using the sound barrier, getting rid of the threat from Kevster. And now you've got to try and move on to a point. Kevster's likely going to be the one to touch, but Crandall can get the instant slam. The second Annihilation is popped.
Ooh, and you're going to drop Dante off at daycare. But it's 4-2-3. Glad's down, but they have their supports. Kai has a big old shield in his way. Someone has to touch. Funny Astro is there. Crandop is antied. It's a 2v2 on the point. Crandop taking advantage of the corner. Calyx in a 1v2 surely can't really pull this off, but he is stalling for as long as he can. Flip for the Glads. Team Peps will reset as a team.
This has forced Dante, though, onto the Doomfist now. Not his idealized hero for this point, but still you can do some cheesy environmental knockoffs, and you're a good battler when it comes to the point itself. Still, the question is, how do you stop Team Peps from getting onto the point? Crandop himself has moved over to the Orisa. The huge amount of control that the Orisa offers is going to be excellent for shutting Dante down and being a huge, unbelievably hard-to-remove anchor on the point.
For now, we'll just try to anchor that point, like you said. Getting the flip. This has begun. Anti out from Babel. Gladiators have the weight on their shoulders to go contest this, to see if they can make this a flawless Nepal, but so far, Team Peps have a dragon to deal with. We'll clear out that point. Dante wasn't able to carve through that pillar side. Hybrid over on pillars, though, with the Deadeye. Seeing if he can find Funny Astro or Kevster. They hide in closet, they avoid, but they step off the point, so Team Peps will force to round 3.
Crandop ended up dying there because he had to use so many of his cooldowns to actually wrestle control of the point away. But it was part of a longer plan from Team Peps to get control of the point, start Los Angeles Gladiators having to continuously move in and out of the point super quickly because the overtime wick was starting to go down increasingly fast, and then zoning them away at the best moment with the Deadeye. An excellent battle plan from Team Peps, and Los Angeles Gladiators were sent reeling. Oh, what a boop. Great stuff from Calyx.
To stop the touch. Then you had the Deadeye to deal with. I think Dante losing control of pillars while he was on Doomfist. I mean, it wasn't a great matchup for him having to deal with an Orisa. I always swapped Orisa when I have an annoying Doom player on my ranked teams. The Javelin. Such kryptonite to that. But we go back to the Rhine versus Ram here on Village. This is where the Gladiators dominated yesterday, it felt like. Let's see. It's a high ground control for Team Peps. Funny Asher looking for any boops. Unsuccessful. Maywall behind the Glads. Dante taking so much pressure. Kevster thinks that's a distraction to find his way to the back line, and killing Zerion is a big accomplishment, taking away those heals. Although you thought Team Peps had the jump, Gladiators struck even harder. They go to the point just to deal with these last few members, and that'll be the Glads with the point first.
In this fight, Lemon, we saw both of the critical points about how these compositions are going to interact. And that's Kevster trying to kill Zerion successfully, and then Naga trying to kill Kevster. It's a battle of the Scandinavians here, because Naga on the make and one-tap Kevster. 150 HP, Icicle to the bonds, ain't surviving that. However, without a Tracer of their own, it means that Naga's going to have to be Team Pep's sort of designated Tracer repellent to keep Zerion safe. And if Naga moves too far away, Zerion's going to be incredibly exposed.
Cake time! हमें पूरे 2 मिनट तक हाथ धोने चाहिए तो जरासीम नहीं जाएंगे धोते जाओ बंटी तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या ट्राई लाइफ बॉय हैंड वॉश
लाइफ बॉय सुपर फास्ट हैंड वॉश ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में
Oh, Kevster, I guess, got exposed too. So Glads will have that flank pressure. They'll have to fight from front to back. Immortality out of the way, and Kai couldn't jump and avoid hybrid. Gets a 2K. And that's a flip for Team Peps, and 3K in that fight will help the ult charge for sure.
And here, one of the things that's going to be super important is going to be that Blizzard. You can try and shut down Dante's Annihilation with the Blizzard, because if you could freeze him up and simply stick Krandop in front of him with a shield, you can block off the tendrils that come from that Annihilation and instantly cancel the ult as it ticks down from 3 seconds to 0 in real time. We'll see if Naga wants to do that, but also remember the wall can be used to mess with Dante's ult as well, so he needs to be super judicious with when this is popped.
Yeah, Naga's so close to the Blizzard too, and Dante snuck up on him. Team Peps trying to play off that wall and that Blizzard as their win condition. They step actually outside of the point. Blizzard right in their face. The sound barrier too. But the Annihilation plus the nano of the Gladiators is too much to handle. Along with Kester's Pulse Bomb, that gets also a shiny gold sticker. Glad's back in control.
Yeah, good read there from Dante as well to W forward using the Annihilation speed boost you get from a Nemesis form when the Blizzard was actually thrown out in the first place. Naga threw it a little bit too deep, and so Dante couldn't be fully frozen and then was able to quickly find that backline and expose them with the pummels. Deadeye being used as a commuting tool here by Hybrid. This is super important. You reduce the pressure your Rhine takes on the approach, and then you get on top of people like Babel.
Trying to see that angle where Team Peps want to jump down. I guess they're going to play this front to back off the Ant Matrix of Zerion. Forcing the flip. Glads don't have a great contest tool besides Kevster, is more busy trying to kill support, but Krandop wins the tank battle. And you don't have that flank presence from Gladiators, at least not in time, as Dante couldn't get healed, and Funny Asher wasn't there with the barrier in time, so Dante goes to Doomfist.
Okay, the Doomfist is going to be a little bit better for trying to mess with these overall formations, trying to knock an isolated squish off the high ground, perhaps. As Dante is going to be pressuring them. Oh, that's a bad ice block. That means that Naga has to move in vulnerable.
Sound barrier from Funny Astro doesn't hit as many members as he would have hoped. As Team Pep try to bunker down, but they're getting pummeled by so many angles, and losing Zerion early has been such a crutch for Team Peps. Just not having the amount of heals against Babel and others is rough, as Glads take their angles and they won the fight.
Oh man, I hate to boil it all down to one thing, but if Naga managed to get that ice block on the point, then Team Peps definitely could have played that a lot more slowly and had a lot more consideration for the resources and cooldowns that Gladiators had available. Now Kevster, speaking of a resource, the Pulse Bomb, good to go. May well see a repeat of trying to force out Zerion's Immortality field early with a well-placed clip, and then finishing him off.
Kevster, so close to killing Hybrid there. Pulse sticks! Immortality taken care of too. Krandop slept, and Team Peps had ults. They had win conditions, but couldn't make up their minds in time. Glads overtime about to go away. Round 3 in their hands, and Glads will take map 1.
Made to sweat and made to try, but in the end, it was a curious pick in the flex support versus flex support. But Bell picking up Zerion super early and also a really early force of that Immortality field. It feels like Ana right now was in a fantastic position to try and manhandle the Baptiste by forcing out the Immo early, using pressure tools like the Anti-Nade. But I am pretty enthused here by what we've seen from Team Peps. If they can take us to a more rush-centric map where they can consistently find these Mei Rhine fights like King's Row, Gladiators might not have an easy time of it.
They make it look easy, at least. I think Team Peps needed to be more proactive with these fights. I think if you let Kevster have the time to get set up behind you and you let Dante push from the front, Gladiators, their pinch is deadly, and I don't think Crandop and friends can just sit idly by. And that's where I liked maybe that proactivity of Naga throwing in the Blizzard outside of the point instead of letting Gladiators come to them. Because I think if they just sit and wait, especially on a map like Village or a map like Shrine that we saw, that's where Gladiators surrounded them. They divided and they conquered. Naga, I think, had a really strong showing against Kai on the Hanzo, although it just really came down to power positions on the map, namely that Pillars side. And Dante kind of floating between Ram and Doomfist has been an interesting look to try and counter swap against Peps.
Indeed, it has been. Like Dante, we know, has a pretty wide hero pool as a fresh tank player. To be honest, there are two players who were former Overwatch League DPS who are no longer playing DPS on the Gladiators. One's Babel, who used to play, I believe, Widowmaker in similar heroes, so a 2020 iteration of London Spitfire. Krillin also came from that roster, and then went back to contenders in Korea, went on to O2 Blast, became a flex support, became a particularly deadly flex support with O2 Blast run, playing the Kiriko. And the same for Dante, of course. It went from being a DPS player from Houston Outlaws to being their de facto tank, and then being poached by Gladiators. He did so well last time.
Yeah. Well, Gladiators are also doing so well right now. They've taken map number 1, and they're on match point. After this break, you'll find out if Team Pep still got the pep in their step.
टोस्ट का नया फ्रेंड
ऑलपर्स चीज,
जो लाया अपने हर स्लाइस में एक ग्लास ऑलपर्स दूध की जान। हर ब्रेकफास्ट की जान न्यू ऑलपर्स चीज।
Flooding Astro. That is the delay tactics widely deal in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What? That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. That is it.
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Well, that hype video is next level. You got to see the Dante Doomfist at the very end. We have some news to break. Well, I guess not us, but Twitter be popping these days. Take a look at this.
Yeah, Sean Miller breaking the news so that we do not have to due to severe weather conditions at their facility. Today's matches featuring Redbird Esports have been postponed. The desk will have a longer breakdown on what's going to be happening instead later on, so that Lemon and I can focus on this match. And, well, we had a good look at that hype video coming through from the LA Gladiators, and, well, they showed quite a few players there, so why don't we also get to expand the number of Gladiator players that we get to see? We've got ourselves a quick substitution, Lem. Looks like we're swapping over to a double flex.
We get to focus on people who can play Overwatch. And you know somebody who I was a real big fan of? Maybe it was Cope. But every time I watched New York Excelsior play last season, I looked at Yaki, and he's a game changer on his Tracer. He's the one pop-off player on New York Excelsior last year that would make my preds shake. So Yaki's coming in instead of Kai, and you have Lastro making an appearance. We saw yesterday he played a map, I believe Blizzard World, where they ran the Ana Kiriko. Now the Kevster Yaki DPS duo line is really interesting.
I really dig the Ana Kiriko. I don't know if we're going to see Ana Kiriko here on King's Row. It likely would be very good for the first point defense, because it means that Ana basically never has to drop away from the high ground. Of appeal that the Kiriko can give can be very sufficient with her teleportation and her swift step. However, we did see a couple of hiccups from the Los Angeles Gladiators going up against the Team Peps Rush. And, well, Team Peps are a Europe team. And speaking as a proud Brexit boy myself, Europe loves its Rhine. We like the big hammer man with the shield. We were born with the Rhine, molded by the Rhine. The legendary Rhines of old, Coco, Fraggy, LH Cloudy, they were all forged in the crucible of European ranked. And Los Angeles Gladiators are going to need to be ready to rebuff that kind of approach, unless Crandall actually plays for Diva and makes me waste all my breath.
Well, they need a different game plan, whatever it is. Team Peps actually played and chose King's Row yesterday against the Washington Justice, where they started off on defense, gave up a 3-minute time bank to the Justice, and then lost that map, and that was the 0-2. Or 2-0 loss in that case. But start off with some Rhine Rush, May Cassidy for them, the Lucio Bap, and then when they couldn't get to point B after several attempts on their attack, they swapped kind of this Tracer, Cassidy dive with Lucio Ana. So Team Peps aren't afraid to change up their strategy, although kind of the trend with contenders teams is they stick to what they know and what they're best at.
I do like a little bit of a faster look, though, from Crandall being able to try and get on top of Lastro and disrupt the healing that Gladiators are going to be able to push into Dante, who's going to have plenty of healing coming his way between both the Kiriko and the Ana. At the moment, though, just going to be a slight exchange of poking as both teams will jostle for positions. And I think we might see Calyx and Naga wrapping around the outside to try and dislodge Babel.
Team Peps on the approach, and yeah, these anti-nades from Lastro, that's why you play this backside. You have a great angle to lob these over and then jump on them afterwards, but losing Babella is not the intended start. Lastro has to use the nade on themselves too. Gladiators in not so healthy position, and Dante has to fall back just to protect their supports. Meanwhile, I'd love to see Naga put pressure on this point. At least if you're getting these initial kills, it would be great to have a tick out of it. Naga doesn't know where his supports are, gets headshot by Kevster, couldn't go there alone, and I feel like Peps really blew a good opportunity.
Yes, everyone's getting suppressed so hard at the moment by Kevster, Yaki, and Lastro, just sending in those constant snipes around this choke point. You can see that Sonic arrow is consistently pinging Hybrid and Zerion's location, and now the opening that Babel was slaying opened has been closed once more.
कराची वालों तुम ही बता दो अच्छा खाना खाने कहाँ जाऊँ? कराची वालों एक और एपिसोड में आ गए हैं। हमने सुना है कराची के खाने हैं बेस्ट और हम आगे इसको करने टेस्ट एंड ट्राई। कराची के डिफरेंट फ्लेवर्स हैं। अरे करा रहा हूँ इंट्रोड्यूस यार। तुम्हें लगता है कि मैं अपने दोस्त को इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं करवाऊंगा? मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करवाना चाहूंगा। द हैंडसम, द अमेजिंग, कमाल के एक्टर है, मॉडल है मेरे दो। मोटरसाइकिल चला मेरे दोस्त कराची का मौसम भी कमाल है, तेरी कंपनी भी कराची में कमाल है। ये कैसे हो रहा है सब कुछ? अरे जिंदगी में सपोर्ट सिस्टम होना चाहिए, दोस्तों का, अच्छे खाने का, इसलिए इसके भी है हमारे पास एक सपोर्ट सिस्टम। देखो लाइफ में सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन बहुत जरूरी है, बट सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है खुश रहना। इसलिए आज ज़ावियर के साथ खाएंगे मजे के खाने। लेट्स गो। आज हम आ गए कराची के बोट बेसन। यहाँ की रेसिपीज हैं ट्राइड एंड टेस्टेड। दुनिया बदल गई, इधर का खाना चेंज नहीं हुआ, लेकिन आज हम इसके अंदर लेकर आएंगे थोड़ा सा चेंज कैसे? सब बता दूं। और आज इनके खानों पे मसाले का तड़का लगेगा, कुछ चीजें चेंज सी हो जाएंगी और वो ऐसा चेंज है जिसके बाद तू भी कहेगा वाह वाह वाह। गेस करना चाहता क्या है? बन कबाब चाट। अरे लड़का इंटेलिजेंट भी है, स्मार्ट भी है, एक्टर भी है, फ्यूचर भी प्रिडिक्ट कर लेता। और इसीलिए आज हम कराची के फेवरेट बर्गर स्पॉट पे आए हैं, टीपू बन कबाब के बन कबाब। मैं कहता हूँ ऑर्डर ऑर्डर ऑर्डर। की हो गया? ऑर्डर ऑर्डर ऑर्डर। एक मिनट यार, पॉज कुछ नहीं होगा। पेट खराब हो रही है ज़ावियर। नहीं यार, थोड़ा सा कुछ हो रहा है। जाने नहीं देंगे तुझे। ओह माय गॉड, क्या हुआ? इसी बड़े से बात करो। तुम्हारी हार्ट बीट में बिल्कुल भी चस्का नहीं है। तुम्हारा इलाज इसी चस्केदार खाने में। इमरजेंसी इमरजेंसी, गिव इट टू मी। का तड़का जब लगेगा ना ज़ावियर, तुम्हारी सारी तबीयत ठीक हो जाएगी। दाल तो भूख लग रही है। किसी किस्म की एक्सट्रीमिज्म नहीं हो सकती। बन कबाब में कुरकुरे? मुझे पहले सोचना चाहिए था। नहीं सोचो मत। लाइफ में अगर कोई परेशानी है, राइट लेफ्ट जा रहे हो, अगर स्कैटर्ड हो, जिंदगी की समझ नहीं आ रही, आगे पीछे कुछ पता नहीं चल रहा क्या हो रहा है, तो अगर अपनी जिंदगी ठीक करना चाहते हो तो अरे इसी कुरकुरे को डाल दो किसी किस्म के स्नैक में। समोसा, बर्गर, चाट। मेरी बात तो सुने, PhD भाई डॉक्टर क्यों नहीं बन गए? बन गया। वाह। क्या पसंद करते हो स्नैक्स में? बन कबाब, शॉर्मा, समोसे, चाट, बस यही है। इन सब का कुरकुरे के साथ रिलेशनशिप है। यस यार, तुम इन सब चीजों में ज़ावियर एक बार ट्राई करके तो देखो। डन आपने आज बन कबाब में करा दिया। तुम्हारा कार्डियो भी ठीक हो जाएगा एंड ओवरऑल यू विल बी अ हैप्पी पर्सन। तुम अभी भी बड़े खुश मिजाज इंसान हो, लेकिन और हो जाऊंगा। और मैंने तुम्हें बताया, दिस इज अ पॉजिटिव चेंज दैट यू नीड इन योर लाइफ। ओके ओके। कौन है ज़ावियर नोमान? छोटा मोटा अदाकार है। नाम बनाना चाह रहे हैं भाई। वैसे तो आप लोगों को बड़े सीरियस रोल्स में नजर आता है टीवी पर, लेकिन बड़ा खुश मिजाज इंसान है। तो आप भी अपने घर पे कुरकुरे क्रिएशंस बनाएं और अपनी इफ्तार पे एंजॉय करें कुरकुरे का तड़का। अब लगा मसाला।
खाना पीना साथ हो और कुछ दिल की बात हो, कुछ दिल की बात हो।
Bubble in the way. Hybrid can also take control of Hotel, but really a lot of gladiators are set up on this high ground. Babel again the first of all, but this happened last time and gladiators weren't too worried. They sit on the high ground, they have Dante anchored the point, and he's gonna do more than just that. He's just got nanoed by Lastro. Not seeing a lot of damage being taken by Peps. Really their supports are zoned off. Yaki gets involved and Team Peps are getting dismantled.
Huge move there by Kellex. That move actually forced a Primal Rage to try and get the reset. And Dante is by no means home free here. Can disengage, but I've got to say it, Lemon. Babel cannot be picked in the same location again. His disengagement game is bloody weak. Twice in the same place. You can teleport. You need to be more judicious with when you can take those doors and when you cannot.
It's very different than playing with a Lucio that can kind of boop or at least escort you out of danger. While it's connecting with your Ana, it's a little bit more difficult. Babel at least picks off Hybrid. 4v3 for Team Peps, trying to take control of Hotel so that they're safe from the dive, and Zerion was just left all by themselves. And, you know, no Primal, no Nano came out. Team Peps just have a really hard time taking the initiative and getting something out of it.
Babel's timing much better right there. I think actually joining Yaki in a dive to try and pressure out Zerion once they essentially had him pinned into that Hotel. However, Team Pep's coming up on 5 ultimates. Surely we can grug up, press all the Qs, and take this point. But to rebuff them, if Krandop dives too deep, I would expect to see a Kitsune rush from Babel to enjoy that extra DPS to burn him down.
Last fight, only 2 limbs recorded by Team Peps. Hopefully you can get a few more. Nano Winston going after Kevster, climbing up the wall. Babel, Suzu leaves behind the Kitsune rush, teleports out, and this is why chasing a Kiriko is kind of tough, as I guess Cranop's gonna go see what the rest of the map is like, because I don't know if they're gonna get to see it like that. There's 34 seconds left.
And Gladiators actually made a critical choice in that fight as well, Lemon. And that's having Lastro play in a different window compared to where he was going previously. That meant that Krandop, when he dove in, he was instantly evaded by a wall climb and leap from Kevster, whereas if it was an Ana, the ability to leap would be much harder. Primal, please? Yeah. There we go.
When his team has to go, the initiative is taken. Krandop's been slept. Lastro's 1 HP. Left behind a nano for Yaki. Kevster's Dragon cutting off Team Peps, who are running out of ultimates, running out of lives. And you need to do more than just 2 ticks, but the momentum is there. Yaki behind, harassing Hybrid. Tough matchup against the Cassidy. Dante is going to finish it off, though. Even trades, presence on the point by Team Peps. They have close spawns, but they only have 2 people left, so it's going to be up to Naga to put the hero cape on, and Yaki will give him the good old backhand, and Team Peps will not be able to unlock that payload.
Yeah, the hero cape was supposed to be donned, but the Gladiator said, baby, we're the Avengers. You don't get to hero at us. Team Peps. Well, it's not lost, Lemon, but it is going to be bloody hard to win. An ironclad defense is going to be required here, and honestly, I think that Team Peps did have the right idea here of playing a more vertical composition. Like, if you're playing the Reinhardt, it could be so hard to try and dislodge Lastro from one of those positions. I don't know what they could have done better to potentially remove Lastro. Maybe you play a Sombra instead, so you can try and run a 50-50 pincer dive by having the Sombra set up, and then have Krandop move in afterwards, or like engage with the leap while the Sombra uncloaks. But in many of these cases, it really seems like Lastro is only being attacked by Krandop, and you know that Lastro, he's gonna hit those sleeps, he's gonna hit those nades.
And Yaki has recorded 0 deaths in that first round, and man, the prediction on that recall is disgusting. Yaki just got subbed in, first time seeing him out, and he's doing the Lord's work back here, and it's just no wonder Team Peps can't get a dive going with this guy back here.
Yeah, Yaki's being an absolute terror. Start off, it's an old tradition, of course, of the LA Gladiators to stick a Widowmaker up on here. This was the site of the Great Bamboozle, and that was LA Gladiators, I believe, Surefor, who made that one work. So why not have a cheeky peeky here, see if anyone from Team Peps wants to try their luck against the old Kevster roulette. And also, the synergy with the Sonic Arrow is not to be understated as well, and even in the worst of cases, with the new changes for Overwatch 2, you can turn it into charge for your next ultimate, like Deadeye in this case. Now, oh, actually, that's a early lead.
What I really like too is that Yaki is playing Tracer and Kevster's on the hit scan, kind of truly proving that Kevster is like this flex god. You can have your maybe #1 Tracer out there, or if you need more options, Yaki can come in and kind of let Kevster play other things. So we're seeing so many different looks from the Gladiators, and Dante talked about that pressure of being so flexible. And man, this fight looks so easy, and this is how a dive is done, everybody. You go, and you do not hesitate. And look, they're not even letting them respawn. Look at Yaki Kevster run back there. Team Peps ain't got much left to say. And in this best of 3, the Gladiators take a swift and pretty ugly 2-0.
And like you said, like, that dive was executed a lot better. I loved the early jump from Dante onto that first piece of high ground, because that was all about buying space for Babel to try and play the off angle with the Kiriko. The crosshair placement was amazing. Headshots came through, and that made people so much easier to chunk down with a second phase of the dive coming through from the long-range hit scan that we saw from Kevster. As she pointed out, this could be the year with Yaki on the team where Kevster really gets to show how flexible he is, and he's not just a Tracer god.
Yeah, that was a good warm-up for Glads, because I feel like they got the final boss coming up of the Boston Uprising. Of course, the desk will talk about the Redbird esports situation. But a doubleheader today with not that match in between means Glads gotta Gotta bring that momentum, and they sure looked good today. I know everyone was saying the shakiness was evident yesterday, but I think they're back on top, and now that they have all their players in their facility with enough time to be together, it's glad to see Glads. I'm glad to see Glads back on top. But also, player of the match, someone who really stood out today. Your player of the match is Babel.
What a pickup Babel was, like we said, assembling the Avengers from so many different teams. Babel came from O2 Blast, the academy team of the San Francisco Shock. He was an absolute menace over in Korean contenders, and this was actually such an important pick that we highlighted towards the end of Nepal. Grabbing Zerion that early, Babel's sense of timing, especially in conjunction with Dante and Yaki, has been sublime in order to try and create some openings, even though we did see a couple of maybe too egotistical lack of TPs at the beginning of King's Row. The rest of the team make hay while the sun shines. And the sun shines because Babel opened up so many of those early fights with well-placed headshots that meant it was hard to recover for the amount of damage that was being done.
Yeah, I think the Ana was a huge diff in that first map of the amount of times he's able to nano Dante to make that space, and then those anti-nades, and kind of that was the go sign for a lot of their fights. Then when it came to King's Row, like, yeah, he maybe had the most amount of deaths on that one, but I think once he figured out the timing on his teleports, he also wasted a lot of Krandop's time, and that's how Krandop found himself in Narnia on King's Row, and kind of messed up a lot of the tempo that Team Peps had there. But speaking of tempo, like I said, Glads have another match coming up. We're going to hear from the desk during an extended break, so Glads have time to have their snackies and whatnot, and hopefully I have enough to break down because Glads made this pretty swift. So we will see you all on the other side of this break.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Game Break. We're going to start this one off with a quick announcement. Lemon, Kiwi, and Leg, they already alluded to it, that we have some changes in our schedule. So let's pull up the tweet from Sean Miller to see exactly what is happening. He writes that due to severe weather at the facility of, that is of course, Redbird Esports, today's matches featuring Redbird Esports have been postponed. The health and safety of players is the highest priority. Grateful the organization has taken appropriate steps to help ensure their safety. As a result, we're working with Redbird and their opponents to identify appropriate times to reschedule these matches, and we'll share these updates with the community as soon as we have them. Today, we will have an abridged schedule that will still feature 3 matches, beginning with the Gladiators versus Team Peps, which is what we just got to watch, followed by the Uprising versus the Gladiators, and concluding with Wisp versus the Uprising. We thank all the teams and players today for their flexibility and consideration. Thank you so much, Sean, for the update. So there you have it. Of course, we hope that everyone is staying safe in the region over where Redbird Esports is currently located, and we hope to see them on the servers very soon. For now, however, let's break down the match we just got to saw. Yesterday, we talked about Gladiators, you know, not looking as dominant as we really wanted them to, but today, a different kind of Gladiators. You definitely can tell that they were, you know, they were in it. They were a good look for the Gladiators. Matt, what was that face? Matt's just like,
no, they're cut ahead. I think it's safe to say, right? They looked really good. I don't think really kind of like any of these teams you'll see, you know, from even the Overwatch League side are really in final form for what we'll see in the season. But we saw really nice things from, you know, the DPS line, which I think is to be expected all season long, right? With Kevster, Kai, and Yaki. I think those 3 players are just fantastic. It's just kind of how do you make the rest of the team work? Which Dante, you know, switching over, playing that tank role now full time. He has the mechanical skill, obviously, to play all the tanks. It's just, you know, that kind of like in-game awareness knowledge. Like, can he pick it up fast? I believe he can.
yeah, I mean, he talked about that yesterday in our interview as well, right, Danny?
Yeah, I mean, he was saying that, you know, he was feeling a bit stressed because he had to pick up so many different heroes, but I think he's doing a fantastic job. And like what Matt said about the DPS lineup, I really like it. I think this was our first time seeing Yaki, right? And I think he absolutely popped off. And I think Lemon, Kiwi, and Leg, they highlighted it pretty well, how, you know, having so much talent on the DPS lineup like allows them to have so much more flexibility. We all know that Kevster is a great tracer, but Yaki is also a great tracer, which means that either of the two could flex onto a different hero and just, you know, go crazy as well. So I think Gladiators, they're, you know, I think they're becoming more and more interesting as more matches are being played, definitely.
कभी महसूस किया है कि जब आपकी वजह से कोई और यूं ही मुस्कुरा दे? शायद ये खुशी बयान भी नहीं की जा सकती। समझो हम ऐसे ही एक मुस्कुराहट के लिए एक नया रास्ता निकाल लाए। इस रमजान हर कोका कोला के बदले हम करेंगे 1 मील डोनेट आपकी तरफ से किसी मुस्तहक को एक मुस्कुराहट के लिए।
Now let's take a look at some of the numbers from Yaki. That's very dramatic. Wow. So here is Yaki as Tracer in this very match. 0 deaths, just unkillable. Very slippery little Tracer right there. He's been a standout player pretty much every season in one point of time. He's been, this is, what is that? His third year in the Overwatch League, right? Yeah, so he started with the Florida Mayhem, moved over to the New York Excelsior, and is now playing for the Gladiators.
I mean, the stat card just shows like how talented he is. I think, and even last season, from what I remember, you know, on NYXL, the team didn't have that much success. But Yaki, just as a player, I think he still stood out to me when he was in NYXL. So just being on this roster with Kevster and Kai, it's just kind of crazy.
Well, the skill has never been the question with Yaki. It's like, can he play in a winning formula, like set with a team, right? You know, New York last year, oftentimes he was just kind of like, you would think It's like somebody in your ranked games, you know, blasting the music going off in their own lane and just try to just kill backlines, which can work against some teams but can't against others. So it's like, how can you actually kind of work him in as a player who can play in like a winning system? Like, I think it's still kind of up for debate, but the thing that you can't debate with Yaki is just his individual skill on every single hero. I mean, the guy is just unbelievable.
Absolutely. And we are looking at the other side here for a second as well. Team Peps. They managed to sneak around from Nepal off of the hands from the Gladiators. So let's take a look at Sanctum and see how they got it done.
I mean, I think this was, for me, it was really close, but it was, of course, Team Peps, you know, getting the better, of course, getting the win at the end. And they looked a lot better. I think I was very impressed about, as we're seeing right now, Naga's Hanzo, I think, was a clutch play. I think he sort of played a big part in Peps winning this team fight and also winning the round as well.
Yeah, we saw them play some Orisa as well, which is quite interesting, you know, from Team Peps. But I think this is the type of thing, I think we talked a bit about it in the pregame. It's like if they were going to win, you thought it would be in these like rush brawly style comps, right? Then that's kind of what they took advantage of there.
Yeah, it's actually the first time we're seeing Orisa so far in this tournament as well. Maybe that's just like to, you know, secure some point presence or whatever it might be. It's definitely interesting to see Orisa being played in the mix there as well. Now, we do have an interview ready for you all, and this one is going to be with Babel. So, Danny, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Zoe. And we have the player of the match. We have Babel joining for the post-match interview. 바벨 선수 들리시나요? 안녕하세요.
아, 네, 안녕하세요. 잘 들려요.
Right, Babel says hi. All right, and he says and thankfully he could hear me very well, loud and clear. All right, awesome. Let's jump right into the interview. So, Babel, I think the last time we saw you in the Overwatch League was when you were a DPS player and you were playing for the London Spitfire, and you know, time passed and you're coming back to the league and now you're a support player. So how did that role change happen? 자, 일단 첫 번째 질문으로 바벨 선수, 제 기억으로 마지막으로 저희가 리그에서 바벨 선수를 봤었을 때가 딜러였던 거로 제가 기억을 하는데, 이제 좀 시간이 지나고 다시 리그로 돌아오면서 이제 역할이 좀 바뀌었죠. 이번 힐러로 들어오시게 되셨는데 이 역할이 어떻게 변환이 되셨나요?
아, 그 주변에서 서브힐러 해보는 거 어떻냐고 권유하기도 했고, 특히 전에 있던 오토블라스트 팀 감독님이랑 코치들이 서브힐러로 와주면 정말 좋을 것 같다 해서 고민하다가 하게 됐어요.
It was pretty simple. I think you know, people around me, my peers around me, told me, sort of suggested that like I play flex support. They were asking me or giving me advice. They were telling me that, you know, why don't you try out playing flex support? And not only that, you know, our coaches and head coach of the O2 Blast, my previous team, they told me that, you know, we'll be really grateful if you could jump on that flex support role to help out the team. So that's how it made the change. I mean, I'm gonna quickly follow up on that. I mean, you did make the change because of your peers and I guess because of the O2 coaches. But how are you? Do you like playing support more, or do you feel like DPS is more of your role? 자, 방금 어떻게 보면은 이제 힐러로 넘어오게 된 계기를 말씀해 주셨는데, 그냥 개인적인 바벨 선수의 생각을 좀 듣고 싶어요. 바벨 선수가 보셨을 때는 솔직히 말해서 좀 이게 힐러가 더 맞는 포지션인 것 같은지, 아니면 딜러가 좀 더 맞는 것 같은지, 아니면 둘 다 재밌던지 어떠신 것 같습니까?
아, 딜러도 재밌긴 한데 이 서브 딜러라는 포지션이 상대를 때리는 것도 할 수 있어서 약간 딜러의 재미를 같이 느낄 수 있어서 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, playing DPS is really fun, but I mean, playing flex support it has its own color and it's really unique. That, you know, you could heal your teammates. Not only that, you could also deal damage. You could sort of get that DPS vibe from the flex support as well. So I'm actually enjoying playing flex support for the Gladiators. All right, I mean, my next question I do want to ask, because the current Gladiators teams, I feel like, are filled with veterans. Everyone that has been playing the league last season, and of course, big names are joining the team as well. As someone that is coming from O2 Blast, do you feel more pressured to sort of perform with given how many veterans are in your roster? 자, 두 번째 질문은 바벨 선수를 제외하고 나서 아무래도 이제 다른 팀원들은 다 저번 시즌에서도 좀 이렇게 쟁쟁한 선수들, 그 이름을 날렸던 선수들이 많기 때문에 이번 현 글래디 로스터에 O2 블래스트 티어 2 어떻게 보면 컨텐더스에서 넘어온 선수가 바벨 선수뿐이기 때문에 조금 더 부담감이나 좀 이런 거를 경기 도중에나 아니면 뭐 스크림을 할 때 좀 이럴 때 좀 느끼시나요?
한국에서 스크림할 때는 처음에 좀 느꼈던 것 같은데 미국 와서 스크림하면서 아예 그런 생각 없어지고 잘 연습했던 것 같아요.
Right, definitely when I was scrimming from Korea before I came to the US, I definitely felt those burdens. I definitely felt that. But as soon as I landed in LA, when I came to America and you know, when I was in person practicing with my teammates, it got a lot better. And right now I don't feel as burdened as much as I did when I was in Korea. All right, Pavel, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win and good luck in your next match. 자, 승리 축하드리면서 다음 경기도 화이팅 하시는 걸 바라면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bobel, and of course, good luck in the next match, which is about to happen very soon as they are getting ready. As I said prior to the interview, we have some schedule changes, so our next match will be Gladiators and the Boston Uprising. Now, as you can see on your screen, that's right, these are our revamped 2023 team jerseys. On your screen right now is, of course, the Gladiators one, and you too can have one of those. So make sure to head on over to our store to take a look at your favorite team Pro Kit jerseys for the 2023 season. Now, I think it's really interesting to hear, Danny, from him about that change in role, because quite frankly, I do think that it actually adds a lot of good things to a team if a player transitions from one role to another. I feel like a tank who previously played DPS or a support who previously DPS, they kind of approach that role differently.
I mean, I definitely feel so, and we could kind of see from how Babel plays, because when I see Babel play, I don't know, for Ana or especially Kiriko as well, he's pretty aggressive. And like he said in the interview, you know, you get the best of both worlds. While you heal and support your teammates, you could also sort of get those kills and sort of be a semi DPS when you're playing Flame.
Matt's face is like, please don't, please don't.
Look, what Babel is trying to say is that they asked him to play flex support. He reluctantly said, okay, fine. And now he's trying to find the positives of it, which are being able to do some of the things he was still doing playing damage. But the fact that he's on a team and he's playing well and playing a lot on flex support, he's not going to come out and be like, oh, I just want to be a DPS again. Of course he's going to be like, yeah, flex support, yeah, this is great. I love this. Keep it going.
Let him have it, Matt.
Hey!
We're trying to hype him up there.
I don't know. He could have been honest and be like, hey, no. Flex is fun, but hey, I kind of like DPS. That's not gonna hurt him.
When you even flex Q in like the game and you play DPS and support, really you're only doing support because you're like, oh well, I can get into a game fast. It's kind of like the same thing. It's like, oh well, you know, teams are looking for support, so I can get on. And you know, he probably was like, oh man, hey, somebody actually wants me as a support. All right, fine, I'll give this a shot.
Give this a shot. Well, he's looking pretty good. Yeah, he's looking pretty good in the shot he's given it. And quite frankly, if you can play support like you can play your DPS and just look deadly, why not? You know, definitely going to benefit your team. Yeah. Let's see if he can get it or keep on. I don't know where I was supposed to go with it.
Keep on going.
Yeah, that one.
Keep
let's
on
take that.
Going.
Yeah, let's keep on going in their next match. This is about to happen very soon. But first, we're going to head into a quick break. And we're going to see you on the other side.
नेस्ले प्योर लाइफ अपनाएं और डबल ऑफर का फायदा उठाएं। अब 2 नई 18.9 लीटर बॉटल्स की खरीदारी पर मिले एक टेबल टॉप डिस्पेंसर के साथ 2 refills बिल्कुल फ्री। Call now for free home delivery 111 123 333।
Welcome back! Penguins. What a sight for sore eyes. Another great sight for sore eyes is, of course, some merch. That's right, because you can get your hand on our Overwatch League Pro-Am event jerseys. That's right, and they are limited to get. They're only available until the end of the Pro-Am tournament. So grab yours now in your shop, in our shop, actually. Your shop.
Your shop
Matt,
is our
my
shop. We all are one shop.
This is fantastic. I don't know, there's something about having Matt on the desk which just throws me off my game just by his presence alone.
I was gonna
It's
say
just like some chaos radiating from you.
I was gonna say it's a long day, but like in actuality, it's become a way shorter day if you see the schedule here on the screen.
And yet spending time with you feels like forever, Matt.
That's true.
Not
Feels
sure
like twice
if
as long.
insults are compliments. Either way, I'm pretty excited to head into this next match, and because we're going to finally see Boston Uprising playing. We've been talking about that roster quite a bit now. They are a star-studded lineup. I mean, looking at those legends, wow.
Oh man, where do I even start? Where do we even start? Okay, Smurf on the tank was a crazy great tank player from Seoul Dynasty. Birdwing, we heard from him from the pre-show. Decay, another crazy Tracer player, and of course Lijagon and Twilight, both just great. This is another just like it's like Houston, but with blue. It's like Houston, but in blue color. And like
what
Atlanta,
does that even mean, Danny?
like it's just like Houston. Houston's like a stacked roster. Boston just looks like a stacked roster as well, but with different color.
Look,
no,
I think this roster looks awesome. The amount that I'm worried about this roster though is like through the roof.
Why? What makes you worry?
Well, look, I want to see like Decay play a whole season. I want to see like Birdwing, you know. Look, when they're rolling your highlights and your highlight is sniping Zebasai, Zebasai hasn't been in the league in like 5 years. So like, you know, we got to see Birdwing start to turn up. And a little bit of a revenge game, right? Against the Gladiators, former team. Maybe comes out, plays with a little extra something
I'm
here.
sure that's in the back of his mind.
Yeah.
Birdwing revenge
He's
game.
feeling very, very strongly about this.
I mean, Birdwing was with Gladiators the last time, like before his retirement, right? But I mean, I think this match is interesting because first of all, we get to see Boston Uprising, like how well are they gonna do, right? Because this is their first time playing, and also for Gladiators, I think this is a great test of strength for Gladiators. Like, are they really good, or was it just like, you know, a one-time thing because they were going up against contender teams?
Yeah, this is definitely the first time they're going to be tested to the limits, or so we hope, unless the Boston Uprising show up and completely flop. But that's unlikely, just given the caliber players we have on that team.
I mean, there's a way. I mean, we've seen this with teams in the past, Danny. There definitely, certainly is a way. I mean, I think they probably just have too much talent for it to go that way. But we've seen this in the past. You know, there is one team each year that we're like, oh, there's no way it goes wrong, and then it just goes horribly wrong.
No. There's no way possible. That
I feel like you're speaking it into existence, Danny.
I don't know.
Like, that's
Earlier,
not GG.
earlier, Danny told me that there was like an 180% chance that Atlanta and Houston.
180? When did I say 180?
But you said like 90 for both teams.
No,
so
I
like,
said 99.9.
Okay,
That's
so
not
even
100.
higher.
Yeah. 99.9%.
Math isn't our strong suit here on the desk, but we're really, really good at just claiming things or, you know, making predictions. Also, very good at totally never being wrong. So let's take a look at the predictions for this match, because I'm actually very interested to see where we're going with this. I went with the Boston Uprising.
Let's go.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unknown. They could flop, but I just don't think it's possible because individually they're just so good. And the Gladiators so far, they haven't really been tested. They went up against two contenders teams, and they did drop it here and there against those contenders teams. So until they got all their ducks in a row, I have to go with Boston Uprising here.
Yeah. I'm on the same boat. I went with Boston Uprising. I don't know why you guys are doubting the Boston Uprising. You guys are saying that Boston might flop, but I don't think that's the case. And also Gladiators, yeah, they look strong.
I'm not doubting them. I just give myself an out.
True.
Okay.
I mean,
no
Gladiators,
outs here. No, we're not. You can't pick on both sides. Cannot pick on both sides.
Can I finish my sentence, guys?
Okay, yes, I'm so sorry.
Gladiators. All right, Gladiators look good, but like Zoe said, they were going up against contenders players and they were dropping maps, so that was worrying for me. So I went with Boston on paper, who look stacked, just like Houston and Atlanta. So I'm betting on them.
Well, I took the Gladiators because I'm not picking based off of the game on the paper. We've seen the Gladiators play pretty well this far. It's a 1-2, so it's a short series, a little bit of a toss-up. And I think Boston, I think their roster's really great on paper. I think it's probably going to take a little bit of an adjustment period, to bring in all these big personalities from different teams and get them together on the same page. So I went with the Gladiators here.
All right, so much doubt coming from Mr. X. I wonder if our casters share in on that doubt, or if they're also pretty hyped up about that Boston squad. There's only one way to find out, and that's handing it over to Jen and Harry.
हमारे दस्तरखान हमारी पहचान है। पिछले 85 सालों से हमारे दस्तरखानों को लज्जत और सेहत से सजाता आ रहा है डालडा। एक बार फिर डालडा शुरू करने जा रहा है एक नया सफर।
देखिए इस रमजान डालडा का दस्तरखान रोजाना 4 बजे सिर्फ जियो पे।
Oh, we're on first name basis. We're getting kind of tight with the desk. We love to see it. A lot of doubt on the desk, though, for real. Like, it's almost like the Gladiators are undefeated, and this is Boston's first match, and there's a lot more hype for Boston. Well, what camp are you sitting in, Leg?
I am sitting in the camp of the Kongdu loyalists, baby, because the blessed child has returned. He has emerged from the dark ether and back into the light of day. Birdring's back, baby. Woo! And as a legacy Kongdu fan, as a Season 1 London fan, I could not be more absolutely stoked to see this hit scan legend back on the stage. Antarctic Peninsula is going to be our first map. I don't know how to say those words because there's only one word that I care about saying in this particular cast, and that is Birdring.
I know, right? And starting lineups, Birdring's playing alongside Decay. A lot of personality on Boston. A full roster, 3 supports, 3 DPS, 2 tanks. Boston have options. This is a complete rebuild from last season. And I like to joke around and say Boston were just like building up their economy, while all the teams were spending their money. They were waiting for their moment to strike. And if it's not a good season for them, Striker will leave them again. So go back to the Shock and then come back to Boston. We'll wait for the ultimate Boston season. I think this could be the season of the uprising. But Gladiators, they've already proven in terms of results that no one's been able to touch them. At least not that when they're warmed up.
You know how most employment contracts have like a performance clause where you can be dismissed if you're not performing up to par? There's a reverse one in Striker's contract. If Boston don't pop off, I'm out of here, baby. As we head on out, Gladiators on the other side. We've already seen them today, and while there were a couple of shaky plays with the double flex in particular, they looked absolutely unstoppable. As we move out here onto Labs, Dante's going to once again be enjoying the Ramatra, but you could be going up against a more fearsome Winston than the legend himself in Smurf.
Yeah, Dante already showed a couple of picks in our earlier match just 15 minutes ago from the Winston, the Doomfist, the Ram. He's trying to counterpick as much as he can, and I think he's quite comfortable in the Winston mirror. And so far, you've lost Babel, you've lost Twilight, and a tank for Glads. Boston ahead, now able to take so much space now that Smurf is free and Birdring is unloading. So first fight for Boston.
So check out that cool little thing in our UI there when you look at Smurf. He's got the roll star icon in the bottom left next to his portrait. And it's a good chance to talk about the accolades of a Boston Uprising. I believe the most title wins of any team we have, Lee Shagon, Izayaki, and Twilight all having at least one to their name. Smurf's got one, Birdring's got one from Season 1. Only Decay has actually not walked away with a season win himself, but who knows? Season 6 is upon us here in 2023, and there's always hope, man.
kind of how like I said the Gladiators were the Avengers. It feels like Boston also took a lot of good pieces from other teams. Decay needing a better team after the Justice, and I was hyping you up for that pulse bomb, man. Now Kevster is shining bright on the other side. He gets a pick on the Smurf. Both tanks removed as we have a 4v4 taking place. But Boston just trying to play off the picks. They've actually nanoed Birdering, who slaps Kai in the head, goes for a double kill. But man, Kevster's also getting those trades. So Boston just barely holding on to this point, falling back now to their healers. Smurf will have presence just to anchor.
Birdering has 6 HP. He needs a health pack and a cuddle right now, but Smurf, like you said, anchoring down here, and Dante's been heavily denied from actually getting onto any targets. This might be a touch of space for him to work with, though, as Birdering channels for Deadeye.
Just trying to zone them off, but that's Nano Dante speeding on in. I love that they have Funny Astro too for that high-tempo aggression play style. Even Dante in an interview said that this is something he's had to adjust to since his days on the Houston Outlaws. And it feels like a big key to their success to overwhelm teams. And even staggering out Boston late here is big, but Gladiators have quite a gap in the score to close.
Oh, that was such a long punch. Mr. Fantastic would be eyeing that enviously. And now Dante has access to the Annihilation. I wouldn't be surprised to see Smurf try and use her Primal Rage potentially to try and control that. At the moment, Annihilation still early in its tactical depth, where we haven't seen too many specific strats to try and deal with it. Actually, Crandop had one over on the previous Nepal to get Dante off the map, but no Enviros here.
Like this Deadeye, this just zones off Boston, who are just playing on the other side of the map anyway. Gladiators don't need to really force their hand. It's Boston that have to pressure this point. Now Smurf jumps on top of Kai, forces out the barrier for Funny Astro, who speeds the team back out of this dive. Boston cannot stop. They went with their own sound barrier too, but Smurf primals some people off the map, goes after more. And after all the trades are said and done, we have a 3-on-1 for the point, and Boston will recap it.
Okay, so let's talk about right now something that's going to be highly infusing for every Boston Smurf fan out there. The Smurf heads are super happy. But Smurf, Ligegon, and Decay seem to have already entered the hive mind state. Their 3-man dives are looking sublime. But Dante still has the Annihilation in the back pocket, and it might well need to be popped in this fight if they need the armor refresh, because we're getting towards last fight territory for Boston.
Oh, Kai's getting pressured by a Nano Winston and Babel too, and Dante got slept mid-annihilation. The Deadeye for the burst to confirm that kill. Boston 99%. Quite a statement to make as they just ran circles around this brawl comp of the Gladiators and really showed them how it's done.
Oh, and Birdering at the moment sitting on a princely throne, doing so much damage. He's currently on track for 11k damage per 10 minutes. Compare that to Kai on the Cassidy, who's on track for 7.4k damage per 10. Admittedly, Kai was in a losing scenario, but Birdering is hitting the shots right now. And that's what matters most. Retirement did not slow him down. Currently on 8 final blows out of his team's, I believe, 17.
And I think that what's important to consider with the big damage gap you just brought on is the fact that Smurf is making a lot more space than Dante is. That big Annihilation ultimate of Dante got slept. Shout out to Twilight there. He was a highlight on the Toronto Defiant. You're glad you picked him up, one of the best Anas in the league. And Decay has 0 deaths and is following along with Smurf so well. We go to sub-level now where Brawl is a lot stronger.
Yeah, this is where the Brawl can certainly clear out that high ground a lot more easily. The positioning of Twilight here, up in the high ground actually is a choice. Remember that Dante can try and force them out, but that's a great boot from Ligegon. What an isolation.
Nemesis form for Dante just to kind of have that block available if he takes pressure, but he's climbing back up to that high ground. That means Boston able to take some free space. 0.1 lock in a second. You got to see those tracers anchor that. Kevster versus Decay, that's an important 1v1 that will determine if Boston have to drop to help him out, if the Glads have to do so as well. Glads drop to the low ground, and they got some range from Kai. Those headshots are deadly, and Birdering doesn't benefit from that same range and that same one shot. Glads might have capped for now, but Kevster might have gone in a little too deep.
Decay might well be staggered here. The recall, though, it is lost, and so too is the Tracer themselves. Boston Uprising will get away with that. And Decay already trying to pressure the point. Let's see who drops down. Looks like it's Dante who's actually going to be taking up that challenge. Smurf is there to meet them, but now peeling for these squishier backline members might be a touch harder.
Smurf might want to jump on top of Kai and doesn't good job of doing so. He has Lee Jae-gong, he has Nano. What more could you want? The Gladiators, especially Dante appealing for his backline, but when you're bubbled off or when you're getting LOS away from your Ana, he's not getting enough support. Kevster's presence in the backline is certainly felt after that pulse bomb in a 4v4, but Boston losing members, losing the point shortly, trying to anchor that is Decay, who has a pulse, maybe could have a fight-turning moment if he can deal with Kevster. But meanwhile, the point held by Boston, who are trying to close the gap in the score.
Decay uses the recall, now has to be super careful into the slow, and Dante's quick to pummel down the Brit. And now escaping from that Nemesis form is going to be top priority. What an anti.
Ooh, what annihilation too. Even if it got bubbled off, he's still got a 3K at the end. Dante showing how it's done. And keeping this high ground, being able to defend it too, is going to be big for this Brawl comp.
Fantastic bit of shepherding as well from Dante to force them into Babel's sightline in order to allow Babel to hit that big nade. Unfortunately, Smurf did a little bit of mischief, a heckin' mischief in the lobby by running a pulse bomb into Lee Jae-gon in the previous fight. So now Lee Jae-gon is a little bit behind on the Sandberry, but still should be viable very soon.
Oh, if Boston fight through this choke, they got a Dragon Strike with their name on it, but Kai is holding on to it. Maybe it's going for a split. Oh! Lee Jae-gon, not like this! Not your first match, man! Oh, Flatshot's gonna have a lot to say about this one, but Birdering makes up for it. Double Deadeye. Gladiators also don't have Dante slept as he tries to keep on kicking, but he'll be kicking some dirt. Boston flipping the point, but it's at 91 for the Glads.
you killed my sound barrier cast and you activated my trap card. You all looked at Lee Jae-gon, and that's when the rest of Boston Uprising could truly get something done. A little bit of mechanical faux pas there maybe on a couple of Gladiators' doors. You can see Decay already looking for this pulse from early. There's not really much that can try and shut it down, but Kevster's faster on the draw. That's 2 stick kills now for Kevster.
Decay is very confused on whether to try and peel for Kevster or to follow along with Smurf. He got stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Decay's impact wasn't felt, at least not in that moment. Kevster got the first kill of that fight. Great pulse, of course, as now Gladiators aim to the point in their favor. Now needing to deal with this bubble. Lee Jae-gong takes a headshot by Kai, who's been sitting comfortably in the backline. Boston cannot afford to lose this fight. 92 and growing as Glads get back the objective. Smurf extremely low. Kai is getting the assist from Funny Astro, and all the kills are coming the way of the Gladiators, looking to force a round 3.
Oh, I feel like we've already got a banger on our hands, and we're not even halfway through Antarctic Peninsula. What a performance from Kevster there. So many critical stakes, including, as we said before, one onto Smith that he decided to say, hey, Lee Jae-gon, buddy, you got a defuse kit over there by any chance? Come take a look at this. And early kills onto Birdring, super important. Remember that Birdring can technically survive that by using the combat role, but maybe didn't have it. Maybe a little bit of cooldown timing there from Kevster. Remember, this is actually, I believe, the first time we've seen Birdring play competitively in Overwatch 2 after the long tenure, and that was I'm gonna go ahead and say it, Lemon. That was downright foolish from Lee Jae-gon.
Goofy, a little hockey up.
That was a real goofy barrier.
Especially with Dante there, you can't underestimate how much damage Ramatra does. Needing to maybe fall back behind his tank would have been the better move. Either way, going to the final round of Antarctic with Smurf on the Doomfist, and it's Birdering on the Sojourn. Fighting the headshot onto Kai. It's 4v4 though. Got to be using these jumps from Sojourn quite carefully around maybe Kevster and how much pressure he is putting on, but Dante at least can take in a lot of pressure at the front on the Ramatra. Smurf has to take angles around it, but Dante's been antied, is trying to block, but takes too much damage. And nothing that Funny Asher could speed him out of. Gladiator doesn't even get control of the point throughout that.
Twilight, an absolute raid boss on the Ana. His most famous hero for a reason, a legend of the art. Whenever anyone says that they're an Ana main, you ask who their favorite Ana is, I guarantee you, about 50% of them at least are gonna say Twilight. Los Angeles Gladiators now, they have to try and cover the distance towards Smurf and Birdring here while dealing with the Doomfist. And Smurf here is gonna be more of a stalling tactic, just trying to buy time for Birdring to build up towards those rails and let them hit home.
Yeah, just Smurf punched forward, maybe looking for a better stun, or maybe kind of coordinating with an anti-heal with Twilight would be a good go sign, but he's below 50% HP, jumps in, dies, Dante's getting nanoed, and the pressure on the back line is huge. Kevster alongside him, but Decay had a few frags here and there. Now it's Kevster going after Twilight. Not sure if the sleep has been used, and it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Boston will only get 46 off of this first fight.
Now Smurf comes in though for a little bit of a late contest. Not sure if it's overly winnable, but 2 versus 2 here. Kevster decides to target the healer instead. It's the basic economy, and indeed the basic economy comes up big here as Dante pops the Annihilation.
Boston still think this is winnable. I mean, they popped the overclock, but I think with the Annihilation, you just want to get away from that as soon as possible. So 46 ended up into 60 after some late stalling from Boston, so not bad.
One of the interesting things you've got to think about in this particular compositional matchup is that Dante can block off the heals from Twilight using the shield and then go into Nemesis form after to try and punish Smurf on an engagement. Smurf actually gets nanoed here, and it's answered with a...
forces out the barrier, yeah, and Kai's rolling back. If it wasn't for that sleep, Kai would be so dead. And Dante's front line is just bulldozing everyone, so glad still have to catch up by 30%, and they've used a lot of ults to do so.
I think Boston, they were actually trying for a sound barrier interrupt. We wanted to put Smurf into a backline with Seismic Slam and then use a quick punch to interrupt Funny Astro's sound barrier cast. But good evasion from Melusia means that it hits ground, and Lee Shagon now is going to have a slight advantage on that ultimate. But the advantage in point percentage is going to be lost soon for the Boston Uprising, as Decay is already checking Kevster here, looking for a path into a pulse bomb.
Lads using the pulse bomb, it misses. Trying to remove Smurf out of the picture. Sound barrier from Lee Jae-gong. Boston up by 3 kills. Decay slept, but he's well protected. Now that's a good fight for Boston.
Nice double slam kill as well coming through from Smurf. And Los Angeles Gladiators, they might want to take a little bit of a poke face here. Have Dante catch some incoming damage in order to help. Hold up, what's Twilight up to? Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I could lower the alarms. He's not doing anything too silly. Wait, the silliness may continue. Check this out. He's caught in the alcove over here. Disengagement's going to be super hard, and he's been scouted. Rescue's going to be necessary.
And he misses that sleep, and he misses the sleep, Oh, actually, he got it onto Dante. Okay, it didn't look like it hit on my screen. Either way, it looks like they were trying to slow down the tempo of the Glads, who are being separated from each other thanks to the punches of Smurf. Nano, Dante, Annihilation ready. Kevster's already killed 2, so you don't need to use that ultimate. They will need to flip the point, though. It's 99 for Boston. They have Annihilation and Barrier to think about for the next fight.
Oh, a stagger here would be brutal, and indeed it is. Kevster's getting so much good information on the Tracer scouting, as you guys have probably heard. Enemy over here multiple times in your head since starting this particular map. Being able to force resources out to save Twilight, like for Sleep, and the Anti gave an awesome opening for Gladiators to get some real value out of their own Nano. Now Boston going to try and retake here into the Annihilation, but once again, Kevster could shut this down in a singular moment using that pulse bomb.
See, Murdering is the one who gets nanoed. You don't see that too often, but against the barrier, it's a lot to carve through if you're bird ring. At least you get rid of Kai. Annihilation from Dante is just a brick wall as Boston pierced through it. Now jumping to the point. Decay with the pulse bomb too. Enough damage as the Boston Uprising in their first map of the Pro-Am will take it against the Glads.
Oh, I've got a Sherlock Holmes-esque mystery here that someone in the VODs is going to have to look at, Lemon. Funny Astro, after the Nano Overclock came in, used this sound barrier, didn't get cancelled, only hit him. where was Astro? Where was Daniel Hathaway deciding to live? The sound barrier didn't grab anyone else. There's no Doomfist that could block off the line of sight like you'd see usually from a shield. So where was Daniel? What was he up to? It was incredibly close, and this one is a certified Giga Banger already. I couldn't be happier to see this Boston team all working together and already exhibiting the synergy between Lee Jae-gon, Smurf, and Decay that gets me super excited for a nice dive.
What I really liked, because you said that the barrier didn't hit a lot of people, for the Glads to point out that Smurf was so good at dividing the fight, of punching people over on the high ground, having some people fall back to the point. Kai often found himself isolated, and Birdwing was able to win those 1v1s a lot of the time, and then you nano him. That's how much confidence you have in Birdwing after coming out of the retirement home. I'm excited for how the rest of this match is going to break down, but we got to throw it to a break so we can hear from Glads and where their map's going to be.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt in a 4v5. so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
That is it. Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Welcome back, everyone, to what it feels like the match of the day. I think the two most hyped teams in this group facing off. Boston, star-studded roster, took map number 1. It was pretty close, though, and some cool looks from everyone.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting rollouts from both of our teams in terms of the overall stylistic tendencies. It already feels like Boston are leaning a little bit towards that faster dive style, with Smurf playing both for Doomfist and, of course, the Winston that he's incredibly well known for. Both of our teams have also had a little bit of a swap up here. It seems like there's a lot of depth to these rosters. 8 members at the moment sit on the Boston Uprising, and here's a look at who Los Angeles Gladiators are bringing in for Hybrid.
Yeah, Funny Astro out, played the Ana and the Kiriko as more of a slower pace but deadlier all-offense support line with the Kitsune Rush and the Nano. Boston feels like a similar vibe. Lee Jae-gon out, Izayaki in, maybe a double flex could be in the cards, and Ana Kiriko, we will see. And Smurf is out, Kalios in.
Okay, Kalios, classically more of one of those off-tank players, as we used to call them in Overwatch 1, focusing in more on the Sigma, the D.Va, the Xayah especially for Kalios, but Xayah's not in a good place right now, it feels, in terms of the overall power level. So we're likely going to be seeing Sigma here on first point, or an attempt to rebuff any dives using some of the control that's available to those off-tanks. It's Blizzard World that's coming up. Critically here, though, for the Los Angeles Gladiators, they haven't brought in the Yaki that they used previously to free up Kevster to play other non-tracer things in conjunction with the double flex.
Gladiators had a lot of success on this map yesterday, though. I think that's why they picked it against the Boston Uprising. Gladiators beat down the Wisp. They stopped them at point B, and when they did get to that box of victory, there was still 4 minutes left in their time bank, and it was off of the Dante Winston dive, Kai Cassidy, Kevster Tracer, and then the Kiriko on a backline as mentioned. And they looked quite good, but Kai a lot more quiet this series, and I think there's obviously a compositional difference here of being a Cassidy versus the Sojourn, and Kai not having the mobility to get away from a Doomfist and a Tracer always attacking him, but Control is always a smaller map.
Yeah, let's run over what happened to Kai in the previous map by taking a look at some of the highlights that we've compiled from Eco Point and Antarctica between our two rosters here. Obviously, we're not going to be seeing as much of dive tanks from Smurf, but we are going to be seeing plenty more of the King himself. Birdring has returned and is looking bloody good. Twilight as well. So impressive on the Ana, and I think that Izayaki Twilight is one of the, unironically, one of the rosters of all time when it comes to double flex support. They are both him. They both got that dog in them. And when it comes to Warlords on flex support, you could not ask for better than Twilight X Izayaki.
Yeah, Twilight hit a lot of critical sleeps on the Dante, and you already saw in the replays, stopping the Annihilation, slowing down the Gladiators, who feel like such a high-tempo team off of Funny Astro, and I think that's why when they'll stick to that when it comes to Control of playing that Lucio, and maybe even Boston mirroring that strategy, but Birdring had quite a showing, was gapping Kai, although obviously there are factors to include, whether it was Smurf diving on the Winston, making a lot more space for Birdring when it came to labs, and then the other maps when you had Doomfist, still more space being created, Dante not able to just close the gap in terms of space to even get near Birdring, so he was able to just unload. It was great to watch. Blizzard World, though, you're favoring the Gladiators off of how comfortable they looked on this map yesterday against Wisp.
Hey, call me a fanboy here as well, but to return to the Birdring Sojourn, Birdring, having not played Overwatch 2 competitively last year, does not have any of the prejudices that you might have in terms of playstyle from pre-nerf Sojourn. Birdring knows Sojourn as she is now in a far more balanced state, and maybe that means that the grasp of the kit is going to be a little bit more au naturel than someone who's had to change their Sojourn playstyle multiple times over the course of a year as we tried to nerf her down to a state where she was both fun and fair. And that might be a slight advantage, even though Bergering here on the attack, likely to play the Cassidy to try and control those angles that the Trace is going to want to take. That's going to be down to Kevster, who thus far against Decay, I think has been doing very well in the Trace at all. Maybe there needs to be a touch more attention there from a Boston Uprising to try and help out Decay in those duels.
Against Kai Cassidy, definitely going to be tough now that you have the Suzu from the Kiriko. And even asleep, there's lots of things to consider when going up against the Glads. But on the defense, you might have a lot to worry about if a D.Va is going to be the confirmed rollout. I think we might have seen this from the Shock, or at least one other team on Blizzard World, where D.Va is very close range, but man, she packs a punch and she bullies Winston out of his bubble with those micro missiles, and is more of that reactive play style of just protecting your team. And now with the Zen, this is just gonna hurt if the Glads jump in on this.
All right, I asked for more help in the Tracer duel, and you can't get much better than the double orb dynamic. See Babel here, already being forced to TP out. We might see a critical difference between Boston Uprising and Team Peps here and how they follow up on Babel's attempts to disengage. He was slow on King's Row, picked multiple times too early. Babel's gonna have to be quicker on the trigger this time, and then quicker on the secondary escape as well.
Just on the initial dive, Kalios is the one who pulls the trigger first. Would have liked to see Dante in that moment go for a counter dive while Kalios is out of position, especially if you confirm that sleep on the Kalios. This is even more time and space for Glads to find themselves in the back line. They have done so already. Killing Twilight is big, and you got no heals at all for a defense, or for this offense, I should say, and no mech either. So Glads waited for Boston to act first, which is interesting.
Yeah, just kind of slowly tightening that noose around them and making sure that all of the off angles could be well collapsed upon at the same time from Gladiators. Remember that Bebel can actually all in as a Kiriko by TPing in with Dante if necessary, and that also means that Dante is going to be able to get a lot more quick healing from the Kiriko without having to worry about the travel time of those Fuda.
Can just stay with Kai on this off angle. Even explore even more as long as Babel has a dive or a teleport target. Has to still pay attention to Kai though, and that's the flex support squirrel brain. If you just want to damage as much as you can, and then you also have to pay attention to your DPS, and that pulse barely misses from Decay. Kai had the roll, Dante is slept. It's time to go for Boston. They take shelter in the mini room. Twilight being dove on there by Dante in the back. He's got the assistance of Kevster. Kitsune rush first from Babel, as Boston are just barely getting that first hit, and they will confirm it as Glads just didn't get really much headway off of the Kitsune rush.
Great timing there with the Nano on to Bergering. The second that Dante dove on top of him with the Kitsune Rush, knowing, hey, the escapability of the Winston, we've tracked that he doesn't have it. Oh, hello, Kai on his specialist. We've checked he doesn't have a Primal Rage yet, so why not give him a Nano boosted Fan the Hammer and just dispatch the Gorilla for the next turn. Kai, this is where legends were born. The
or you fall asleep. Depends if, you know, someone shows up.
Sometimes you just want to do your attack FPS style where you'll hold an angle for several thousand minutes, and you know, sometimes you get to shoot someone. It's for hunter style,
he stays away from Kalios. So it looks like Boston are just anchoring the card, getting free push. As Kai might have gotten information about at least Decay and Izayaki being in left door. Kalios is approaching, so Kai's gonna relocate to the high ground. Now, someone needs to anchor this, so Dante is on the cart. Decay is not feeling good about that duel, especially with the Primal Rage that's been probably called out. Boston in the room, trying to avoid as much poke and denying sidelines from Kai, as Dante looked like he was trying to enter that and is at least dislodged Kalios from the room, but Dante not able to produce much outside of that. Decay found his way into the high ground to pull spawn Kai, and Gladiators didn't get any picks that they were hoping for.
Kalios actually forced that Primal Rage by body blocking Dante in the room with all of the members of Boston Uprising. A huge big brain play that forced a huge resource out of Dante without really using anything on the side of Boston Uprising. Previously, Gladiators have been able to get huge amounts done here by forcing out early resources from Tracers to try and dislodge Bibble rather. But Decay's been doing very well in chasing up Bibble afterwards and making sure that they couldn't actually regenerate that teleport cooldown.
These Bostons have access to the high ground. The card is in pretty deep. Oh, the headshot. Oh, that was Kevster. I heard the dink. Either way, Boston just playing things slow, and I think if they keep waiting for Glads to jump into them, being too antsy, that Boston do have good punishing power. They've already proved that when Dante went in too deep inside of the room where, like you pointed out, the whole Boston Uprising were there. Presence now on the cart, it's just Kalios. Yes, self-destruct, he's gonna use this as his secondary life option. Twilight will nano Birdering, lights up Dante, who's been nano, so the damage mitigation going big here. Gladiators punishing Boston, who went too deep to try and confirm that kill onto Dante. And Gladiators get a good hold.
Excellent focus fire there. Twilight's on top of the vending machine, but I'm afraid that it's keeping your snacks, mate. And you're going to have to go back off to spawn. Now Los Angeles Gladiators, they're in a very enviable position where we've got a huge amount of early poke damage between the Widowmaker and the Kiriko. And Birdring. Oh, now this is a duel that I would pay to see. One of Europe's best.
Here. It's free to watch.
Head scratchers, head scratchers.
They're not even gonna see each other. Wah. We need to just like, screw this match. Let's go into a Widow 1v1, okay? This is what the people are here to see. Because it's both teams just waiting for the other person, the other team, to make the chess move first. Kalios and friends on Boston, few more meters to go. Kai picks off Decay. 5v4 for the defense. So getting a DMAC onto Kalios would be ideal, even forcing out the self-destruct. You don't want to use that, though. Kalios is going to get burned down by Kepster in a second. And I wonder if they're going to leave him out of mech. Yeah, they are.
The Tracer's role is multitude in this comp, and it's a very dynamic role where you have to simultaneously mark the enemy Tracer to stop them from being able to get too far into your own backline, but also the Tracer's responsible for a good amount of information gathering as well to aid the Widowmakers and being able to find their targets. Only 20 seconds remain now. Boston Uprising are very quickly running out of time here on second point, and we could see a repeat performance of Los Angeles Gladiators' previously impregnable hold on second here of Blizzard World. There's plenty of resources try and make it through there.
No div. You got sightlines here, huge advantage. Informational advantage for Kai, pays off. Shouldn't be peeking that now. You don't have the transcendence for this final fight. Kitsune rush from Babel and the Gladiators in a prime position to be taking, or at least holding off this push to point B with ultimates to spare. I mean, just based off of map positioning, the Gladiators gave Kai such a big kind of gap for Birdring, who just only had the small room to really operate from. Then Boston had a good punish on the Dante when he got too eager to just slap their DPS around, but Boston couldn't really produce much after that.
Yeah, Kai, like you said, so much more space because of the layering of the Gladiators' defense. You kind of had almost a faux front line of Kevster and Babel, who was kind of playing around Kevster, knowing that he could TP out for free easily, and you can hit easy headshots on Widowmakers as well, because they're slowed down while scoped in, and they got a big old headshot hitbox that Babel can really exploit. And that means that you've got to do a lot of groundwork as Boston Uprising to dislodge Kevster, to make room for Decay, to dislodge Babel, to make sure that you aren't going to get sniped in the side of the head by someone who can get out for free. And this also gives a huge amount of information over to Kai as well. And honestly, we did see a Ziaki ego check on Kai and was made to pay for it. But I think that Gladiators' layered defense here on Blizzard World Point B is going to be one that they continue to fall back on throughout the Pro-Am.
And I think Dante was able to reel back a bit. I think he's, you know, you go from being super aggro and control with a Lucio, with funny Astral Lucio escorting you around, to a more slower and measured style when Boston, they have the Zen, they have the Diva. This is just to blow up Dante as many times as possible. And he felt that on a couple of missed fights at the point. And he was able to dial that back and just rely on his DPS. And maybe not something Dante is used to doing, but he's on the attack. It's Kevster Widow this time, but just for maybe that initial pick, back to the Tracer.
So the Zai is real. I brought it up at the beginning of this match. I didn't think it would be real, but it might be a retier on Kalios, knowing that Kalios is likely to play the Diva. This is going to give a lot more capacity for Babel to continue surviving, and Lastro on the Lucio is actually something we're familiar with, thanks to Lastro's time on the Outlaws last year.
So yeah, like Zarya, rock, paper, scissors matchup. You got the scissors against paper. Dante could be very selfish with these bubbles. Maybe throw one to Kevster if he really needs a bone, but Gladiators have the counter to the Boston comp. Look, Dante's even going to the backline while Kalios is slept. There's no one to protect Boston at this point. And Gladiators already gotten the first tick. Maybe they should turn around and deal with the flankers, but either way, this is a one fight for Glads.
It feels kind of personal that Dante just rushed down Twilight. I mean, if you're sick of getting slept on your engage as a tank, you can just play Zarya. The sleep doesn't do more than 5 damage. It will not break through that bubble. Dante just absorbs, just eats up, gobbles up all of this Ana utility as she moves on forward. Izayaki now being able to leverage some high ground over Zenyatta might make Dante a touch more vulnerable. But you've got to hold this second point here of Blizzard Mod for 5 minutes, Lemon, and that's multiple ult cycles and pressure cycles from the Gladiators that you're going to need to have to survive and win multiple mechanical duels to do so.
We already said this was a strong map for Glads, and winning, which is unlocking the payload within the first fight, is already a little bit faster than Boston. They're getting free push. This is going to be the battle of ranged hit scans where Kai can get those random headshots, get picks, just like he did on Nepal's Sanctum. Glads now have to try and dislodge Kalios. It'll be up to Dante to take that duel, use his bubble selfishly, especially during the micro missiles, especially if he's taking a lot of pressure. He's already used one, and Kalios trying to trap him in. Dante is baiting attention towards himself, and he's winning the duel against Kalios, who has to fly back up towards Twilight. Now the grab, just to get Murdering, but he gets nanoed, so he survives the ultimate. But meanwhile, Gladiators are getting so much free push until Kalios is back to anchor. But this high ground presence from Boston is dangerous. 2 kills for Murdering after he survives the grab, and he's not even done here.
The support there, super solid. Not only the nano, but the full defense matrix as well, just smothering Birdring, making sure that no projectile is able to reach the electric cowboy. And Kalios is doing a good job here of continuously disrupting Dante and making Kai divert his crosshair over towards Kalios, who he can't one-shot. Because remember that Kai in this duel has a much greater effective range than Birdring. He can headshot at any range due to lack of damage drop-off. Birdring's own damage is going to be significantly nerfed by the damage drop-off of Cassidy.
Got Barrier versus Transcendence too, both really good tempo ultimates. Especially now that you don't have the grab to worry about. You don't have Dante to worry about. There is no tank. Boston can stop the push. I guess Lastro is there, and he just beat it, him and Kevster. I guess they really feel like they're a team without Dante. They're getting some card push, but I'm not sure about that Lastro call.
That was potentially like several minutes worth of losing from that Lastro call. This might well come back to bite Lastro. As Kalios, he's happy to just sit here and start doing some tanking. Gonna be careful not to shoot too many of the shields just to mitigate the amount of damage that Dante will be able to put out onto him and generate, of course, that all-important Graviton surge. Meanwhile, everyone else can just sit up on high ground.
It's just so tough for Glads to fight front to back without Dante. Now he's in the picture, and he's been nanoed. He's probably got a lot of energy as Kalios wants to slow them down. Almost makes Dante for the Twitter clip. He's giving him the micro missiles, but the bubble from Dante ate so much of that damage. Still 2 minutes and 10 left for the Glads, who feel dismantled. Even Izayaki is killing both supports. Like, what is this game?
It's a drop down from high ground game. It was the same both times around. Accessing this high ground is so difficult against these double flex supports. And now, though, the cart pressure has changed the dynamic of the battlefield. Izayaki has to play down on low ground and Twilight falling down early. This is the chance for Gladiators to win, and they've got a Graviton Surge to try and make it happen. Kalios can stand in the way of this, though, if he eats the Graviton Surge.
That's a big ask. At least Kalios is there, but someone has to maintain the cart, by the way. We don't want a C9. Decay takes care of Kai, so you won't have the Dragon Strike through the Graviton as you would have hoped. So big heads up play from Boston, but presence from Gladiators playing front to back. Now that there's no tank standing in their way, but the flank pressure from Izayaki and Decay was too much for Glads to handle.
Decay is him. There's no other way to say it. If you guys haven't, by the way, check out Yiska's video. on Decay as a gatekeeper. Fantastic look into Decay's career and how this might be his chance to truly claim the championship that everyone else on this team, with the exception of Kalios, has under their belts. Now it's Gladiators who are feeling the sting of time against the back of their neck. Kai, yes, has a Dragon Strike. It will likely be used to dislodge some of these less mobile supports like Izayaki and Twilight, but Twilight can counter any incoming aggression and major damage spikes with a nano boost.
Kai thinking, oh, I could plant this Dragon Strike to at least force the supports of Twilight Izayaki down, but not getting the information he needed. Boston have high ground control, and the nano on the burn ring to save him from the pulse bomb of Kevster. This team is next level. Gladiators only have 18 seconds. They had all the time in the world. The box of victory in their sight to force the final decider map. Dante's been nanoed, now onto the Diva, trying to chase down Kalios so they can get the meterage they need. But another target steps into the picture. It's a bomb from Birdring, the Transcendence to keep this defense kicking. Gladiators could not deal with the retirement home buff. The Boston Uprising stalled for minutes and minutes and will take the 2-0 over the Gladiators.
The Boston Uprising go big there, with Bergering just about getting the Bob at the most critical of junctures, surviving due to the quick-witted use of the nano to save them from the pulse bomb there. Twilight, it's so important that Twilight held his nerve in the penultimate fight as well. There were so many times after you lost Kalios, you're like, we've got to fight on the car. We need to give over the nano to someone who can try and contest this against the high-energy Zarya. We need someone to keep contesting this, but Twilight held his nerve. Thought instead, no, my mechanics can carry me through this. I'm going to hit every heal. I'm going to hit every nade and save the nano for when it was needed most, keeping the old veteran alive and making sure that Bob would hit the streets running.
Not the most efficient ultimate usage from Gladiators too, right? I mean, some of it not their fault when they had the big Graviton Dragon Strike combo. The one to rule them all for that final fight. Kai gets killed by Decay, I think. Something happened to Kai. Dante throws a grab, and then even his first grab, I think it was onto Birdring, and then he gets nanoed. So many times, Birdring got saved by a nano. His supports are on top. I feel like the player of the match should almost go to the Boston's backline for how many times they've salvaged fights. And obviously some goofy calls from the Glad, some inefficient ultimates, thinking about the sound barrier from Lastro, things like that. So, yeah. I think there was a very clear defining player of the match leg day. You all know who it is. Your player of the match is Birdring.
Call in to your friends who are fans of Apex. Say, my friend, my fan of Kongdu, my homie. Are you breathing right now? Are you good? Have you been experiencing a wave of almost deadly nostalgia from seeing Birdring dominate the lobby? It's been a big day to come back. A new game, but the same old crown sitting on the same old head. What a performance it's been from a hit-scan legend.
I think this was such a... We favored Gladiators coming into this map, but when the cart was as deep as it was, Boston just swapped to this super passive playstyle where Kalios initially was chasing Dante around on the Winston, but then peeled back, and all he did was sit on the cart and wait for Birdring and Decay to make plays. And I think this forced a type of panic from the Gladiators. For example, that beat engaged from Lastro without Dante alive. Dante solo grabbing a Cassidy. Obviously you want more targets in there, or going for the panic grab, and then Kai not maybe communicating the tracer pressure he was experiencing and dying to that. So Gladiators just couldn't really make the best decision under probably all the comms, and probably new comms, considering Gladiators are picking so many strong and loud voices from other teams.
Yeah, a 5-minute hold on point B is a lot of time to ruminate upon potential failures and for that tension to build. But it's when that tension builds, you look towards veterans. That's exactly what this team on Boston's made of. It's 100% veterans, wall to wall. We've got world title, roll star, world titles, and MVPs maybe sometime in their future. Smurf came bloody close, I'll tell you that. And honestly, when the chips are down, these are the guys who don't make the mistakes and they keep their nerve, and that's what allows them to hold Blizzard World Point B for 5 minutes.
That's a tough first match for Boston to have, and they start off 1-0 in groups. Gladiators getting their first ever loss, but I don't think there's been any worries in any of the communities because these are the two favorites for this group, and a lot of the desk were favoring the Boston Uprising. I'm wondering how much Mr. X is going to get bullied on that. We're going to throw a toy break so we can see the live Mr. X bullying. We'll see you after this.
As you just saw on your screens, Bob getting things done. That's right, and a long Bob. Of course, the entire team made it work as well. What a great match that was, though.
Yeah.
Love that they played it close. Lots of fantastic highlights, lots of great moments to break it down. And that's what we're here for at the Watchpoint game break. So let's start from the top. Map number 1. What are your thoughts heading into this?
I mean, you could see just from that little brief clip, as I believe this is Bird Ring getting a kill, but I mean, you just see how fast Lee Jae Gon gets in there. I mean, mean, he's, you know, there's some people, you know, Call of Duty is called playing your life. He is not playing his life. He is just getting in there, and it's either working or it doesn't. But I know for Boston, it was really great to see Birdring just back in general, right? I know we talked to him a little bit earlier today, but like, you know, Overwatch, esports Overwatch League, like the scene is better when Birdring is around and playing well. I think like one of the original players, just kind of like everybody fell in love with way back in the day. You saw a little bit of the Widowmaker come out from him as well, but this guy is really close, just down the wire overall in the series.
But I mean, like Birdring, it's crazy how like this guy took a very long break, right? He was out of the league for about a year, and he just comes back. And I honestly think he got better. Like how he played Sojourn, he was
all right, Danny, hold on.
Widowmaker.
Danny,
he was just flexing on all these hit scan heroes. And he was like, you know what? I still got it. I can win this. And he did.
We saw like 9 minutes of Birdring playing.
But boy, were those fantastic 9 minutes.
when he stopped like playing, we were like, oh, Birdring's like one of the best. Like he could be like the best DPS player in the world.
I mean,
and I think he did. Well, he just did. He just did.
I love the enthusiasm, Danny. Don't let Matt rain on your Birdring parade. Like, don't let that happen. But you know, as great and as pop off as Birdring was naturally, because that's just what he does. I think a lot of that, and that's something Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day hit on, was also just due to the support line. Like Twilight and Izayaki, they coddled him. They kept him alive. They used all of their abilities just so well to make sure that he has the survivability, he has the room to just do the Birdring things, and that was just really, really great to see.
Like I was surprised by how well Twilight played on that Ana, because we all know how great of a Ana player he is, but like, you know, landing those crucial nades, those sleeps onto like Dante, and like he was, like you said, there was moments where, you know, they were focusing on Birdring, and just Twilight was just refusing to let him die, like just giving him nanos. He was like, you are not gonna die, just keep shooting, brother. And yeah, and they just did that.
Well,
yeah, that's the kind of support you need to have.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with Boston overall. I think the things you're worried about with them after seeing that is, are they like easily readable, whether you have Kalios or Smurf in the game? And then if they're going to play fast, like Lee J. Gunn needs to play a little slower than like really fast. Like, you know,
there's no slow in his playbook. He can go faster. Like that's DJ Gunn's ways.
He's like Sonic the Hedgehog. He's just running. He's just going there straight. But like, yeah, they got to figure out a way to kind of play around that or get used to that style of play. Because although that is his style of play, right? Like that's what he does. So you don't want to take that away from him, because you take away the really talented player he is. It's just figuring out those two things, I think, for Boston and the rest of the roster. I mean, you're looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar scenario as what we've seen with the Florida Mayhem, right? Like, you know that when they're popping on the server, like, you expect something aggressive, you're expecting fast pace, and we're going to see kind of the same thing developing for the Boston Uprising. So interesting to see if they're going to have more different looks in their playbook or not. For now, however, we have an interview lined up for you. So, Danny, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And we have a post-match interview with none other than the greatest hit scan player or so, or what Birdring himself said in the pre-show. We have Birdring for the post-match interview. Birdring, can you hear me? 들리시나요?
네, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Oh, it's been a while. I feel like we haven't talked in a very long time. 되게 오랜만에 말하는 것 같습니다. So, you know, I want to start off this interview by talking about this match, because, you know, everyone knows, and we talked about in the pre-show how, you know, you took a long break and now you're back in the league and you just had your first match. How did that feel? Were you nervous at all, or like, you know, how did that match go for you? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 우리가 방금 프리쇼에서도 얘기를 했다시피 버딩 선수가 좀 긴 공백 시간을 갖고 이제 오랜만에 다시 돌아와서 굉장한 모습을 보여줬습니다. 어떻게 버딩 선수 처음으로 오랜만에 경기에 뛰신 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 굉장히 오랜만에 경기를 뛰게 돼서 이 리그에서 뛰게 돼서 너무 좋았고, 일단 기본적으로 제가 아직 많이 부족하거든요. 그래서 훌륭하신 저희 코치님들이 있어서 아직 게임을 배우는 입장이라서 앞으로 좀 더 좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
All right. It's definitely been a while, but I mean, it just feels so good to be back playing in the league. You know, I think I'm still lacking, and I think I still need a lot of catch up to do. But we have great coaching staff in the Boston Uprising, and I'm learning. I'm still in that learning phase about relearning the game again for the Overwatch League. You know, I feel like today you had an awesome performance, even though you said that you were still in that learning phase, learning the game back again. Would you say what was something that you guys lacked? Of course, you guys got the win, but I feel like there's always something to be learned. So, what is something that you guys you saw that in the match that was being played that we need to work on this. 자, 두 번째 질문 방금 버딩 선수 말씀하셨다시피 좀 아직도 배우는 단계다라고 말씀하셨는데 경기는 제가 봤을 때 너무나도 좋은 모습을 보여줬지만은 어떻게 이기면서도 이번 첫 번째 경기를 하면서 좀 느낀 점이나 우리 팀이 보스턴 팀이 아직 좀 이런 거를 좀 더 열심히 해야겠구나라고 좀 느낀 게 있나요?
물론 경기는 이기긴 했지만 저희가 마음에 들 정도로 깔끔하게 이기진 못해가지고 아직도 저희가 부족하다는 걸 알고 있고 그걸 이제 좀 점점 이제 프로암에서 보완해가면서 좋은 모습을 보여드리고 정규 시즌에서도 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Okay. Yeah, it is true that we did get the win, but I believe our fight or how we won the match wasn't as clean as we wanted it to be. There's definitely some lacking parts in our team. I guess team-wise. So I think those things with time and with more practice, I think it's going to get better. And I think we're going to work on that through the Pro-Am and also throughout the whole season as well. All right, I'm going to wrap this up with a final question. Birdring, there's a lot of talk in the Overwatch community after you made a comeback. There's which bird is the best bird in the Overwatch League? Because we got Hawk, we got Pelican, and we got you as well. So I want to hear your thought. Who is the best bird in the league? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 버딩 선수가 다시 돌아오면서 지금 오버워치 커뮤니티에서 굉장한 말이 많이 돌고 있죠. 어떤 조류 선수 좀 말이 좀 이상한데? 어떤 새가 리그에서 제일 좀 좋은 새인가라는 말이 많습니다. 호크 선수, 매 선수도 있고요, 펠리칸도 있고요, 그리고 이제 버드링 선수도 있는데 어떤 새가 제일 잘하는 새인 것 같으신가요? 그리고 이유 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 당연히 저라고 생각하고 이유는 뭐 없습니다. 그냥 제가 더 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 이번에 정규 시즌이든 프로암에서든 제가 다 잡으러 가는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Alright, it's of course me. Birdring is the best bird. Reason? There's actually no reason because I'm just better. I'm going to work a lot harder to get all those other birds to get on top of them and become the best bird in the league for the Pro-Am and also for the regular season. Alright, Birdring, thank you so much for your time. Again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Birdring. I mean, Birdring that's not even a bird, so I don't know if he can
It's
claim
got bird in the
supremacy.
name, it counts.
Bird. It's a bird that has a ring.
True.
Not?
That's a lot of drip for a bird. I guess that gives him the upper hand. I don't know.
Championship ring.
There we go.
Dang it! I should have said that in my question.
Yeah, in hindsight, that would have been really smart.
Yeah.
No, it's great to hear from him though. I love that he comes out humble, like looking like an absolute monster on the server, and then goes like, yeah, I'm still learning. I wish I would look like that when I'm still learning the game. Like, thank you very much, making me feel bad about everything I've ever done in my life. But yeah, he looks like he didn't skip a beat. Can't tell that he's been on a hiatus, that he's been retired for over a year. So it's great to have him back. It's a better league for it, for sure. And we are excited to see more of him. Now, however, I do want to quickly chat about our next match, because we have another one for you. That's right. We do have, of course, a quick change in schedule due to some weather issues. But other than that, we are back on track with the next match.
You get Boston again, Zoe.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Birdring can be interviewed for the third time today after this.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Today we're gonna make it a Birdring day. If Boston wins, I mean,
Boston's gonna Birdring is gonna be so And is like, why do they keep wanting to talk to me?
August 14th is the Valiant show of Overwatch League, and March 31st will forever be known as the Bird Ring episode.
It's the Bird Ring Day
of Overwatch League.
We talked a lot about Bird Ring. I quickly want to talk about Decay as well. Let's talk about Decay. Hey,
Yeah.
Decay,
Who plays with Bird
Tracer
Ring?
God.
Plays with Bird Ring.
Yeah, he plays with Bird Ring.
Yep.
He's a Tracer God. I think he is one of the most talented Tracers that we got. And, you know, sadly, because I feel like because all of the teams that he was in, he unfortunately, you know, he could have done better, but he couldn't. But I think with this
Wait, what?
new Boston Uprising roster, I think
Yeah.
this is the time. Matt, you don't think so? You don't think this is the time?
I feel like Decay has had plenty of chances to be pretty good. You know, but I do think with this roster, Danny, I think your kind of point earlier, they have like a ton of championship like experience, right? Like across the board with players on this roster that like this would be the one that would work, right? You know, you get him in this type of situation with players who you know you can win with, right? You've seen win in the past, and he can just pop off, do his thing.
That's right. Well, we have one more match for you. I'm very excited to see this one go down. But first, we're going to head into a very quick break, and we'll be right back right after that. Welcome back to Watch Point. We're here in a game break, setting you up for the next match coming your way. Danny and Matt Morello are joining me for this one still, because we just can't get rid of Matt. It's crazy. I don't understand.
What about Danny?
Why are you still here?
Danny is like a station.
Where am I gonna
He
go?
just belongs.
What do you mean?
He lives in this box.
Where am I gonna go? You could cast. If I leave here, then where do I go? I have nowhere to go.
That's pretty existential. I love that. Now let's take a look at the schedule. This is our revised schedule, of course, due to some weather issues over for Redbird Esports. We had to postpone their matches. We'll update you on that shortly or as soon as we can, so you know when the catch-up matches will be played. But for now, our last match of the day will be fought out between Wisp and the Boston Uprising. Boston just took on the Gladiators. It was a close match and a very exciting one, and Wisp definitely have to punch upwards for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Wisp yesterday they played against the Los Angeles Gladiators. They had some good looks, but you know, unfortunately, they did get the L. I think Chopper and Rocket have a lot of work to do because they are going to go up against Birdwing. God, I'm saying Birdwing so many times this whole day.
It's living rent-free in your head.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's, you know, they did take the L, but I mean, today again, it's unfortunate, but it is going to be a tough fight for Wisp.
If you're unaware, Birdwing's back. He's back in a big way. No, I agree. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for Team Wisp in this matchup. But I'm excited as well. We get to see more of this Boston Uprising team. I'm really fascinated, you know, by their backline, the experiment to kind of bring Birdwing back. You know, when I saw the announcement, I was like, what? It was like Birdwing. I was like, he hasn't played in like, it feels like ages. But seeing him come back, clearly, you know, doesn't feel like he's lost a step this far. So maybe a brilliant move here for the Boston Uprising. But really good support line here for Boston. I definitely want to highlight them, you know, coming into the series. I mentioned, you know, keeping Lee Jagon, you know, more alive than what he currently is at times. But, you know, Izzyaki and Twilight are fantastic as well to combo.
Yeah, and I do wonder, I mean, obviously Wisp, I'm sure they have been watching the Boston Uprising play just now, and maybe they took some notes, maybe they are able to shut down that aggression, maybe they can punish that. However, on the other side, it is a giant Boston Uprising coming in with absolute legends, and you can support him right at home by getting yourself some Uprising support bundles. They're on sale right now. 350 league tokens is what it will cost you, but it pays off big times because they're looking good. You can get a team weapon charm, so absolutely worth it. That will happen until April 11th.
April
right
11th.
there. That's right. Yeah, so that's soon. So get him right now. We do have to do predictions for this one, although I do not expect any surprises. That said, though, we do have Danny on the desk, so he sometimes, you know, just like throws it all over. I would be surprised if it happened for this one. I'm gonna go Boston Uprising. I don't actually think I need to explain myself. Danny, what you got?
Boston.
A Boston.
Yeah.
Is it because
just
of
Boston.
Birdwing? Do you want to talk about?
He wants that triple interview.
No, actually, you know what? If Birdwing wants to do the third interview, sure, I'll do it.
He wants Birdwing at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He wants to catch him at the end of the day here. I am Boston winning this as well because I want to see the triple Birdwing interview day.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be surprises, but I very much hope to see some resistance from Wisp. I mean, they have a talented roster. We did see some bright spots in their game yesterday, but as I said before, they are punching upwards. This is an uphill battle for them, so let's see what they can get done. It's going to be an exciting one for sure. And for all the action, we're going to now hand it over to, what are we going to call her? Nekiri? Vikra? I kind of like both. I don't know. Do I have to make a decision?
Necro Kitty. I think it was Necro Kitty.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Vikra Nekiri is way better.
I can.
Sure.
Well, let's hear it from them. Maybe they accept one of those. I'm just brainstorming.
This is a safe I think you need to make it easy.
Anyway, they will walk you through all the action for this one, so enjoy.
We have fused like Bird and Ring. I mean, when we talk about Bird, we gotta bring it up all over again. I know it's a national holiday out here for the Overwatch League official podcast. What's good, guys? Vicky Kitty here with my lovely partner, Necro. We're gonna be taking you guys through the last series of the day. That's gonna be the Boston Uprising versus Wisp.
Listen, I love all the names that are being thrown out for the two of us. None of them can be worse than me and Trid getting called naked when that ended up happening in Contenders. So, like, listen, I will take absolutely anything at this point. But, Vicky, what a treat to be back here with you for the Overwatch League Pro-Am, where we get a chance to see two more teams go head-to-head today. And I'm really pumped about this one because we just saw such an impressive performance coming out there from the Boston Uprising. And for Wisp yesterday, their match versus the Gladiators was surprisingly close.
Yeah, close rounds, yeah, although the Glads did take it 2-0, they were still close, and we talked about Wisp, and we highlight them because it's a team, obviously, that we don't get to see very often unless you're tuning into Contenders frequently out here. Jkaru has been a main tank that they just recently picked up for this Pro-Am, and I like this change up here because we've seen Jkaru so much back in our days of casting Contenders, Necra, and against a team like the Boston Uprising, after what they just looked right now, unlucky. This is a very scary team. I was tweeting about it earlier. We heard about it from Leg Day and Lemon. This is basically an all-star lineup Owl team, and they are not playing around. I love to see Birdring right back at his finest peak form. It looks like this man definitely did not take a break. I don't know if he's saying that just for everyone to be like, oh yeah, you know, we'll give you some room, but he is out here, and I know Danny wants to interview him again for dinner later today, so
let's
we're
go
gonna see.
Triple crown. Do the triple crown there with Birdring. Add another one to the gauntlet here because Wisp, I mean, they did put on a great performance, but I am with the desk here that Boston Uprising should be able to take this match. So let's see if Wisp has any surprises in store for us. As we head out of the gates here, Vicky, we are seeing Winston compositions go head-to-head. It's going to be a mirror match on both sides, but look at the ante to kick things off there, coming in from Twilight.
Already really nice here. Look at the way that Lijiagon's taking position off to the side, too. Could also just disengage quickly if they want to re-engage onto the point. Match that with Smurf. Like this slow, methodical approach right here. Wisp taking the longer route to try to take the back end of the point. Here comes the engagement right now. Yeah, you can see right there, too, with Jkaru just trying to jump in. A very similar look to what we saw from Wisp when they were kind of trying to contest the Glads yesterday. That's their win condition. It's after trying to get that nano boost onto Jkaru. A nice ante coming in from Twilight. This backline, like we highlighted earlier before, is beautiful. Enables Birdring, gets him right into position, and they've already lost Jkaru. Now Lijiagon just trying to retaliate. Nice stall real quick after getting hit with an ante. Tries to boop him off real quick right there, too, and they do manage to get the point first. See you later, Rocket.
Yeah, Rocket's just going to go ahead and get a quick reset there. Otherwise, you run the risk of donating over even more ultimate charge there to the Boston Uprising. And Whisper in for a little bit of a hard time, I would say, as they come back in to try to recontest this point. Boston Uprising already have that Deadeye ready to go there from Birdring, and you also have a Pulse Bomb there that Decay is definitely looking at to try to land onto a Peak or Chopper.
And there's that nano boost too, but Smurf can't live through it all. Birdring clearing some extra space over to the side. Meanwhile, Decay on the other side, getting that pulse bomb stick onto Chopper. Nice trade real quick with Chopper going down. The sound barrier from Grapes to keep Wisp alive to contest in that choke point. It's the Rocket versus Decay match, though, that I was expecting to see going into this matchup. We saw it earlier with Kevster, and we get to see it from Rocket. We talked about him earlier. Taking a little quick nap is Smurf. He managed to get out of there just in time, but the same cannot be said about Birdring. Smurf with that reset on the Primal. Lige does have that sound barrier here, too. We see some traits, but the Uprising have the numbers in their favor. We almost saw the flip, but Wisp were forced to reset after losing too many bodies.
Yeah, there was still a lot of great ultimate conversion there from Wisp. You have the sound barrier that was able to keep Wisp alive through that engagement, and it also enabled Rocket to be able to get a great pulse bomb stick there onto Birdring. There are not too many players, Vicky, that I think can say that they've been able to accomplish that. But now Boston Uprising are entering into that final fight territory, and Twilight's already gotten a big pick there onto Rocket.
Oh, Twilight, he's been doing really well on getting these antes here too. I mean, talk about the antes. He got one on Grapes, the follow-up coming in from Decay. The lead from Smurf to finish off what's left of Wisp as Jkaru is forced to pop the Primal to disengage. So much also wasted right there too. Meanwhile, Uprising, they still got Decay's Pulse Bomb. They got the sound barrier. Not one flip yet coming in from Wisp as the desperate leap in from Jkaru to stall.
looks like there's going to be a little bit of the fight happening over on the spawn side, but that does allow some room there for Wisp to get the flip. Boston Uprising are still up, though. There's the sound barrier.
There goes the sound barrier. The pulse is right there. Decay doesn't even need to burn it. He's already melting down everybody else with Smurf. He puts it down. Rocket, gets one pick, but the Uprising are cleaning up shop of what's left from Wisp. Yeah, they got the flip on the point, but it's just delaying the inevitable here. You can see the diff right now between Decay and Rocky. It's actually insane. Overtime ticking away and nobody in sight to touch.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a rough round there from Wisp, but they still put up a heck of a fight. Being able to get that flip as well did give them some time to be able to try to work back up to some of those more critical ultimates, but Boston Uprising just kind of putting on a clinic there of how they're able to rotate through the ultimates that they have, and they're charging them up very, very quickly. So first round going to go over here to the Boston Uprising, but there is still a second round to go. Twilight, though, I can only imagine this is like one of the snipes. Yeah, right there onto Rocket. I was like, how did Twilight hit that?
Those antis were crazy. We talked about it before, too. He got the snipe real quick and then got that huge anti from across the field. Now we go on to round number 2. Gonna teleport real quick to get to that middle point as quickly as possible, but Uprising looking so good. Even after their last game, they are warmed up, they're ready to go. Although I say that and Twilight gets immediately taken down by Chopper. Fighting out inside of this close corner room on the other side does not do the Uprising justice, and Wisp can take a little bit of a breather here while Lee Jae-gon tries to go for a reset.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a smart target focus there coming in from Wisp. Everybody started to dive onto Twilight in the back line, just recognizing how much Twilight's Ana has really been able to help keep the Boston Uprising up and also enable their engagements. But a big anti now. Poor Jikaru is not going to be able to get away from that one.
Lee Jae-gon can't get away from Rocky either. Going for those trades, but Twilight's still up and alive to keep the rest of the Uprising alive. They're going to take the back end while Smurf disrupts the piece in the front lines. Chopper with this off angle here while Graves gets taken out by Bergring. See the contention coming in, but I like the positioning that we specifically had from Chopper and Twilight. Bergring managed to nail him with a magnetic nade, and Rocket is antied. He gets away in time before Decay cuts him off on the other side. Uprisings flip up this point, and Wisp do go in for a good disengage here, but they will be able to come back with the nano boost.
Yeah, they get the nano boost online, and they also have the pulse bomb up and ready to go. So I feel like that's a great way that Wisp, as long as they don't take too long here to allow for Boston Uprising to get ultimates of their own online, then maybe they can take advantage of that. But Twilight's going to use the nano first.
I think with these antis have been definitely on point for this second round. He gets immediately focused down by Smurf. He did put down that nano, and Smurf now clears the space with the frill and the fact that he's on this Primal. He's going to be able to jump right back on top of the bridge, and the deed is done. More time wasted away from Wisp after Uprising were able to flip that point.
Yeah, they didn't need much to be able to get the job done either. It was just the nano and the primal, and now they still have the pulse bomb and the Deadeye to be able to cycle through. And the Deadeye is so good at being able to create space, so as soon as Wisp are able to move in, you're gonna see Birdring try to get into a position to just stave everybody off. Well, unless Jikaru has something to say about that one, I guess.
Especially on the bridge right there, too. Here comes a sound barrier to keep Uprising in this fight to start the engagement right now. They try to nail down a peak, but the sound barrier from Graves ends up helping them out, but not before Jikaru goes down first. The pulse bomb stick onto Chopper. Look at Decay playing passively around the barrier, though. I love his positioning. Rocket now gets the pulse bomb stick. Birdring goes down. Rocket going crazy on the back line from Wisp onto Uprising here, and this is looking great here for Wisp.
It's looking so good for Wisp right now. I mean, they are able to get the point flip. Also, the Wrecking Ball choice might be exactly what they need. Something a little bit more wonky, maybe a little bit more outside of the box, and it makes it a little bit faster for Jikaru to be able to get these rotations in versus having to rely on the cooldowns that Winston has to offer. So, you're going to see Jikaru go ahead and get set up there as he just goes bowling through the entire team.
Oh, no strike, and the stick and the sleep on top of that. Goodbye, Birdring. So long, but Lee Jae-gon answered right back. There was so fixated on Birdring that look where Lee Jae-gon was sharking from on the other side of that bridge. Huge trade going in favor for the Uprising.
Yeah, wait, what? Vicky, I feel like every focus was onto Birdring there, and then Lee Jae-gon out of nowhere gets the double boop of his life. So Boston Uprising, they're able to take back control of this point now, and Twilight's gonna go ahead and use the nano. Smurf can't get back up.
Way.
What?
Oh, but that was still a huge anti. Jacaro also went to sleep. Twilight having a ball game right here while Smurf is absent. Now we see the face-off between Decay and Rocket. Rocket's incredibly low. He can't get away. Birdring follows up with that too. Uprising with control over this point. Wisp is going to have to get Jacaro to desperately touch.
Yeah, Jakaru is going to have to be able to make a move in, but he's already so low there. Chopper is able to get the nano boost, but is that going to be able to convert over to anything? Oh my gosh.
Somebody needs to stop Lee Jae-gon. Chopper comes in, finding two right here, which is huge, but Smurf has a primal. He's gonna go for the reset. Pulse bomb coming in, special delivery. Chopper gets sent to the other side. Doesn't get sent all the way down to the desk, but he manages to survive, and the sound barrier from Lee Jae-gon keeps the rest of Uprising alive in this fight. So does Grapes to match that. They're looking up and alive and healthy. The save can't be set for Decay. 85% with this clip from Wisp.
Yo, look at that too. Jakaru has the minefield ready to go as well, so you can just lay that down as soon as Boston Uprising tried to make their way back onto this point. Smurf with a quick pick over to the Doomfist just to be able to get back to point a little bit faster, but Jakaru is getting ready to let those mines loose.
Sets the overtime as Decay here. He's got the pulse bomb ready. Twilight on the Kiri. Some time ticking away here with a minefield going down from Jakaru. It's going to be huge in clearing the space. Decay is waiting for an opportunity to continuously harass his backline. Nice Suzu here too. Chopper being able to find Smurf is going to be big. How's Birdring and Decay going to use his pulse bomb and this Deadeye? It's going to be incredibly important here. Still harassing the backline while Chopper goes unchecked. He finds Birdring. Decay goes down, and Wisp successfully get this point right back in his favor and get the second round.
That was so back and forth between both of these teams, but ultimately came down to that Wrecking Ball pick. As soon as Jakaru came out of the gates with that one, I felt like Wisp woke up and had a completely different game, Vicky.
Definitely agree there, and the fact that he had mines for that final fight was also incredibly important because it denied the space that Decay needed to not only try to continuously press forward on that point, but he also had to take different angles to harass the backline. Here's Chopper with the quick 2K onto Birdring and Twilight. Looking heads real quick here too. Wisp. This is the Rocket Chopper DPS duo that we highlighted yesterday, Necra. That is so good. They work really well together and they have that synergy, and it was displayed at the very end of that fight.
Yeah, and I think that Chopper's really woken up as a player to be able to play this Cassidy. I feel like this is something where he can really shine, and so to be able to see that nano boost help get that 2K,
oh, wow.
I think that was really impressive. But I think all the players of Wisp right now are stuck between a May wall and a hard place.
Yeah, that immortality field from Twilight was really big too for that first engagement, for that first fight. Now the point going in favor for Uprising, but it's fine. Wisp, they were able to make that comeback in that last round. Gets blocked off by the Maywall, which is going to be incredibly detrimental in this matchup here, especially trying to get through that choke point. Nice anti from Apkeek here too, but Jakaru goes down first, and Smurf is taking a quick nap, but I like Birdring holding these different angles.
Yeah, Birdring is basically just locking down both points of entry right now that Wisp can go through. It's either going to be that main checkpoint there, or if you see him kind of look off to the right, then you can see him try to get some taps in there as well. But a little bit of a disengage here coming through from the Boston Uprising. Too many members of Wisp were able to make it through that main checkpoint, so you kind of just have to give it up a little bit to be able to make sure you can contest the actual point.
And the nano boost coming in onto Jakaru. We've seen this done before, and this is how they start their engagements. Finding Birdring is going to be big here, and Twilight after he used the amp right there too. Big window going down, and I like how they were able to disengage, get out of that line of sight while Jakaru was still pressing onto those back lines. Finding another pick now into Decay here. Uprising are probably going to have to reset, and they will, as Wisp is going to be able to flip this point.
Yeah, the composition that Boston Uprising are running there with the May and the Ramatra, when you know that you have that shield available, it's really great to be able to cycle through the shield as well as the May wall in order to help block off or isolate one of the members on the opposing team. So Wisp, you know, they were able to make it through that highly defensive composition there from Boston, but Boston are coming back with a ton of ultimates. That's 4 in the bank right now, Vicky.
And they have the sound barrier. If Grape stays alive, he could get one up for this fight. Here comes the Deadeye as Birdring finds Jekaru. Huge here. Nice immortality field helps reset Smurf, but he doesn't get out of the line of sight of Chopper's Deadeye. He goes down without being able to use the Annihilation. Here comes that sound barrier. Lijiagon managed to pull it off. The ante, though, is huge from Abkeek, and Grace matches that sound barrier too, but currently, Wisps are fighting these trades. Uprising have the number advantage, but with Jekaru still alive and having the Primal, Uprising want to get this reset.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jekaru was able to get so much mileage out of those Tesla cannons from the Winston, and being able to also just flatten a couple members out of the Boston Uprising doesn't necessarily hurt to be able to pick up the rest of those squishies. Decay is actually going to be making a bit of an adjustment here. Going to swap off of the Mei onto the Tracer, so we're going to see more similar compositions coming through here as the Boston Uprising come back.
See the Nana boost onto Jekaru. He's got the Primal ready to go in for another reset, so need be. He gets stuck, though, right here. The Annihilation comes in from Smurf, but he gets immediately shut down by Abkeek. He's been on point, not only with these antis, but these sleeps onto Smurf have been huge. Another anti now into Decay, but Uprising weren't able to flip the point there, which is big, because you already see Wisp at 78%. They get the trade. Lijiagon going down, so does Jekaru. We'll have Jekaru for this fight. Birdring, too, gets pinged, and Twilight trying to take a different off angle. He already used up that Ant Matrix, but he was in a nice position where he wasn't going to get dove on after getting hit with an anti. Smurf was a difference maker here, with Jekaru not being able to make his way back. He does flip over to the Rhine.
Yeah, I mean, the Reinhardt's going to be really nice here to be able to help hold up that shield for all of this incoming damage coming through from both Twilight and Birdring. But that also means that the shield is going to dissipate super quickly, and Birdring's just going to go ahead and weave in a Deadeye.
And with Smurf being in that Nemesis form, punching right through, Jekaru had to back away, and he was in that line of sight of Birdring, who just finished the job. 98%, nobody in sight from Wisp, other than Grips, who tried to push it into overtime, successfully does so, while Jekaru rolls right in with that quick swap from the ball that we saw in the last round.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball is going to be able to retouch for the overtime, but it looks like it might still be disaster here for Wisp, but especially once the sound barrier gets put down.
Lijiagon is zooming. He says, forget about whatever you saw earlier. There was no Ajax. I'm here. And he was flying through the sky. Uprising coming in with that sound barrier, staying alive, clearing out Wisp, and taking map number 1. But Wisp were holding on for a long time. They look like zombies coming in waves.
Yeah, I mean, holy moly. I feel like the fact that Wisp is able to take that second round as well is just a huge testament to how much Wisp really want to be able to contend with the best. And so really exciting to be able to see them actually get a round win there, but Boston Uprising still coming out on top in this very first map. I mean, Vicky, what did you make of that? The Wrecking Ball choice, super, super cool there. I mean, Wisp just, they looked good.
It was great, but man, there is such a difference maker in the amount of elims that we were seeing coming out from Uprising. I think
that's true.
From what we see from Decay alone, I think he like rounded around Rocket by double the amount of elims that he was able to get. Look at that turnaround. It was disgusting onto Chopper, trying to back away into the health pack. Nothing was going to save him there too. It was a nice look here from Twilight as well in that first round. We saw that snipe and this huge ante coming in from the back line.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, it looks like a Hail Mary, but it was so calculated to be able to allow Smurf to just get the clean up there with Decay as well. But then Lijiagon just out of nowhere with the double boop. Vicky, there were so many incredible moments there. Lijiagon still gets out scot-free, being able to go back to the rest of the team.
And he did it not once, but he did it twice too. We saw him nail down a peak at one point.
Yeah.
It was nice to see here too. Birdring coming in as well with the Deadeye, just trying to get into position thanks to Lijiagon. And immediately point blank finds Jekaru. Uprising take that first map. It was 2-1. Nice look here from Wisp, but they were trying to fight at their best, but unfortunately, their best was not enough. Let's see if map number 2 could be a little different for this team after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We just saw Uprising take it to home in that round against Wisp, and that was really nice to see Wisp put up a pretty good fight, 2-1 rather. Really nice fight against Wisp. Wisp not going down, though, without that fight, Necro. I'm excited to see what we got in our hands for the second map.
I'm so excited as well, especially because we're getting a bit of a substitution coming in here from the Boston Uprising. It's going to be Izayaki subbing in there for Lijigon, and we saw this look from them earlier on today in their most recent match where Izayaki came in and we ended up seeing the Baptiste and the Kiriko out of the back line for both of these players. So, Vicky, knowing that our next map is going to be Kings Row, what do you make of both of these players coming into the roster?
We can expect the Zen to definitely come out because I do believe Uprising is starting off on the defense, so then he has a lot more room to work with, and we also have a tool to deal with Rocket. We're going to be able to make sure we can mark down Jikaru. Not that they had an issue with it in that last round, but we saw the stall coming in from Wisp, and we also saw Jikaru make that swap over to the ball, so this is going to be interesting to see with this sub.
Yeah, especially because Wisp are going to be the ones that chose this map of Kings Row. And so I wonder what they do have up their sleeve. We saw Reinhardt picked there really quickly there by Jikaru before we ended up actually seeing the Wrecking Ball come back out there on Control Center. So maybe there's a little bit of a Reinhardt angle that we could see Wisp try to go for in this next map. But I feel like when it comes down to just Boston Uprising being able to play this defense, I would love to see that Zenyatta out of Izayaki. Izayaki ended up putting on such a phenomenal performance with that hero last season, and there's some great places for them to defend from, like you mentioned, Vicky.
I love how you bring up Izayaki's background. I mean, this man has 3 stage titles under his belt and a ring. Like, this is going to be fun to see. That's why when I look at Boston Uprising roster, I was in disbelief when I saw the announcement, and then I get to see them again, and it's like I got whiplash. It's like, wow, I'm having a fever dream. This is an insane all-star roster. We get to see it in full force. You know, we talk about Izayaki, you talk about his history with Lee Jae-gon, obviously, both of that backline coming in from the Shanghai Dragons, but coming in with Twilight for this round, sticking with Twilight and Twilight's Ana. Excited to see how this is going to go. And we talked about Izayaki's Zen. He's probably going to make this swap real quick to the Kiri this time around, though. So different look here, and we were expecting that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking anything support-wise that has a high mechanical skill. So you're looking at Kiriko, Baptiste, Zenyatta. Any 3 of those I feel like would be such a phenomenal pick there for Izayaki. And I think the Kiriko makes a lot of sense in this particular instance because Izayaki with those kunai are going to be hitting so hard, Vicky, especially if you're able to like land those in the dome of anybody that's on Wisp. I feel like you're going to be able to delete people out of the server, and I feel like that's what Boston really want to do here with this composition is they want to win fast and hard, I guess.
Especially seeing how they were getting marked down by Rocket and Chopper in that last map. Seeing how they're going to play this positioning. The Braves trying to take a cheeky angle. They try to sandwich them over on the other side with Jikaru trying to jump into the high ground. Izayaki forced to reposition here. Gets right back in. I like this positioning that we're seeing. Jikaru getting hit with a huge anti while Bergering takes care of Chopper. You gotta look to your backs while you leave yourself vulnerable here. Wisp was trying to contest so hard for that high ground, but they left themselves vulnerable to both Bergering and Decay in the back.
I can't believe Smurf got away with that. Did you notice that Smurf was at like 20 HP and then left on a whim, was able to get healed back up? That did actually get a lot of charge over for Twilight to be able to work towards that nano boost quickly. But I mean, the way that Boston Uprising are controlling the space right now is just really fun to watch. Oh, poor Twilight's gonna have to get out of there though. Rocket just has his number permanently.
Oh, but Izayaki immediately getting right on top of Twilight Decay, cleaning up what was dropped from the high ground. He is clearing up everything while Wisp drop after trying to reposition from the amount of pressure that Uprising has put down. That was beautiful play right there from Decay.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, we gotta watch this again because the replay here, we didn't get a chance to see everything that happened, but Decay just from the rafters shooting down as soon as Smurf has a Tesla cannon on them. That's a big target there for Decay to follow up. Already gonna have the pulse bomb online as Smurf's gonna hold down the front line here, waiting for Decay to find a mark.
Oh, wow. And he did it right there with the pulse bomb stuck onto Chopper. Then Bergering takes care of Jikaru. this is dominating here. Whisper trying to take this split approach to trying to find these backlines from Uprising, but then you have to worry about Decay, who's harassing your backline, who's doing a really good job at preventing your backline from even reaching you. And then Birdring finishes off the job with Smurf just getting the follow-up.
One of the things I really love about the Kiriko here from Izayaki is honestly the mobility that she provides to this team. Like, look at how many angles Izayaki is able to grab here. Twilight even getting in on the action as well, but there's also a great escape mechanism here for Izayaki on the Kiriko. So not only are you able to do damage, but if you really need to, you can also teleport away to the rest of your team.
And we've seen that already displayed from Izayaki, and look at the amount of ults they have online. They can match up with Wisp, who's about to get Sound Barrier here too. Izayaki getting away, but gets chased down. Here comes a Nano Boost coming in. Izayaki has different plans. Here comes all the damage that you were talking about earlier before, Necro. Birdring gets hit with a huge anti-Jikaru coming in with the Primal. Means loads of a difference because Graves uses Sound Barrier, so he helped him get into position. But the answer back immediately from Izayaki, because he was able to stay alive, was able to clear up their backline. So we basically flipped the script right here for Uprising, where, yeah, you managed to get 2 Pixikaru, but Smurf is able to get 2, and so does Izayaki.
I mean, the fact that Izayaki and Smurf just never went down there, they were able to help each other out. Not only did Izayaki keep Smurf alive, to be able to go in with the Primal, be able to get a lot of those jump pack kills. Now you get a chance to see the rest of the team come back, and despite the fact that the Dragon Strike is going to go through and get Twilight, Izayaki is still up. How much healing can he pump into the team?
A cheeky angle there from Chopper, and that Dragon Strike getting 2 is big there because that would have been 2 impactful ults, especially with the way that Decay was trying to press onto those backlines. He was trying to reposition there. Chopper gets another one onto Izayaki, who's absolutely popping off, and now's the opportunity with less than 10 seconds for Wisp to get that payload moving.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the payload is going to get unlocked here, but Smurf might be looking for an angle to come back in. Look at that. A little bit of a jump there from Decay. It's going to activate the overtime.
No way. Coming in from the heavens, and another stick there too, coming in too. Birdring, Smurf, Decay get taken down. Overtime taking away. That was a nice entrance from Decay, but Uprising are now falling while Rocket is trying to clean up what is left of Izayaki.
That looks so risky. Vicky, it almost paid off. You could see DK try to go in, be able to stall a little bit for Smurf to get the jumps online to be able to make it back to the point as well, but it just wasn't quite executed the way that Boston Uprising would have liked it to be. Birdring got stuck there, and so ultimately you weren't able to use the Deadeye and the shields in the way there by Jakaru. What a well-timed bubble and great placement of that shield in order to make sure that Whisper able to stay alive to get this payload unlocked. And look how much ultimate charge they walked away with there too, Vicky. I mean, you're gonna have the Primal Rage, the Nano, the Sound Barrier. Wisp have so many tools at their disposal now from all the alt charge they grabbed.
I love how you pointed that out here too. You see the Nano Boost now being used up onto Jakaru. He's gonna back away in time, but it's clearing out this corner that is their priority here. It's an easy corner to get stuck in, and Smurf, same thing now. Here's a Nano Boost. He's gonna be able to hold forward. He's got that Primal in case he needs to go for the reset at the end of that Nano Boost. He's gonna have to be forced to pop it here. Good positioning to do that too, because the payload is still moving around, by the way, while they're fixated on what's happening in the front lines here, while Smurf is able to get away. But Decay now managing to find Jakaru in the process to get that follow-up.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a standstill at this point, especially when it's going to be a few of the squishier heroes here trying to duke it out on the cart. But ultimately, this is where the payload is going to stop for now, as the rest of the members of Wisp try to make their way back. And unfortunately, you know, they did have to use the Primal as well as the Nano there. But now they have 3 more ultimates to rotate through, especially if Chopper's able to get this Deadeye online.
DK almost got that cheeky pulse bomb stick onto the backline. Graves also has that Sound Barrier that he's able to activate. Meanwhile, Smurf gets hit with the anti, gets deleted from Chopper. Rocket is going crazy at this second checkpoint. Love what we're seeing between him and a peak, and Graves putting him to position while they clean up the rest of Uprising. You can see the confidence beaming right through Rocket.
Absolutely. I mean, Rocket's been absolutely killing it today. Absolutely crushing it. And to be able to see Rocket in peak form right now, not only have these pulse bombs been able to convert over, but they've been able to get some really big picks. Boston Uprising, though, Vicky, they're back. They want to contest this.
Here comes a big ante coming in from Twilight onto Jikaru and Graves, and it allows Birdring to get that Elim onto Graves. Now here comes a leap in from Smurf. He gets hit with the ante, but Jikaru falls incredibly low. Big trying to get away in time while Birdring cleans up what is left of Jikaru. Nobody now left here while they need to clean up Rocket, who's been a menace to Uprising, but the rest of Wisp have nothing to do with Birdring. The Deadeye to clear the entire alleyway. They do get stopped right there next to that second checkpoint, though, Never.
Yeah, Boston Uprising have done a great job in this series of being able to try to come back in at the very last second to contest. It didn't quite work out for them on that very first checkpoint, but for the second one, it definitely worked out for them to be able to stop that payload from activating the third piece of this map. But now that we're switching sides here, I mean, Boston, they played such an aggressive defensive game. They were really trying to be proactive there, moving in first to try to beat Wisp to the punch when they were coming back in. And so I love to see that. Maybe they're going to try to play an aggressive game on the attack as well.
I like how you bring that up too, with the way that Izayaki was playing, especially before Wisp was able to get that first point. He was going crazy. I think he had more elims than both Decay and Birdring at one point at the very beginning. Gets that snipe onto Graves. Jikaru was doing a really good job with this Primal to clear the front lines, but then with Izayaki right behind Jikaru and then Smurf popping Primal right afterwards, this was a difference maker right here. They split up the rest of Wisp. In the very end, they do manage to get that payload, but that was a really nice look for Wisp to at least try to split up the Uprising, but Uprising answering back almost immediately afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like there's been such a nice call and response there. Uprising clearly have the veterancy behind them and all of their players, and so they know how to make these quick reactions to whatever type of scenario is in front of them. So maybe, yes, the reaction time was there to be able to try to come back and get that contest on the first point. But I mean, we're able to see some displays of that throughout all of the team fights that we've seen so far.
And looking on the other side of the coin, we gotta give our contenders team some loves out here. Rocket was doing a fantastic job at trying to take different off angles, was getting cleanups on these elims when he was trying to push forward beyond that second checkpoint. Believe he died 3 times on that attack and was trying to match that with Decay, who did die 4 times, but he was doing a really good job at trying to match with Jikaru. The follow-ups that we've seen from Rocket and Jikaru have been another level. But here we have Decay popping up on the high ground, finishing off what he already pressed onto Graves, who tried to get away and couldn't successfully do so. But between Decay and the damage output that we saw, Twilight with a lot of these antis, Smurf popping the Primal, and Izayaki's damage output, Uprising looked incredibly difficult to break through that barrier to get that payload.
And I think that's honestly, though, why this has been so impressive to me, that Whisper putting up this much of a fight, right? Every single time that we've really seen Boston Uprising, even just in this most previous match, they've looked damn impressive. Let's just put it that way, right, Vicky? Boston Uprising look really, really good to kick off this season, but that is why I feel like Wisp deserve a lot of credit here to actually make it to this point where they took a round off of Boston. They're giving them a run for their money here, being able to take these points, even if it is going to be in overtime here. And I think that says and speaks a lot to how long this particular roster for Wisp has been together. They might have struggled a little bit in terms of being able to contend with some of the maybe top of the top teams in North American contenders, but they are still putting on a heck of a show, and I can't wait to see how they're going to approach this defense round.
Yeah, you talk about the history. Chopper has been part of that Rush Survival team way back when we used to cast contenders. I mean, you talk about the history that these players have, but against these insane Titans that are Uprising, Decay is the first one to go down by Chopper. We're just talking about him. We gave him some of that energy, but Chopper answers right back to Birdring right after Birdring was able to take care of Apkeek. They get that trade. Jikaru's taking a nap. Wisp doing a good job at trying to displace Uprising, but the reset has already happened here for Wisp while they try to focus down on that player on their back line.
Yeah, and I think what's really hard about this particular defense here is that everybody on Wisp has just been split up, so a lot of 1v1s are happening across the board, and Boston Uprising, they have the mechanical skill in their favor right now. But as I say that, Decay actually being forced to recall here as the rest of Wisp get ready to regroup.
Jakaro helping out Rocket after he gets anti. Though, get down, Mr. President. He helped him out once, and Jakaro can't say the same here as he gets burned down by Birdring, followed up by Smurf. Birdring doing such a good job in the back. Nobody can help out Rocket. He fell incredibly low. Fortunately, blinked right into that wall behind him. And Uprising are going to be able to get this payload with a good amount of time in their pocket.
Yeah, and especially when you look at the ultimates that they're starting to rack up in the bank. Decay has the pulse bomb ready to go, looking at trying to get down this Winston bubble and maybe sticking that pulse bomb onto a low health target. And then, I mean, it's basically going to be a full slate here, Vicky. Look at that. Nano, Kitsune Rush, you got the Primal, Birdring's going to have the Dragons. Pick your pick your poison here. What's going to be getting thrown out?
And they know it too. You see Whiffs, they saw Decay trying to be cheeky, trying to find an opportunity with that pulse. Here comes that Nano. Mentioned now, coming in from a peak. But Chikaru sleeping while Smurf is popping the Primal, finding the backline of Wisp. Uprising are clearing what is left of Wisp on this choke point, and this looks difficult. Now you don't have that Nano. You're gonna have Sound Barrier. Yeah, you didn't pop Primal here after you lost out on your backline, but Uprising have so much to work with.
Yeah, Uprising have a lot of tools left in their kit here. Look at how Smurf was able to just absolutely handle this corner of the map, getting a huge juggle there onto Grapes. Abheek to follow it up, just absolutely dismantling the backline there of Wisp. But now this is their last chance, Vicky. Boston could shut it down here and take the series.
They are so far up here to make sure that they clear up this next point here too. Decay with that pulse bomb, still holding on to it while the rush was used up from Izayaki. Here comes Nano coming in too. Nice anti from Upkeek, but Jakar once again gets put to sleep. Upkeek gets taken down while Decay is still hunting on this backline. Nowhere to run for Grapes. Upkeek and Grapes have not been able to breathe once with Decay being around.
No, it's so tough to be able to do that too. I mean, Decay is an absolute menace in the back line. You can see how much cleanup has been coming through from this player, especially when Smurf is going to be able to kind of tickle everybody down to being able to finish up. And that's it. Vicky, Wisp can't touch.
I thought Chopper was going to be able to get at least close enough with Grapes right behind him with the speed boost, but nope, not one toe on that point. Not going to contest there, and Boston Uprising looking at their peak form after today. I mean, a clean 2-0 versus the Gladiators are now taking that series versus Wiz.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal day here for the Boston Uprising to just give us a little bit of a teaser of what's to come for the rest of the season. We're still going to get a chance to see a little bit more from both Wisp and Boston Uprising for the rest of the weekend, but I'm excited. I feel like when you take a look across the board at Boston Uprising, the players that they have accumulated, basically like the Avengers here of the Overwatch League. Like, I feel like it's really cool to see this roster come together, and we gotta give the play of the match here to Decay after all of those impressive Tracer plays.
But talking about him right before that match ended for a reason. He was a menace out here, putting in the pressure, making sure that Upkeek and Grapes were not having a very fun time out here. And also, gotta talk about the communication that we definitely saw coming in between him and Twilight. I like the anti-follows that we saw with Smurf whenever he was down. You saw Decay cleaning up what was left or would jump in with Smurf. Very good follows that we saw here from Decay, and different off-angle positioning. That was nice. Breaking necks out here, gets the recall, and then finishes off what was left of Grapes at the very end. Decay having a phenomenal game versus Wisp.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even despite everything that you saw there from Decay, I feel like Wisp, Decay was giving them so much difficulty, but Wisp's all of their players still got a chance to have some really fun spotlight moments. But it's so tough to contend against a player that is as good, as deadly as Decay really has been. Didn't die very often, very self-sufficient, and also ended up being able to convert over to quite a few pulse bomb kills every single time that pulse bomb was up.
3 deaths? Are you kidding me? After a pretty close Lijiang game 2 where it was back and forth. I think he only died 3 times in that first map. Love this look that we're seeing from the Boston Uprising. We talk about Birdring a lot. We gotta give that love over to Decay because he had a fantastic showing in that last series. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in to that final series. We're gonna toss it over to the desk to get their thoughts on that final match.
Thank you guys so much. Always great to hear from the two of them, and always great to hear them calling the shots and all the action. We're back for the Watchpoint post show now. Zoe here, joined by Danny and Matt Morello. We've got jaw-dropping highlights. We've got scorching hot takes sometimes, and
always
the two gentlemen will break it all down for you. Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, what I do know, though...
No.
and lots of...
You never know.
You never know. Might hit you by surprise with that one. But yeah, we just wrapped the last match of the day. Wisp took on the Boston Uprising. And, I mean, honestly, though, Lijiang Tower was rather entertaining. I was entertained. Wisp wasn't going down without a fight. I think they made some really smart compositional changes, switching the ball there, and they almost managed to edge it out.
Lee Jae Gon, he is going forward. You see here, nice boop off the side. At one point, he was doing a little like Warzone type move where he's sitting in a bush. Yeah, right here, he's sitting in a bush, coming out of the side. Just just really nice movement. This level of aggression though is not normal for Lucio. Is like he's right here. I mean, it's like he was like a car on Oasis Highway, just to flatline that. So I mean, can you continue this level of aggression and not be punished? I actually thought Wisp hung in there pretty well throughout this series. I actually thought they put up a really good fight. Just here on Lijiang Tower, I mean, Lee Jae Gon was unreal.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of aggression, I sincerely doubt we would see that against a lot of other teams in OWL at least. So it does look like Boston Uprising was trying to have a little bit more fun with it. Lee Jae Gon Tower was actually also known as Lee Jae Gon Tower for quite some time. So rightfully so. Yeah, gotta pay up.
That sound barrier into the kill.
The punch.
He is going real fast.
He was zooming. He was zooming around.
He was.
So what did you write on your...
Check out my Twitter. It's a banger. That tweet. Didn't get as much traction as it should have.
The last day Zoe's verified, so go check it out.
Yeah, before I have to pay for it, which I want. But we're living for now. Anyway, we do have an interview ready for all of you. Unfortunately, it won't be Birdring though, which is a little bit disappointing.
Oh.
Let's maybe interview you first here. Why did you want to talk to Birdring?
Who is you? Is that me or is that Danny?
No, it's me. Of course, it's me. When Zoe says you, then it's me.
What's your thought process of choosing your interview partners?
It's I think we've heard enough about from Birdring. I think 2 interviews in a day was enough, and it started to, after the second interview, it started to feel like it was just all one whole interview. Felt very
I hear what you're saying, but I think Matt officially dubbed today the official day of Birdring, so it's actually a national holiday now. Yeah, it's a bank holiday.
It's a bird day.
Bird day? Today's Bird Day, but hey, I think 2's enough. And because Boston Uprising, they have so many great players. I think it's good to talk to someone else. But at the same time, honestly, I feel like they're gonna get way more wins. So even if we did Birding for the third time,
I'm sure we get an opportunity to talk to all of them many a times, and that is the big joy of that. I always love picking their brains. It's also been really, really great for us generally in Pro-Am. I don't know if you heard, Matt, but we got a lot of insight from a lot of the coaches as well. So I hope to hear more of that, since we do have still quite some game days coming your way here in the Pro-Am tournament. But for now, we are ready to head into our winners interview. And this one, it's not going to be Birdring, but another legend in his own right. It's DK.
Thank you so much, Zoe. DK, hello, can you hear me? DK 선수 들리시나요? 손 한번 들어주세요. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
I asked DK to wave us at. He did. Thank you so much for that cute wave, DK. All right, I'm just going to jump right into the question. So, I mean, you guys looked dominant again against Wisp. This was your second match, but you guys did drop a round on Lijiang. So I want to ask you about that. What happened? What sort of problems were you guys facing in round 2? I think it was Gardens. 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘도 지금 두 번째 경기도 굉장히 좋은 모습으로 승리를 거두셨는데요. 그래도 첫 번째 맵이었던 리장에서 특히나 그 정원이었죠. 그래서 아쉽게 그 라운드를 패배를 하셨는데 정원에서 좀 어떤 문제점이 있었고 또 이 문제점을 좀 어떻게 고쳐 나가셨나요?
일단 상대 팀이 생각보다 좀 공격적으로 계속 플레이를 하더라고요. 먼저 무언가를 하려고 하고 그래가지고 좀 정원 때는 그게 대처가 잘 안 됐는데 이제 좀 정원 끝나고 뭐 이제 어차피 정원은 이제 끝났고 이제 뭐 메이를 하다 보니까 또 그 조합에서는 저희가 좀 그래도 잘한다 생각하기 때문에 그냥 하던 대로 했습니다.
하던 대로. 알겠습니다. I think the biggest problem that we were facing was that we were just caught off guard. We didn't know that while we were playing against Wisp in Gardens that they were going to be that aggressive, and that was sort of a surprise for us. But after losing that round, we just said, hey, it's just a round, it's already done, let's forget about it. We just have to brush it off, start fresh, and then I think we just carried on that way and we got the win. And of course, I mean, you guys are already, this was your first time showing and you guys already won 2 matches. 2K, I just want to hear your opinion. Is there like a team in the Pro-Am that you really want to beat? 자, 오늘 첫 경기뿐만 아니라 두 번째 경기까지 해서 벌써 이번 그룹 스테이지에서 반 이상의 경기를 딱 반이구나. 반 경기를 끝내셨는데 DK 선수가 보시기에 지금 프로엠 토너먼트에서 개인적으로 이 팀만은 우리 보스턴 팀이 꼭 이겨야겠다. 이기고 싶다 하는 팀이 좀 있을까요?
저는 일단 애틀란타는 좀 개인적으로 이기고 싶은 마음이 있습니다. 이게 왜냐면 이제 뭐 전 팀원이었던 비질란테 선수도 있고 거의 이번에 또 새로 이제 립 선수나 스토커 선수도 또 잘하는 선수라고 알고 있기 때문에 그 선수들이랑 해서 이기면 또 저희 팀이 더 좋은 모습이 되지 않을까 싶어서 그렇게 생각합니다.
Okay. I do have to go with the Atlanta Reign just because, my former teammate, Vigilante, is there. Not only that, they got great players like Lip and Stalker. I know how great they are. Just Atlanta Reign is also a very stacked roster, so beating them would make us look better and would put us on top of them. So that's why I want to play against Atlanta Reign. All right, that is it for the interview, DK. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on winning both of your matches. 자, 오늘 2 승리 너무나도 축하드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. DK 선수 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Bye, DK. Thank you so much, Danny. Fantastic interview as always, and it's great to hear from the man himself. An absolute menace on the Tracer amongst other heroes. So I am excited to see more of him and the team moving forward in the Pro-Am. For now, let's take a look at today's results to see where we landed after 3 matches. Again, we had to make some schedule changes as one of the teams unfortunately could not join us, but the makeup matches will be played very soon. These are the scores. I don't think there were any hot surprises here. This is pretty much all going according to the plan.
Yeah, I don't think today with the matches that we had there was anything surprising at all. That top of Group C, it's going to be pretty tightly contested, although that match that ended up happening right between Glads and Uprising, I'm sure it's going to be huge for tiebreak scenarios. And then the only other group didn't really get to see anything move today. It'll be exciting to see Defiant go back at it again, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Which brings us, of course, to our next very big segment, which I personally, it's a favorite of mine. What can I say? It's the big takeaways, the learnings, the headlines. I want to know what really tickled you today? Like, what is the word on the street, Danny, for you?
For me, the word on the street is that Dante is a great tank for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Wow. I mean, like he said in his interview yesterday, he said he was a bit stressed because he had to pick up a lot of different heroes because he is the sole tank. And that has been a big question mark going into yesterday, even today too. Can Dante, as the sole tank for the Los Angeles Gladiators, is that enough? And honestly, for the matches that we've seen today, I think he was doing a fantastic job. I love his switch onto the Zarya as well to counter Kalios' Diva in today's match against Boston. Sure, they lost this match, but Dante has been doing a fantastic job, filling that tank role for the Gladiators.
I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're all in agreement then. Matt, what was your big learning from this day?
Boston Uprising 2-0. Bird Ring looked good. He looked back, kind of like in form, like he never left. And I think that's awesome to see. I see Dora. I know he was on the cast last weekend, so he's very different to 44 Team Wiz. But I thought they played really strong, Boston. It was a roster that when everybody saw it got announced was like, oh, that's a really good roster. And then I feel like, you know, people have maybe gotten a little bit like less kind of gung-ho and hot on the roster, but they came out today and they looked really strong. I think, you know, seeing this type of performance from Birdring early on, really important, right? I know a lot of the players he was playing with and against aren't even in the league anymore. So to see him kind of come in, put up a great performance on different heroes, it was really great to see. I think for me, for Boston, can you kind of like work out, know how this support line works, you know, with subs with like Izayagi coming in at times, Lee Jae-gun going out, you know, maybe you keep Twilight in, and then also just make sure you kind of keep these players engaged, right? Like they're going to need to kind of like have that extra fuel and fire to get through the whole season, and like where do you find that?
So what I'm really hearing is you're worried that DK is not going to make it all season long.
I mean, they got I think Striker too, right? So why not?
Yeah.
True. And if you want to hear one of those voices of the naysayers, all you have to do is rewind the show, listen to the pre-show, because Matt was not high on the Boston Uprising. I'm glad that their performance today changed his mind at least a little bit. Yeah, they proved him wrong. That's right. Matt is wrong. It does happen every once in a while. But these are our big takeaways from today, and I'm sure there is much more to learn tomorrow. So now let's have a look at what's coming up. We've got some great matches, a glorious 6 matches, in fact, as we make up the ones that we could not play today, or at least some of them. So I want to know which ones of these are making you burst with excitement.
All right, I'm gonna go with first. I'm actually really excited to see Wisp versus Team Peps. I think it's gonna be an interesting clash of styles. We know that Peps loves to play the Rhyme Brawl, and Wisp, like we saw, likes to go Winston. You know, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup, interesting contender team versus contender team.
I'm excited to see Boston against Washington.
Let's go.
I think, a little bit of a Decay revenge game there, you know, playing against the Justice. We've, I think, some also kind of like staff and coaches and whatnot moving from Justice to Uprising. Also, Lee Jae-gun and FD God. They are just going to be very fast and aggressive.
They're going to be zooming.
No healing done whatsoever. Just send it.
Well, if both just send it, then I guess it's even Steven.
Just gonna run it down mid.
Exactly. Yeah. They're both gonna run it down mid. I do love that, though, that a lot of the top teams right now, or the teams that we consider some of the top teams with those really, really strong backlines, they're all strong backlines because they're insanely aggressive and so fast-paced. So I'm very, very excited to see more of that. But that's it for today. We will be back tomorrow at 12:40 p.m. Pacific to preview all the action for all of you watching. So for now, we're going to say good night, stay hydrated, and stay safe, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Bye-bye.
Overwatch League is back. But this time, it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?